Chapter 1995. At this moment, the world lost its original color. Only a golden light shone in the world. At this moment, the world also lost its sound. Only the continuous sound of thunder reverberated. At this moment, the world seemed to welcome destruction. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Even the distant Blue Feather City shook, which attracted the attention of some people in the city. After a long time, the world regained its light. The destructive aura dissipated, and the shaking world returned to normal. In the battlefield, the original mountains and forests had all disappeared. The area within hundreds of miles had become a flat plain. On the plain, there was no hard material, only a thick layer of powder. The spectating cultivators had already flown hundreds of miles away. Many of them were pale, and some were coughing up blood. This was caused by the aftermath of the energy. Some had even almost died. They fled one after another. Everyone was in different states, but the shock and fear on their faces were exactly the same. In the center of the battlefield, Zichen was still standing indifferently. Black Dragon and the other two were some distance away from him. Behind them were the shocked Dragon Rebel and Golden Rock. Further away were Yi Qian and Black Tiger. There was obvious shock in Yi Qian's bright eyes. As expected of a level 9 Heaven Path technique. Although it hasn't even displayed half of its power, the destructive power it produced is already terrifying enough. Wuji, the kid who created this move, is really extraordinary. Looking at the destructive scene, Black Tiger was also shocked. He and Wuji weren't from the same era, so he had never seen Wuji use this move. However, at this moment, he only saw Zichen use it. Its power couldn't be underestimated. Still in the middle of the battlefield, in a relatively distant place, were the other 7 people. At this moment, while their expressions were also filled with shock, there was also a strong sense of wariness in their eyes. It should be known that Zichen's previous move was equivalent to fighting with 4 experts. Although the other 3 were fine, what about Lei Dong? Everyone suddenly reacted and immediately looked around. However, the place had already become a plain. It was empty, and Lei Dong was nowhere to be seen. Why is he gone? Could he have been killed by Zichen? That high temperature even evaporated his body. Impossible. There were 3 people who managed to neutralize that move. Lei Dong couldn't have died. Not being able to see Lei Dong's figure, everyone looked at each other. The shock in their hearts grew stronger. Some people firmly believed that Lei Dong was dead, but some experts insisted that Lei Dong was still alive. Peng! Suddenly, there was an explosion on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a figure covered in dust appeared in everyone's line of sight. That figure was in a very sorry state. There were many wounds on his body and the wounds were covered with dust. His clothes were already in tatters and his face could not be seen clearly. Only the 4 dim heavenly lightning wings on his back indicated that he was Lei Dong. Cough. Charging out, Lei Dong was still coughing out blood. However, he could no longer care about this. His body flashed and he rushed towards the Black Dragon at an extremely fast speed. This was because the world was filled with Zichen's killing intent. Just like how he had clamored to kill Zichen earlier, after Zichen saw his heavenly lightning wings, he clearly knew that Zichen would definitely not let him off. As long as there was a chance, Zichen would kill him and snatch his lightning wings. Even if there was no enmity between the 2 of them, in order to become stronger, Zichen would disregard morality and snatch it. Moreover, there was enmity between the 2 of them. Hence, he would not be polite. Arriving beside the Black Dragon, Lei Dong coughed out blood again. After which, the energy around his body surged. Lightning light once again appeared within his body. In the next moment, the dust and tattered clothes on his body disappeared. A brand new robe appeared on his body, covering the wounds on his body. Although he was still seriously injured, he still had to appear more presentable in front of so many people. In the next moment, he clearly felt a killing intent land on his body. As he raised his head, he saw Zichen coldly looking at him. If the battle had not started, he would definitely say a few words of ridicule. However, after witnessing Zichen's strength, his heart was already filled with fear. Hence, he did not even dare to say any more vicious words. Just a moment ago, if not for the three of them, even if he did not die under Zi Chen's heavenly path technique, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. At that time, Zi Chen, who possessed the fastest speed in the world, could have taken his life as easily as taking something out of his pocket. It could be said that although the three of them did not take action, they had saved his life at the critical moment. Zi Chen, stop. The black dragon extended his hand and blocked Lei Dong behind him. He raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. You want to stop me? Zi Chen looked at the black dragon and coldly said. You can't kill him. At the very least, he can't die right now, the black dragon said again. He did not back down. At the same time, the 7 people behind quickly flew over as well. They stood beside the black dragon and looked at Zi Chen indifferently. Although Lei Dong was injured, the remaining 10 people could still pose a threat to Zi Chen if they worked together. Zi Chen glanced past these people and in the end, his gaze landed on Lei Dong. He sneered and said, since you want this piece of trash to live, then let him live. However, trash will always be trash. He'll never amount to anything. Oh, no, you're not completely useless. At the very least, you've found 2 pairs of heavenly lightning wings. Lei Dong's face became uglier and uglier when he heard Zi Chen's mocking words. A smear of resentment appeared in his eyes. Chuckling softly, Zi Chen ignored Lei Dong and turned around to walk forward. The rebel dragon and the golden rock were worried about Zi Chen. They were about to stop him when the black dragon asked first, what are you going to do? Zi Chen, who was walking forward, stopped. He turned around and said, this piece of trash is right about one thing. Since there is a chance to find the complete shield, why should I give the alien race a chance? I'm going to Blue Feather City to kill Yang Wei and get the fragment. Zi Chen had said something like that before. However, in the eyes of the others, Zi Chen was just shameless enough to want to live. He didn't want to be killed by the others. However, Zi Chen was still able to seriously injure Lei Dong when Black Dragon and the other 2 attacked. He had already displayed enough strength. With this kind of strength, he might really be able to challenge Yang Wei. You're not his opponent. Looking at Zi Chen, the Black Dragon said, there are 3 people beside him. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, don't I have you guys? I'll deal with Yang Wei. You guys work together to kill the 3 heaven-defying warriors. The Black Dragon shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't do anything. The others were silent, but they agreed with the Black Dragon's decision. My goal is only Yang Wei. If you guys can kill the 3 heaven-defying warriors, then the remaining 10 spots will be yours. I'll give you the fragment for free. Hearing Zi Chen's words, the others couldn't help but be moved. According to Yang Wei's plan, as long as Zi Chen went to Blue Feather City, then Zi Chen would have 2 spots. So, among the 11 of them, there would only be 4 spots. However, if Zi Chen didn't want the spots and only wanted to kill Yang Wei, then it would be easy for the 11 of them to divide the 10 spots. Lei Dong was seriously injured, so he naturally lost the qualification. The remaining 10 spots would be divided among the 10 of them. If he doesn't want the spots and goes to find the shield for you guys, would you believe it? Just as everyone's hearts were slightly shaken, a sarcastic voice came from behind them. It was obviously Lei Dong. He wasn't stupid, so he could see the crux of the problem. If what Zi Chen said was true, then he would be the first to lose the qualification. Do you believe that even if they protect you, I can still kill you? Zi Chen glanced at Lei Dong and said coldly. Lei Dong didn't say anything. He just looked at Zi Chen with hatred. Everyone, although I, Zi Chen, have a bad reputation, I always keep my word. If you guys work together, then the spots will be yours. Zi Chen looked at the others and said seriously. You're talking as if you can kill Yang Wei, Lei Dong said sarcastically. This time, Zi Chen didn't get angry. Instead, he said with certainty, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can definitely kill Yang Wei. At the very least, I can get the fragment and drive him away into the star path. Hearing Zi Chen's promise, Heilong smiled and said, there's no need to come to a conclusion. We can head to Blue Feather City together. We'll see what happens then. Zi Chen nodded and said, that's good too. Yi Qian and He who caught up once again. The 2 of them sighed in relief in their hearts. However, they didn't completely relax. Although the crisis here had been resolved, there was still the final battle in Blue Feather City. At that time, some unforeseen events might occur to these wavering and unreliable allies. However, the only thing that could cause such a change was benefits. As long as they weren't blinded by benefits, they could still stay true to their hearts. When the people watching the battle from afar saw that everyone was preparing to return to the city, they also hurried towards Blue Feather City. There was still the final battle there. Just as everyone was leaving quickly, a green-clothed man was lying lazily on a huge rock in the distance. He was chewing on half a stalk of withered grass as he glanced at the people leaving. As a spectator who had watched from the beginning to the end, he had seen how Zi Chen had resolved the danger of joining forces step by step. In the end, he had displayed his strength and intimidated these people, causing them to not dare to make a move. If we join forces, Zi Chen will definitely die. Spitting out the withered grass in his mouth, the green-clothed man smiled faintly and said, "It's a pity that these people aren't reliable allies. They are just scattered sand that gathered together for benefits. Not only will they not be able to form an alliance, but they will also weaken each other's fighting strength. Yes, I definitely can't form an alliance with such people." On the other hand, Zi Chen is indeed as the rumors say. He is both brave and resourceful. My trip here wasn't worth it. As he muttered softly, the green-clothed man stood up and patted the non-existent dust off his body. He then muttered, "Those old fellows predicted that I would definitely face some difficulties when I left the mountain. If things go wrong, I might even die. I really hope that they jinxed it. To think that I, Lord Qingfeng, have just made my debut. How could I die so easily?" The green-clothed man rose into the air and slowly flew in the direction of Blue Feather City. Chapter 1996. Zi Chen headed straight for Blue Feather City. Black Tiger and Yi Qian followed him on his left and right, while Black Dragon and the others followed closely behind. However, each of them had their own plans. Even without Zi Chen's slot, Qi Wei still had 4 slots. Out of the 10 people, at least 4 of them didn't need to worry. As for the 11th person, Lei Dong, who had been seriously injured by Zi Chen, was naturally excluded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light flashed as the others rushed towards Blue Feather City. On one hand, they wanted to find a safe place to watch the battle. On the other hand, they wanted to spread the news of Zi Chen's battle. Hence, they were faster than Zi Chen and the others. The news quickly spread to the city. When they heard that Zi Chen had actually managed to seriously injure Lei Dong despite the obstruction of 3 people, everyone was shocked. The power of the battle had been so great that even Blue Feather City had been shaken. The news has spread. They didn't dare attack Zi Chen. Lei Dong has some enmity with Zi Chen and has been injured. The heaven-defying being who had just returned told Qi Wei, who was sitting on a chair. Qi Wei's expression was as calm as ever. He only smiled faintly when he heard the news. Zi Chen even instigated them to deal with us. He said that he wouldn't want the fragment after this and would give them 10 slots. Qi Wei was a little surprised when he heard the heaven-defying being say this. However, he shook his head and smiled. It's useless. No one would be stupid enough to listen to him, just like how they wouldn't dare attack Zi Chen. Even if they came here, they would only be spectators. Another heaven-defying being beside him said worriedly, "What if Zi Chen suspects something and decides to attack?" Wag Wei said confidently, "That won't happen. This is an era where everyone benefits, and peace breeds wealth. This kind of logic is more useful for people like Zi Chen, who has no principles and is disliked by everyone." Zi Chen didn't have a good reputation. In Qi Wei's eyes, he was an Evildor that no one liked. Just as Qi Wei's confident words left his mouth, he suddenly frowned. An explosive shout came from the sky above Blue Feather City. "Qi Wei, get out here." The rumbling voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the sky above Blue Feather City. This voice naturally came from Zi Chen. After coming here, he didn't deliberately search for Gao Wei. Instead, he used this method to directly make Gao Wei come out. In the hearts of all the foreign races, Gao Yi was a godlike existence. Yet, he was being addressed in such a manner. Before he could become angry, numerous reprimanding voices sounded in the city one after another. This Zi Chen is indeed arrogant. I'll go and meet him. I'm going too. And me. When the three heaven-defying cultivators heard Zi Chen's impolite words, they were immediately enraged. Their figures flashed, and they were about to rush out. Let's go together. We can discuss what to do next, Qi Wei said indifferently. He got up and walked out of the room. Zi Chen, who was standing in the air, had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire city. Everyone looked up at him with complicated expressions. Some of them were dissatisfied, some were admiring, and some were mocking him. At the same time, dissatisfied voices came from below. However, most of them were from the foreign races. However, as Zi Chen's cold gaze swept over them from below, everyone shut their mouths and stealthily averted their gazes, pretending as if nothing had happened. As his gaze swept across the crowd, Zi Chen saw 4 people. At a glance, he could tell that all 4 of them were heaven-defying cultivators. In the current Zhanwu continent, because of Zi Chen, it wasn't rare to see heaven-defying cultivators gathering in groups of 3 to 5. However, after Zi Chen's gaze fell on the 4 of them, he didn't look away. The 4 of them were extraordinary, but Zi Chen's gaze was fixed on the last young man. He was wearing a very clean purple robe and had a faint smile on his face. His smile was very easygoing and gave people a feeling of closeness. Zi Chen had never seen Qi Wei before, but he was sure that this person was Qi Wei. So, he said, "You are Qi Wei." "That's me." "I wonder if Zi Chen." Qi Wei raised his head and nodded at Zi Chen. The easygoing smile on his face didn't fade. However, before he could finish his words, his pupils shrank. Zi Chen, who was high up in the sky, had only said a statement, not a question. He didn't give him a chance to answer and just swooped down. Zi Chen, who was swooping down, was surrounded by a golden light. He was like a meteorite flying from outer space. Because he was so fast, he created friction with the space and burst out with a dazzling golden light. Seeing Zi Chen's direct approach, Qi Wei raised his head. The smile on his face faded a little, but he didn't do anything else. "You're courting death." In front of Qi Wei, the 3 heaven-defying cultivators saw this scene and shouted angrily. 3 heaven-defying auras surged. The 3 of them soared into the sky. As the powerful energy surged, they rushed toward Zi Chen. Nowadays, in the Zhanwu continent, except for Qi Wei, almost no one in the heavenly realm dared to fight Zi Chen alone. Of course, Lei Dong didn't count. If he had guessed that the others wouldn't make a move, he definitely wouldn't have deliberately targeted Zi Chen. Boom! The 3 heaven-defying rays of light collided with Zi Chen's golden light. As the sound of an explosion rang out, a mixed energy ripple spread out from the sky. The whole city began to tremble again. Some of the taller buildings had their arrays activated by nature. Then, they shattered and the buildings collapsed. The 3 rays of light fell down. After landing, they took a few steps back. Their auras were a little chaotic. When they looked at Zi Chen again, there was fear in their eyes. Looking at the sky again, the diving golden light was blocked and turned into Zi Chen's figure. His expression was still cold. Qi Wei raised his head and looked at Zi Chen. The smile on his face, which had just faded a little, stretched out again. It had to be said that this smile was very easygoing and friendly. There was no hostility. It was this kind of smile that made Yi Chen feel fear in her heart. She didn't dare to provoke Qi Wei. Today, when Zi Chen saw this kind of smile, a very uncomfortable feeling rose in his heart. This discomfort wasn't fear, but disgust. That's right. Qi Wei thought that his smile was elegant, handsome, modest, and friendly. However, it gave Zi Chen a very disgusting feeling. Qi Wei's whole body was the same as when Zi Chen first met Yi Chen. There was no killing intent, but Zi Chen wanted to kill him. This wasn't just because of the difference between men and women, but because his sharp perception told Zi Chen that Qi Wei had to die. "I've already." The smile on his face stretched out perfectly, as if he was greeting an old friend. Qi Wei opened his mouth again, but this time, he didn't finish his words. He saw Zi Chen's figure turn into smoke and dissipate. Seeing this, the three heaven-defying cultivators shouted. However, it was obviously not realistic to want to stop Zichen again. Zichen had the world's fastest speed, and their reaction was half a beat slower. By the time they attacked, Zichen's attack would have ended. Seeing Zichen turn into smoke and dissipate, Qi Wei's pupils shrank. A light flashed in his eyes, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. He took 2 steps back. These 2 steps seemed very casual and very natural. Swoosh. As soon as he took 2 steps back, the void split open, and a sharp golden saber light brushed past Qi Wei's purple robe by a hair's breadth. The sharp saber light reflected in the eyes of the two, causing their eyes to turn golden. Zichen's golden pupils were expressionless, with indifferent killing intent as he stared at Qi Wei. Qi Wei's narrowed pupils surged with light. He was calm, but there was a trace of indifference and ruthlessness in the depths of his eyes. The golden saber light missed. Zichen stood where he was, leaned forward, and spun in a circle. The golden saber light shone again, turning into a perfect circle. Qi Wei tapped his foot, and his body soared into the air, drifting back elegantly. At the same time, there was a touch of doubt on his calm face. He said, "Zichen, what do you mean by this?" Zichen didn't say a word. He held the saber in front of his chest, turned into a golden light, and rushed forward. Then, the saber light shone again. This time, the saber light was dozens of feet long. Just as the saber light was about to land on him, Qi Wei tapped his foot again, and dodged the saber light again. The saber light swept past the building behind Qi Wei, and the whole building was cut horizontally. The cut was smooth and clean, and the building above slowly slid down, smashing into the ground. At this moment, the huge city was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the person who had just arrived and started fighting without saying a word. Many people's gazes fell on Zichen. His actions puzzled many people. Hei Long and the others who were following closely behind were also a little dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Zichen, who was holding a saber and chasing after Qi Wei. This seemed a little too direct. It was so direct that they couldn't stand it. Qi Wei obviously had something to say, but Zichen didn't give him the chance. He attacked as soon as they met, ignoring the other 3 people on the other side. This situation was so sudden that it felt unreal. Qi Wei, who was also very mysterious to them, was being chased by Zichen just like that. "Didn't we have an agreement? Big brother, hurry up and attack," Ni Long, who was beside Hei Long, urged in a low voice. Hei Long glared at Ni Long, and then looked at the battlefield again. He had no intention of attacking. The others were also silent, not saying a word. It was said that Qi Wei never fought with others, and no one had seen him attack before. Since the battle had already started, they were very curious about who Qi Wei was and what skills he had. "Zichen, listen to me first. Let's fight again." Qi Wei, who was dodging Zichen's saber strike after strike, was still confident and at ease. Zichen had attacked without saying a word. Obviously, he didn't want to hear Qi Wei's words. At this moment, Qi Wei's words were useless. It seemed that Zichen had already made up his mind about today's battle. However, in the next moment, Zichen withdrew his saber and stood in the air. He looked at Qi Wei and said, "Okay, you say it." Such a clean and nimble retreat caused everyone to be incomparably astonished. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded as they wondered who exactly was this person. Chapter 1997. "All right, go ahead." Zichen sheathed his blade and looked at Yi Wei calmly. The cold murderous intent that he had revealed earlier was no longer present. The change in expression was so fast that even with Yi Wei's willpower, there were some slight fluctuations in his expression. After tidying up his still neat purple robe, Yi Wei's expression became calm again. He said faintly, "I think that at this time, we should focus on the complete shield. As a legendary powerful sacred weapon, I don't think it should be left in the dust. It should be reborn, and it should be allowed to shine in this world again." Hearing Yi Wei's words, the expressions of all the experts present changed. Obviously, they understood the meaning behind Yi Wei's words. He wanted to put aside his grudges for the time being and search for the shield together. The expressions of those experts changed. If Zi Chen agreed, then 6 out of the 10 of them would be disqualified. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zi Chen. Obviously, they were all waiting for his answer. Would they fight or agree? Staring at Wei, Zi Chen snorted coldly and said, "What a nice way to put it. Since we are looking for the shield, why should I go with you? The shield belongs to the Zhonwu continent. Naturally, there will be people from the Zhonwu continent who will look for it." Hearing Zi Chen's impolite words, Wei did not get angry. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but only I know where that place is. If it wasn't for me, you definitely wouldn't have found it. One is a complete shield, and the other is a grudge. I think you should choose which is more important." If what Wei said was true, then this trip was necessary. Wei had to go, and the others were meaningless. Zi Chen's gaze swept over the 3 heaven-defying cultivators, who were angry. He said coldly, "These 3 trash should not be qualified." When the others heard this, they were immediately delighted. If Zi Chen strongly refused to let these 3 heaven-defying cultivators go, then there would be 3 more spots, and they would have a chance again. When going out, it is necessary to bring some capable people with you. Forgive me for not being able to agree to your request, but the 3 of them must go. Looking at Zi Chen, Wei said, "Including the fragments you have, there are a total of 10 spots. I have only taken 4 of them. Of the remaining 6, I have already decided on 4 of them, but they are all from your Zhonwu continent. As for the other 2, you can choose as you please." Wei deliberately emphasized the word "all of you." His meaning was very obvious. The 6 of you are all from the Zhonwu continent. The number of people is 6 against 4, and you have the advantage. "Oh. Then I'd like to hear who those 4 people are." Zi Chen sneered as he looked at Wei. The gazes of the other experts also landed on Wei, and they suddenly became nervous. There were 10 of them, but there were only 4 spots, so it was destined that 6 of them were not qualified. While everyone was nervous, Wei did not deliberately keep them in suspense. He turned his head to look at Black Dragon in the sky and said, "The first spot belongs to Black Dragon." Hearing that the spot belonged to him, Black Dragon nodded at Wei to express his gratitude. The others were disappointed, as there was 1 less spot left. The second spot belongs to Dark Rock. Wei's gaze moved again, and it landed on Dark Rock. Dark Rock's eyes flashed with joy, and he nodded at Wei. Soon, there were only 2 spots left. The remaining 8 people were nervous, and they were constantly guessing who the last 2 spots belonged to. The third one, Wuxing Wei chuckled and took the initiative to nod at Wuxing. Wuxing's face was immediately filled with joy, and he smiled at Wei gratefully. Sighs of disappointment could be heard. There were only 7 people left, but there was only 1 spot left. 7-1. Wei's gaze swept past the 7 people. The 7 of them were very nervous, and their gazes were fixed on Wei. They all wanted to see Wei nod at them. Once he nodded, they would be able to get one of the spots. Wei's gaze continued to move. Just when everyone thought that there would be 1 out of 7, Wei's gaze swept past everyone, and it landed on Lei Dong, who was still sulking. Because Lei Dong had been injured by Zi Chen, everyone naturally excluded Lei Dong from the original 11 experts. Lei Dong also knew that he had lost this spot and was extremely angry. If he had known that these people were so unreliable, he would have endured it again and again. The 4th spot, Lei Dong. Just when Lei Dong was feeling vexed, Wei's voice suddenly rang out. This caused Lei Dong to be slightly stunned, and he looked at Wei in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he was hallucinating. "That's right, the last spot is yours." Wei nodded at Lei Dong and took the initiative to say, "It's really me." After feeling disappointed, Lei Dong's face was filled with joy. "It's you." Hearing Wei's confirmation, Lei Dong was so excited that he almost jumped up. However, in the next moment, he felt an obscure killing intent, and his expression abruptly changed. Only then did he remember that he was seriously injured, and if those people took the opportunity to kill him, he would lose his spot. Feeling the 7 dense killing intents, a thought suddenly rose in Lei Dong's heart. This thought was not to ask for help, but Yang Wei wanted to harm him. Lei Dong, considering that you are injured, I have decided to leave later. Let's talk about it after your injuries have healed. During this period, you can stay here with me. Yang Wei's voice rang out again. Just when the thought of Yang Wei wanting to harm him surfaced in Lei Dong's heart, he heard Yang Wei's voice, and a warm feeling immediately surfaced in his heart. At the same time, he also felt a little guilty. Fortunately, he was a smart person, and did not show too much emotion on his face. He gratefully smiled at Yang Wei, and his figure floated down. When he passed by Zi Chen, he saw the frowning Zi Chen, and smiled complacently, with a trace of resentment in his eyes. Lei Dong came to Yang Wei's side, and Yang Wei looked at Zi Chen, who was in front of him, and said with a smile, "Look, I have already chosen my spot. The remaining 2 spots are up to you." Zi Chen's frowning eyebrows relaxed. These 4 spots of Yang Wei's were quite particular. Among them, Black Dragon and Dark Rock did not have any deep grudges with him, and these 2 spots were acceptable to Zi Chen. The 5 Elements aristocratic family, where 5 Elements was from, was once Zi Chen's enemy. Although their grudges had long been resolved, it was only a matter of words. They could become enemies again at any time, and this was an unstable factor. At the very least, when they were traveling together, Zi Chen could not trust 5 Elements, and could not join forces with him. As for Lei Dong, it was even more obvious. The latter had just been injured by him, and the 2 of them were eyeing each other's heavenly lightning wings. They were definitely enemies, and would not rest until one of them was dead. The reason why Yang Wei gave the spot to Lei Dong was naturally to restrain him. Through these 4 spots, Zi Chen could see how scheming Yang Wei was. If Yang Wei had found 4 people who might be his enemies, Zi Chen would most likely give up. However, he had only found 1 enemy, an unstable factor, and the other 2 could become allies. In the face of great benefits, Zi Chen would most likely fight for it. Previously, it seemed that Yang Wei had been dodging, but Zi Chen's attacks did not even touch the corner of his clothes. On one hand, Zi Chen had not used his full strength, and on the other hand, it could be seen that Yang Wei had studied extreme speed, which was why he was able to dodge so easily. Now, Zi Chen had seen Yang Wei's scheming, and he could see that he was a very difficult opponent to deal with. Looking at Zi Chen's hesitation, Yang Wei smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Have you not thought of a candidate, or have you not thought of whether to go or not?" Although they knew that the chances were slim, the other 7 still looked at Zi Chen, hoping that Zi Chen would choose one of them. Hei Long and the others also looked at Zi Chen. They also wanted to know whether Zi Chen would go or not in such a situation. "If you haven't thought of whether to go or not, I'll buy your fragment at a high price." Seeing Zi Chen raise his head and show an expression of interest, Yarrow Wei stretched out 2 fingers and said, "2 Saint Crystals, I'll exchange them for one of your fragments." As soon as Yang Wei finished speaking, there were gasps from all around. 1 piece of Saint Crystal could create a saint, and 2 pieces of Saint Crystal meant that there might be 2 lucky people who could open the Holy Road. To everyone, this was a very good deal. "That's generous, but I don't plan to sell it." Zi Chen smiled faintly and said directly, "Saint Crystal was useless to heavenly deities, only to heaven plane cultivators. Even if there were 20 pieces, they would not be able to become Zi Chen's strength, let alone 2 pieces. "Oh, you plan to go personally, then who are you going to give the second slot to?" Yang Wei's expression seemed to be a little surprised. Zi Chen looked around. Everyone was looking forward to it, but they also knew that they had no chance, so their expressions were complicated. In the end, Zi Chen's gaze landed on Yi Qian. It seemed that other than Black Tiger, she was the one Zi Chen was most familiar with. Looking at Zi Chen's questioning gaze, Yi Qian shook her head and said, "Sorry, I can't go there." Zi Chen nodded. He could understand Yi Qian's thoughts. She was always afraid of Yang Wei and did not want to have too much contact with him. At the same time, Yi Qian's reason for not going meant that if there was any danger, she would not be able to help. After all, she was neutral. Everyone was surprised by Yi Qian's rejection. That was a chance to find the perfect shield, but they were all hopeful again. Since Yi Qian was not going, the only person that Zi Chen could bring along was Black Tiger. Although the former saint of Yin loyalty had been severely injured and his cultivation level had dropped, he should still have some tricks up his sleeve that no one could underestimate. The two looked at each other. Zichen saw hesitation in Black Tiger's eyes. It was not that he did not want to go, nor was he afraid, but he was afraid that he did not have the ability to take it. For some reason, he could not use his full strength due to his injuries. If he followed Zichen, not only would he not be able to help Zichen, he might even become a burden. Chapter 1998. Following this sudden voice, everyone's gazes turned toward the source of the voice and saw a man in green clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and there was a somewhat evil smile on his handsome face. His bright and spirited eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. "Since you can't decide, why don't you give the spot to me?" He walked toward Zichen. His pace was not very fast and was even a bit slow. As he walked, he deliberately swayed his shoulders, one in front and one behind, making him look neither fish nor fowl. Seeing such a person, everyone's face was filled with astonishment. They wondered where this weirdo had come from, coming here to cause trouble. Although this person was quite handsome and seemed to be quite popular with girls, he was too eye-catching when he walked. He deliberately walked with large movements and small steps, looking like slow motion in a movie. He had a very proud smile on his face, as if he thought he was very handsome. Seeing this person, Zichen first thought that this person was frivolous and exaggerated, followed by unreliable thoughts. Finally, seeing that this person still hadn't reached the 200-meter mark, Zichen thought that this person was here to make fun of him. While looking at this person, Zichen looked around, taking in everyone's expressions. He found that everyone had stunned expressions on their faces. It was obvious that no one here knew this weirdo, not even Yang Wei. Everyone was silent as they looked at this weirdo in green clothes. About 2 minutes later, this person finally reached the end of the 200-meter mark and arrived in front of Zichen. He looked up at Zichen and smiled, as if he was asking, "What do you think? Am I handsome?" Zichen stared at this person in a daze, feeling quite speechless. Seeing that Zichen was silent, the young man put his hands on his waist and tilted his body slightly. He looked up at Zichen and smiled, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Zichen, who was a bit absent-minded, came back to his senses and asked, "Are you here to make fun of me?" The young man, who thought that he was suave and handsome, was stunned when he heard this. He had not expected Zichen to say such a thing. The surrounding people could not help but burst into laughter. Where did this guy come from? What a weirdo. What does he think the quota is? He wants it just because he wants it. Haha, this guy needs 2 minutes to walk a short distance, and he even has to pose. He must be joking. Hearing the mocking laughter coming from all around, the young man was clearly a little startled. He turned around to look at the unbridled mocking laughter and felt a little gloomy. It was obviously a very handsome move, but why didn't anyone appreciate it? Even many female cultivators were covering their mouths and giggling. Hearing the laughter around him, Yang Wei looked at the young man and said, "It's rare that everyone is so happy. It seems that little brother's comedic skills are not bad." When the man in blue heard this, his face turned green. He looked at Yang Wei and said, "Who are you calling a joke? I'm here to ask for a spot. You're the one who's here to be a joke. Your whole family is a joke. You're not here to be funny. You're here to have fun, aren't you?" Zichen's voice rang out, and his expression became indifferent. Sensing Zichen's indifferent attitude, the man in blue said seriously, "I'm not here to have fun. I'm really here for the quota." With a sneer, Zichen said, "Then tell me, why should I give you the quota?" Seeming to realize that his previous actions had messed up the situation a little, the man in blue took a deep breath, sorted out his thoughts, and said seriously, "First, I'm not on the same side as them, and I have no malice toward you. Second, you gave me the quota, and I'll be grateful to you. Naturally, I'll stand on your side. If you encounter danger on the way, I can even protect you." After hearing the other party say these 2 points seriously, the mocking laughter around them grew louder. This was perhaps the biggest joke they had heard this year. Zichen, who killed heaven-defying cultivators as if they were weeds, actually needed someone to protect him. If this was not a big joke, then what was? Seeing the other party's serious expression, Chen shook his head and said, "Your idea is good, but you can't convince me." The young man took another breath and said, "My name is Qing Feng, but others call me Lord Qing Feng. This is the first time I've left the mountain, and I feel that I have to do something earth-shattering. Therefore, I must have that quota. If anyone tries to snatch it from me, I'll beat them up." Chen's lips curled into a smile, thinking that the young man was indeed childish. Seeing Chen's expression, the young man said, "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Can you give me a chance to test you?" "What test?" Chen looked at the other party. The young man pointed at Ji Wei and said, "He hasn't left yet. He still has to wait for some time. During this time, something might happen. Before he leaves, I'll be responsible for protecting that quota and your safety. If I'm fine when the time is up, can you give me the quota?" Chen, who had originally appeared unconcerned, became slightly more serious when he heard the other party's words. He stared at the other party. The young man also looked at Chen, his eyes bright and clear. The others also looked at Chen, waiting to see if Chen would agree or not. "Okay." Chen nodded and said, "We'll do as you say. If you're still alive when we depart, the quota is yours." The young man immediately smiled, and his previous state appeared again. He looked up at Chen and said, "Thank you." Seeing the other party return to his unruly state, Chen actually regretted it. "When are we leaving?" The last quota seemed to have been decided so hastily. Chen looked at Ji Wei. "After Lei Dong recovers." "Okay." Since the matter had been decided, Chen walked toward the center of the city. Since he was not leaving in a short time, he had to find an inn to stay first. "Yi Chen, long time no see." Just as Chen stepped forward, Ji Wei looked at Yi Chen and greeted her. "Yes, long time no see." Yi Chen nodded, her expression was still natural. "You weren't here before, so I decided on the quota. If you want to go, I can provide a quota for you," Ji Wei said. Yi Chen shook her head and said, "No, I'm not strong enough. You guys go. I still have some things to discuss with Chen, so I'll leave first." After taking the initiative to say this to Ji Wei, Yi Chen left with Chen. He who also followed them. Now that the spots had been decided, everyone's gazes landed on the young man. At this moment, the other party still had a smug look on his face. When he sensed everyone's gazes, not only was he not the slightest bit nervous, he even waved his hand towards the crowd and said, "Everyone, remember my name. I am Lord Qing Feng. I have left the mountain this time around in order to do something spectacular and amaze the world with a single feat." The crowd roared with laughter. Only the few people who were most likely to fight for the quota had their eyes turn cold. Qing Feng followed Chen. Ji Wei looked at his back and remained silent. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Where did this weirdo come from? A heaven-defying expert walked up and looked at Qing Feng's back. "What weirdo? He's just someone who wants to die," Lei Dong said coldly. "This matter will be decided once your injuries are healed." Yang Wei smiled and said in an unconcerned manner. When they arrived at Blue Feather City, the ultimate battle that everyone wanted to see did not happen. This made everyone disappointed. Chen left. Ji Wei also left. Since the main characters had left, the others naturally had to disperse. When the crowd dispersed, they were muttering in their hearts. They did not know if they would be able to see the great battle. Hei Long and An Peng returned to their families. This time, they had obtained the quota. However, there were still some details and preparations that they needed to discuss with their families. The 5 elements also needed to return to the 5 elements family. This time, those who were going were all experts. They definitely needed to make some preparations. As for the 7 people who had lost the qualification, they were unwilling to leave and did not leave. After the crowd dispersed, they gathered together. "We've already asked around. Chen is in the Flying Feather Inn. That Qing Feng is outside Chen's room," an expert from a secret family said in a deep voice. It seems that Chen is really giving him a chance. I really don't know what he's thinking." Someone snorted coldly and said coldly, "No matter what Chen is thinking, we must get this quota. Moreover, that kid is a nobody. I don't know where he came from. His battle strength might not be strong. Since he dares to ask for the quota, he must have some strength. However, his battle strength should not be as strong as Zichen's. There's only one quota. How should we distribute it? If we don't consider attacking Zichen, then there's no need to fight for the last quota. The last one will be the one who kills that kid. Alright. But who should make the first move? Whoever is prepared will make the first move. The group of 7 separated for the last quota. They obviously would not join forces again. Zichen stayed in the room for 2 days, while Qing Feng guarded outside. During this time, the two did not communicate and no one came to find them. The reason why Qing Feng was given the quota was not only because there was no one trustworthy on Zichen's side, but also because Qing Feng could see that this was also a trap set up by Lei Yidong. Lei Yidong's recovery was the foundation for the 7 people to make the last move. However, according to Zichen's guess, the 7 people did not have the guts to provoke him again. It was not because they were afraid, but because there were too few quotas. Instead of 7 people taking a huge risk to fight for 2 quotas, it was better for one person to face Qing Feng alone and fight for the last quota. After 2 days of silence, Zichen believed that the 7 people would soon take the initiative to attack. Their target was Qing Feng outside. Zichen was not wrong. On the 3rd day, one of the 7 people appeared. This person was called Jared. He was an expert from a reclusive family. His battle strength was almost no weaker than a heaven-defying realm expert. After 3 days of observation, Jared did not find any flaws and decided to take action himself. Perhaps Qing Feng was just putting on an act. So on the 3rd day, he went to find Qing Feng. Entering the Flying Feather Inn, he saw Qing Feng and the other party saw him. At this time, Qing Feng's expression was cold and his aura was strong. He did not look unreliable at all. Then, the 2 figures disappeared into thin air. After a moment, a tremor came from inside the inn, and a ripple of energy spread out. Qing Feng's figure appeared with blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1999. The tremors in the inn caused a small commotion. Everyone came out one after another to investigate the source of the energy. However, the energy disappeared in a flash and they could not trace it back to its source. When they came out, they saw Qing Feng still standing in the hallway. However, his face seemed to be paler than usual. Not finding anything unusual, they looked at the room behind Qing Feng in fear. They all knew that it was Zichen's room. Then, they returned to the room. In the room, in front of Zichen's teacup, the ripples caused by the tea had not yet dissipated. Opposite him, Yi Qian sat there quietly. She looked up at Zichen with a touch of surprise in her eyes. He's dead. Nodding slightly, Zichen picked up the teacup with his right hand. The ripples had already dissipated and Zichen drank the tea in one gulp. The two of them naturally knew about Jared's arrival. Now that Qing Feng had appeared and Jared was nowhere to be seen, it was obvious that Jared was dead. Outside the Flying Feather Inn, after seeing Jared enter the inn, the 6 of them rushed over as fast as they could and gathered together again. Perhaps they had the idea of being the Oriole behind, so they waited quietly outside. After a short period of time, the entire Flying Feather Inn began to tremble. A visible ripple began to spread out. This ripple did not create a huge destructive force. It only caused a slight energy tremor. After that, there was no more after that. Where is he? Why hasn't he come out yet? The 6 people who were waiting did not see Jared appear. Their faces were filled with confusion. In this short period of time, the 2 of them might be able to determine a winner, but it was definitely impossible to determine life and death. Since it was impossible to determine life and death, then where did Jared go? Accurate news quickly spread from the inn. Qing Feng was still standing outside Zichen's room. His face was slightly pale. As for Jared, there was no trace of him. It was suspected that he was dead. How is this possible? Qing Feng killed Jared. Impossible. Qing Feng can't kill Jared. The 6 of them could not accept the news of Jared's death. Jared's strength was on par with theirs. If Qing Feng could kill Jared, didn't that mean that Qing Feng's strength was not weaker than Zichen's? However, They had never seen Qing Feng before. This was simply a guy who appeared out of nowhere. How could he be so powerful? Although there were many hidden aristocratic families in the first mainland, they knew most of the experts. Even if they didn't know them, they had at least heard of them. However, they were certain that they had never seen or heard of Qing Feng before. Where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. There was shock in his eyes. Regardless of whether Jiao was alive or dead, it proved that he was no match for Qing Feng. Moreover, he had been defeated very quickly. This battle was sufficient to prove Qing Feng's strength. Wanting to fight one-on-one and snatch a spot from him, the six of them hesitated. Oh, Gar disappeared. Soon, the news reached Yang Wei. When he heard that Gary had challenged Qing Feng but disappeared, he was very surprised. He raised his head and looked at the heaven-defying cultivator. Yes, he still hasn't appeared. We don't know if he's dead or alive, the heaven-defying cultivator said in a low voice. In this world, it is too difficult to trap a heaven-defying cultivator. Since Jiao has not appeared, there is an 80% chance that he has been killed, Yang Wei said with a faint smile. What? Dead? How could it be? The battle didn't last long. It has nothing to do with time. It only proves how strong the opponent is. When Zi Chen and Lei Dong fought, it didn't last long either, said Yang Wei. It's different. How could he be compared to Zi Chen? Why can't he be compared to Zi Chen? The heaven-defying cultivator opened his eyes wide, disbelief in his eyes. Qi Wei chuckled. This is the Life Star, also known as the Land of Miracles. It's the beginning of the endless starry sky. People who are born in this world have a lot of variables. Anything that happens here won't make people feel strange. Jiao Wei's evaluation of this world was very high. In fact, it wasn't just Jiao Wei. In the endless starry sky, everyone's evaluation of this world was very high. Unfortunately, the people of this world didn't know their own potential. They were constantly fighting among themselves, squandering their own potential and suppressing the potential of others. But, an existence like Zi Chen doesn't appear even once in 10 million years. The heaven-defying cultivator still couldn't believe that Qing Feng had the fighting competence that could compare to Zi Chen. 10 million years is just a metaphor. Perhaps, in the past 20 million years, such an existence didn't appear. That's why, in this 10 million years, the two of them appeared together. Yang Wei lifted his head to look outside the window as if he could see the endless sea of stars through the window. He sighed and said, perhaps, this is the ever-changing variable on the Life Star. Go and find out where Qing Feng came from. Our plan this time can't have any mistakes. Yes. The heaven-defying cultivator didn't expect that Yang Wei would have such a high evaluation of Qing Feng. He nodded and left. Then, he used all his authority and resources to investigate Qing Feng's background. After the defiant of the heavens left, Ji Wei withdrew his gaze from the window and looked down at the tea table below. A confident smile appeared on his face as he softly said, extreme speed, extreme yang, extreme yin, fragment, doppelganger, short knife, bow and arrow. Maybe now I'll add Qing Feng. Yi Qian didn't linger in Zi Chen's place for a long time. She bid farewell to him and left. In this flying feather city, everything seemed to be calm. In fact, the undercurrents were surging. Each of their actions was being monitored all the time. At this moment, Yi Qian had to avoid getting too close to Zi Chen. Kid, you should consider this trip carefully. After Yi Qian left, Black Tiger walked out of the room and jumped on the chair. He stood on all fours and looked at Zi Chen. What's there to consider? It's just a battle of schemes. With a faint smile, Zi Chen said, those 4 heaven-defying cultivators will definitely be together. They chose the 4 of them in order to increase their chances of killing me. At that time, Lei Dong will definitely be a helper. Wu Xing is an unstable factor, but at the critical moment, he will definitely attack me. As for Hei Long and An Peng, they aren't weak. Even if they won't help me at the critical moment, they won't harm me either. I only need to face Yang Wei and the other 2. Yang Wei is already very scary. If he has 5 helpers, this trip will be very dangerous. Black Tiger stared at Zi Chen with his scarlet eyes. Chen shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps he will choose to watch from the sidelines until I completely kill those 5. But regardless of whether they join hands or not, I have to go because I can't just watch Yang Wei obtain the complete shield. At that time, it won't be as simple as me entering the star passage. At that time, the heaven-defying cultivators won't leave. They will sooner or later occupy this world and then invade the Martial Heaven continent. Chen didn't care much about the Martial Heaven continent. He only had a few friends. But the Martial Heaven continent was not only his friends, but also his home. It was the place where he had risen. He had to protect that place. That was his responsibility. Choosing to go with Yang Wei to find the shield was a dangerous matter in itself. But on the way, when had Chen not taken a risk? Cultivation was something that defied the heavens. Furthermore, he himself was a heaven-defying cultivator. To go against the heavens, he naturally had to take risks. Riches and honor were found in danger. What do you think of Qingfeng? Asked Chen, tapping his finger on the table. Very strong, said Black Tiger. That's it. Chen looked at Black Tiger. I have never seen him before. Naturally, I can't tell what his character is like. That's all I can say. Rolling his scarlet eyes, Black Tiger said, according to the reactions of those experts, it's clear that no one knows who Qingfeng is. But such a powerful existence that appeared out of nowhere doesn't even know who the people of the hidden aristocratic families are. His origin is naturally more mysterious than the hidden aristocratic families. Chen smiled and said, this question, even a fool can see it. Ignoring Chen's teasing, Hu continued, to be able to be so secretive and not reveal the slightest bit of information, I really can't think of any faction other than that faction that is said to have been destroyed long ago that can be so secretive. Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He asked, which power? Don't tell me it's the Heavenly Assassin Alliance. The Heavenly Assassin Alliance doesn't have a stance. Although it's very mysterious, it's definitely not isolated from the world. But that power is different. It has a stance. If this Qingfeng is really from that power, you don't have to worry about him harming you. He might even help you at a critical moment. It's true. What power is it? Black Tiger shook his head and said, I'm just guessing. That power has been gone for a long time. Unlike the Heavenly Assassin Alliance that always appears during the Great Chaos, they haven't appeared for a long time. Perhaps they have already been destroyed. As for the name of the power, it's meaningless to tell you. If you can come back alive this time, you will definitely know where Qingfeng came from. If you die, it's meaningless to know. Chen nodded and decided not to ask any more questions. Black Dragon and the others who returned to the family quickly arrived at Blue Feather City. Because the slots were with Xiao Wei, they immediately gathered there. During this time, they naturally heard about Qingfeng's matter. They were very surprised that Qingfeng was able to kill Jared. I'm not sure. I couldn't find any clues about Qingfeng. Black Dragon shook his head in response to Xiao Wei's inquiry. After hearing that Qingfeng had killed Jared, he immediately mobilized his connections, but to no avail. Chapter 2000. The continent that Wei was from had its own stronghold in this world. He had also sent people to investigate Qingfeng's whereabouts, but they had found nothing. At the same time, he had also issued a mission to investigate Qingfeng's identity through the original alliance, but no one had found any information about Qingfeng. You said that he came from the same place as us. Hearing An Peng's words, Wei looked at him in surprise. We know almost all the hidden families in this world. We even know about the existence of the Heavenly Assassination Alliance. If Qingfeng came from a family, then he must not be from our world. Perhaps he's from your world. Impossible. He doesn't have that unique aura. The starry sky is vast. Anything is possible. No one had found any clues about Qingfeng, which made Wei a little worried. He didn't like to fight battles that he wasn't confident in, and Qingfeng's appearance was undoubtedly a variable. Wei nodded and motioned for them to rest first. They would set off after Lei Dong's injuries were healed. After An Peng and the others left, he called a heaven defier and ordered, Aliman, go and tell the 6 of them to attack Qingfeng with all their might. Even if they can't kill him, they can at least severely injure him. When we return, I will compensate each of them with a saint crystal. Yes. Surprise flashed through the eyes of the heaven-defying being called Eric, but he still nodded and replied. One had to know that 6 people meant 6 saint crystals, and the reward for Zi Chen was only 3 saint crystals. On one hand, it could be seen that Qing Feng was worth paying attention to. On the other hand, it could be seen that Ya Wei was determined to kill Zi Chen. He definitely couldn't let any variables appear. Kill Zi Chen first, then enter the saint realm. Perhaps this way, I won't have to deliberately walk the star passage. Qing Feng still stood outside Zi Chen's room like a loyal guard. During this period of time, some cultivators would pass by the corridor. If it was a male cultivator, his face would show a cold expression. If it was a female cultivator, he would smile coldly at the other party and raise his head in a suave manner. He felt very good about himself. He believed that after taking care of one person, even if the remaining people were given a few more guts, they would never dare to recklessly step forward. Just as Qing Feng thought that the spot was in his hands, 6 experts gathered outside the Soaring Feather Inn. After exchanging glances, they walked up the stairs one by one. The entire Flying Feather Inn was immediately filled with an oppressive aura. When the cultivators who were preparing to leave felt this aura, their expressions immediately changed and they retreated back into their rooms. The 6 of them went up the stairs and went straight to the floor where Zi Chen was and appeared in the corridor. At this moment, Qing Feng was putting on a cool appearance as he turned his head and glanced at the newcomer. With a single glance, his expression changed. He was stunned. He saw these 6 people and felt the killing intent around them. The 6 of them smiled coldly at Qing Feng. That doesn't make sense. The purpose of the 6 people's arrival was already very obvious. Qing Feng felt very inconceivable and couldn't help but cry out strangely. Boom! There was a loud sound of energy, and a huge force broke through the door and swept towards Zi Chen, who was in the room. Zi Chen, who was chatting with Black Tiger, couldn't help but frown. Wood chips flew in the air as a figure retreated to Zi Chen's side. This figure turned around and was Qing Feng. He asked for help. Zi Chen, save me. With a light wave of his sleeve, a wave of energy rolled up and the wood chips in the room disappeared in an instant. Zi Chen looked outside the door. The 6 experts stood there. At this moment, their faces were already filled with astonishment as they looked at Qing Feng in disbelief. Who would have thought that after seeing them, this guy's subconscious action was to break the door and enter instead of fighting them? What is the meaning of this? Zi Chen looked at the 6 people outside the room and asked indifferently. The 6 of them were stunned and didn't know how to answer. One of them snorted and said, Zi Chen, this has nothing to do with you. We just attacked him. Qing Feng looked at Zi Chen with a pitiful expression. For the quota. I've already decided, Zi Chen said coldly. As long as we kill him, the quota will still be ours, the expert said again. Boom. The Flying Feather Inn, which had just had a tremor, suddenly had an even louder tremor. The cultivators who had stopped outside the Flying Feather Inn because of the previous tremor saw a wall of the inn shatter when the second tremor resounded. A miserable figure flew out from it. This figure flew for dozens of miles, smashing through countless buildings before landing heavily on the ground. Who attacked the Flying Feather Inn? Zi Chen is staying at the Flying Feather Inn. Who dares to attack him? Maybe it was Zi Chen who did it. Outside, the cultivators who had stopped outside were discussing. In the inn, Zi Chen had already left his seat and stood in front of the cultivator who had just spoken. As for that cultivator, he had already crashed out of the inn. Glancing at the remaining 5, Zi Chen looked at the gap in front of him and said coldly, kill him and the quota will be mine. The 5 of them trembled. They didn't expect Zi Chen to attack without saying anything. They were stunned and didn't know what to do. Looking at the 5, Zi Chen said coldly, my tolerance is limited. It's almost at its limit. Moreover, I really don't mind killing people. The 5's expressions changed, but they still didn't retreat. This time, their target wasn't Zi Chen, but Qing Feng. Even if they couldn't kill Qing Feng, they would still be rewarded if they heavily injured him. This reward was too generous. It indicated whether they would be able to break through the holy road in the future. This was an opportunity, or even an opportunity. They didn't want to miss it. After a moment of silence, one of the 5 said in a low voice, "Zichen, we don't want to be enemies with you. This time, our target is only Qingfeng. Even if we don't want the quota, we'll still attack Qingfeng." This sentence was very firm, representing the thoughts of the 5. Upon hearing these words, Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. However, a disdainful sneer quickly appeared on his face. Bang! 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 Following Qingfeng's sneer, 5 energy vibrations sounded. 5 more holes appeared in the flying feather inn. The 5 people standing in front of Zichen were sent flying by Zichen's kick. As the 5 figures were sent flying, another figure flew out. This time, he wasn't sent flying. This figure stopped in mid-air, golden light surging around him. His sharp eyes stared at the 6 people who had gathered together again. However, at this moment, the 6 people's faces were extremely pale. The first person who was sent flying looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Zichen, what do you mean by this? Our target isn't you." Behind Zichen, Heihu and Qingfeng came out one after another. Looking at the 6 people, Qingfeng's face was full of disdain. "Scram!" Zichen shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, echoing in the sky above Tsangyu City. Many cultivators walked out of their rooms and looked at the figures in the sky. After realizing that it was Zichen and the other strong cultivators, their faces were filled with excitement. Clearly, they were about to see another great battle. This time, Ji Wei took the initiative to walk out of his room. Looking at the confrontation in the sky, he wasn't surprised that Zichen had come out. Looking at the situation, even if Zichen and Qingfeng joined forces to deal with the 6 people, it would still be troublesome. He didn't know anything about Qingfeng. Perhaps after this battle, he would have a better understanding of Qingfeng. Hei Long and An Peng also walked out of their rooms. Looking at the scene in the sky, their faces were filled with doubt. Logically speaking, the 6 people shouldn't be so stupid as to provoke Zichen. As if sensing something, the 2 of them looked back at Ji Wei, who was looking up at the sky. They seemed to understand why the 6 people attacked. In front of all the cultivators in the city, Zichen had told them to scram. This was undoubtedly the greatest insult to himself. Ji Ren's face turned ugly, and his eyes were burning with anger. "Zichen, don't go too far. Don't think that we're afraid of you," the person in the lead said coldly. "I said that my patience is limited. Since you guys are like mosquitoes, constantly circling around me, whether you're here for the quota or for other reasons, let's fight to the death." As the cold words fell, the golden light around Zichen became denser. A powerful aura filled the sky. Cool. When Qingfeng saw this, he clenched his fists in excitement and shouted. These guys had to be dealt with in such a forceful way. Hearing Zichen's words, the 6 people's expressions changed drastically. If they were to fight to the death with Zichen, according to Zichen's character, unless they could kill him in today's battle, Zichen would be their nightmare if they let him escape. "Zichen, our target is only Qingfeng." Without knowing if Ye Wei would make a move, or if they had the confidence to make Zichen stay, the 6 of them did not want to completely fall out with Zichen. Therefore, one of the cultivators said, "The quota has been set. Qingfeng is with me now. Attacking Qingfeng is equivalent to attacking me," Zichen said coldly. The aura around him grew stronger. At the same time, he raised his hands and held them in front of his chest. Golden light flowed from his fingertips like water. Damn it, this is the heavenly Tao technique. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. Back then, when Zichen used this move, he almost killed Lei Dong. At this moment, this was the beginning of that move. Once Zichen used the heavenly Tao technique, it meant that the battle had officially begun. 6 against 1. They were not afraid of Zichen, but they were afraid that Zichen would not be able to defeat them and run away. As their expressions changed, they looked down and asked Ye Wei for help. However, the latter's face was expressionless. Not only did he not look at them, but he also did not give them any information. "Let's go." In the end, One of them shouted helplessly, turned around, and flew into the distance. As for the other 5, they all took a glance at Yong Wei before leaving. Chapter 2001. The 6 of them retreated so decisively. The spectators were inevitably disappointed, but they could see how intimidating Zi Chen was from this incident. What a bunch of unreliable trash. If they had acted decisively, even if they couldn't have killed Zi Chen, they could have severely injured him. What are they afraid of? Zi Chen definitely won't have the chance to return alive, Eric Man said with a cold snort as he looked at the 6 people in the distance. Interesting. Ji Wei didn't pay any attention to the 6 people who had left. His eyes were fixed on Qing Feng, who was standing behind Zi Chen. Although he hadn't seen what had happened, he could tell that Qing Feng hadn't made a move. From Ji Wei's point of view, it could be seen that Qing Feng was afraid of the 6 people joining forces and didn't dare to fight against them. But was that really the case? Only Qing Feng knew the answer to that question. Looking at the 6 people who had left, Zi Chen turned around and looked down at Jiao Wei. He said indifferently, "It's time for us to set off. Lei Dong's injuries are almost healed. We will leave soon." Yao Wei smiled and nodded at Zi Chen. He then turned and walked back to his room. Hei Long and An Peng nodded at Zi Chen and went back to their rooms. After that, the others left. Zi Chen returned to his room, and Qing Feng followed him. After finding a chair to sit down, Qing Feng said, "It looks like this matter won't go smoothly." Zi Chen knew that Qing Feng was talking about finding a shield. He said, "We'll deal with whatever comes our way." "You are right. You are a thorn in their side. If even you aren't afraid, of course I won't be." Qing Feng laughed. "You know this is dangerous. Why are you still following me?" Zi Chen looked back at Qing Feng and stared him in the eyes. "Didn't I say it before? I am Master Qing Feng. This time, I came out to make a name for myself. I want to do something spectacular." Spectacular. Although I don't know where that place is, it should be a mysterious place. Only 10 people went there, and they might die if they made a mistake. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with spectacular. That might not necessarily be the case. If I were to obtain the shield there and then kill Yang Wei and the other 3 heaven-defying individuals, when I come out, I will definitely become famous. Qing Feng smiled proudly as if his dream had come true. Although the other party was joking around, his intention to leave was very firm. Zi Chen shook his head and did not ask any more questions. These 6 strongest existences would obviously not be used again, and there was no one else who could suppress Zi Chen and Qing Feng, so Zi Chen expected that Yang Wei would not delay any longer. Sure enough, 3 days later, an outsider came to the inn and told Zi Chen that Xiao Wei wanted to see him. "After we leave, you should leave too," Zi Chen said to Black Tiger as he stood up. "Don't worry, I won't die." Black Tiger replied calmly. Nodding his head to Black Tiger, Zi Chen told Yi Chen to take care. He then left the room with Qing Feng and headed towards Yang Wei's place. Hee hee. Along the way, Qing Feng could not stop chuckling. He no longer had that cold look on his face. In fact, he looked a little silly. "What are you laughing about?" Zi Chen looked at him suspiciously. "It's finally going to be spectacular. I'm a little excited." With that, Qing Feng chuckled once more. "You're not excited. You're obviously nervous. And there's fear in your heart." Zi Chen stared into Qing Feng's eyes. This guy was behaving way too strangely today. Chuckling once more, Qing Feng pursed his lips and praised, "Your senses are sharp indeed." "Indeed, I'm a little nervous, and a little scared." "If you're scared, you can choose not to go. No one will force you." Qing Feng shook his head. "I'm not afraid of the journey ahead. It's just that I suddenly thought of something an old man said." "What kind of words could scare you?" Zi Chen was curious. "That old man told me that this time, I'll be in trouble. If I don't do well, I might die. Even though I don't believe that anyone can foresee my fate, but this time, I'm going to travel with so many powerful people. I can't help but feel nervous." Suddenly, I thought of that old man's words and felt a little scared. Now, I really want to slap that old man to death. Qing Feng gritted his teeth. Zi Chen patted Qing Feng's shoulder and said, If you know in advance that there's going to be danger, just be careful. Also, if there's any danger, stay close to me. If there's any infighting, stay far away from me. I think this way, your chances of survival will be higher, and you won't die so easily." With that, Zichen walked away, leaving Qing Feng standing there in a daze. Whether it's true or not, for an outsider to say such words, this really is the legendary Zichen. The rumors are really King reliable. Staring at Zichen in a daze, Qing Feng cursed fiercely in his heart. He shook his head fiercely, throwing away all distracting thoughts, and followed Zichen's footsteps. This time, he didn't laugh foolishly, but still put on a very cold expression. When they arrived at Qi Wei's residence, everyone had already gathered. With the arrival of the two, everyone's eyes fell on them. Except for one cold gaze, everyone else's expression was quite friendly. "Congratulations on your recovery." Zichen nodded at the crowd. After which, he met Lei Dong's cold gaze. He smiled and said, "Let me thank you again." Lei Dong's cold expression became gloomy. Of course, he understood Zichen's meaning. He was obviously going to steal his heavenly thunder wings. However, thinking of the promise he made before, he didn't argue with Zichen this time. He only glanced at Zichen with resentment, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. "All right, since everyone is here, let's set off." As soon as Qi Wei finished speaking, Lei Dong coldly said, "Wait, in case someone has bad intentions, I think before we go, we should take a look at the 5 fragments." Although Lei Dong didn't mention any names, his eyes were looking at Zichen. Hei Long and An Peng didn't say anything. The two of them didn't have any fragments, and their relationship with Qi Wei wasn't very close, so naturally, they didn't say anything. "I was thinking the same." Zichen smiled faintly, and immediately, a fragment appeared in his hand. A powerful aura was emitted from the fragment. He wasn't worried that this was a trap, because if Qi Wei wanted to make a move, he wouldn't have waited until today. Looking at the fragment in Zichen's hand, a cold light flashed in Lei Dong's eyes. Qi Wei nodded, and then took out his fragment. The other 3 heaven-defying warriors also took out their fragments. The 4 fragments were of different sizes. Relatively speaking, Zichen's fragment was bigger, and the surface of their bodies was surging with powerful auras. Buzz. As the 5 fragments appeared, there was an energy fluctuation in the surroundings, and a powerful force was emitted from the fragments. The fragments in everyone's hands almost fell out of their hands. As everyone took out their fragments, Zichen could clearly feel some kind of connection between the fragments. It was just like the heavenly thunder wings, there wouldn't be any connection if it didn't appear. Zichen finally understood why he couldn't sense the other fragments when he was holding the fragment. "Okay, let's go." Qi Wei was the first to keep the fragment, and said again. The other 3 also put away their fragments. As the 4 fragments disappeared, the fragment in Zichen's hand stopped trembling and returned to normal, and was put away by Zichen. The 5 fragments had appeared, which proved that Qi Wei wasn't lying. The others also looked excited. Regardless of whether they could get the complete shield in the end, at least they had a 10% chance. Maybe, it was more than 10%. After walking out of the room, everyone was preparing to leave the city. Zichen once again felt a resentful gaze from afar. As he turned his head, Zichen saw the source of the resentful gaze. It was Kuan Ti, the former owner of the fragment in his hand. Seeing Zichen's gaze, the resentment in Kuan Ti's eyes grew stronger. He was originally one of the 10 people, but unfortunately, he was the one who made Zichen. Seeing Zichen's gaze, Kuan Ti's mouth moved silently, as if he was saying, "You will never come back." Zichen smiled and replied silently, "If I come back, I will kill you first." Looking at Zichen's disappearing figure, Yi Qian said softly, "You must come back alive." Beside Yi Qian, Black Tiger said, "This kid's life has always been tough. Maybe he can really create a miracle. I'm going to leave. Are you coming?" "Yes." Yi Qian looked at Black Tiger in surprise. She didn't understand why he didn't wait for Zichen here. "If I don't leave, I will be torn apart by those heaven-defying experts. As for whether Zichen can come back alive, that's his problem. I don't want to be implicated." After saying that, Black Tiger turned around and entered the room. When he walked out, he had turned into a strong man. Yi Qian continued to stare at him until his figure completely disappeared. Zi Chen had already left the city. Then, some people came and surrounded the Flying Feather Inn. Yi Qian stood above and watched. After a while, she guessed that Zi Chen had already gone far. These people broke into the inn, and there were a few heaven-defying experts among them. Black Tiger had already left. They were destined to find nothing. After a fruitless search, a heaven-defying expert came in front of Yi Qian and asked politely, "I wonder if Miss Yi Qian has seen that black tiger?" Yi Qian nodded and said, "He left." "Left? When did he leave? Why didn't our people notice?" The heaven-defying expert was shocked. "He left 2 days ago." After saying that, Yi Qian jumped out of the room and flew out of Blue Feather City. The direction she went was the opposite of the direction Zi Chen and the others had left. Zi Chen had left. Black Tiger had left. There was no point for her to stay here. Now, she just had to wait, for good news or bad news. The heaven-defying expert looked at Yi Qian until she disappeared. Then, he reluctantly looked away and cursed, "You bastard ran fast. Humph, this time Zi Chen will definitely die. Let's see who can protect this world." Chapter 2002. Under the watchful eyes of all the cultivators in the city, Zi Chen's group of 10 left. Everyone knew what they were going to do, and their expressions became very complicated. That was the strongest shield, the most powerful saint weapon. Once it was reassembled, the person who obtained the shield would not need to fear even a saint. Everyone was unwilling to lose this opportunity. After seeing Zi Chen's group leave, some people also followed. The place where the shield was located must be very mysterious. Perhaps there were some other opportunities. There were quite a number of people with such thoughts, and there was no lack of heaven-defying cultivators among them. Therefore, these people all followed. The 10 people in front naturally sensed that the people behind them were following them from afar, but they did not stop them. "You guys are really persistent." Qing Feng turned around and looked at those people. When he saw a few familiar faces, he coldly smiled. Behind them, there were 6 people who were very conspicuous. They were the 6 people who were about to join forces to deal with him. These 6 people's positions were very close to the front, even among the heaven-defying cultivators. Originally, they should have been closer to the front, but they had missed the opportunity. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept it. Qi Wei also noticed the familiar people behind him, but he only shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if they catch up, it's meaningless. Only the 10 of us can pass through that place." "Where is that place?" And Peng asked curiously. This was once a secret, but now that everyone was preparing to go, it was naturally no longer a secret. "In the Slaughtering Heaven Cave." Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Hearing Qi Wei's words, and Peng's expression clearly changed. He cried out involuntarily, "Why is it that damned place? That place is said to be able to slaughter heavenly realm cultivators. Only saints can enter. Rumor has it that it is connected to another world. Even saints will be in danger if they enter rashly." Lei Yidong, Wu Xing, and Hei Long nodded. Zi Chen noticed that even Qing Feng's expression had become much more serious. The first continent was mysterious to begin with. There were many hidden families, and at the same time, there were many dangerous places. However, the most famous one was undoubtedly the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Just from the name alone, one could tell that it was a black hole that slaughtered heavenly realm cultivators. In the past, the first continent did not have a Slaughtering Heaven Cave. This had to be traced back to the last invasion of the foreign tribes. At that time, there were not so many heaven-defying cultivators in this world. It was just a battle between the foreign tribes and the Zhonwu continent. It was also a battle of the whole nation. All forces were united against the foreign tribes and were determined to drive the foreign tribes out. In the middle of the battle, a mysterious relic suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield, which made both sides very surprised. In this Zhonwu continent, every time a relic appeared, it naturally represented some kind of great opportunity. Especially for the foreign races, they urgently needed this kind of opportunity. As a result, the foreign races defeated the humans of the Zhonwu continent and forcibly occupied the ruins. Then, they constantly sent powerhouses to explore the ruins. It had to be said that this relic was like a natural treasure trove. During this period of time, the non-human kind had discovered many good things. There were incomplete heaven-grade weapons, incomplete heavenly Dao techniques, and many heaven-grade materials. Apart from those heaven-grade materials, there were also many other items required for cultivation. As soon as they entered the ruins, they found such a good thing. The alien race thought that they had found a huge treasure, so they immediately sent more people to investigate. During this period, the humans did not give up and continued to send powerhouses to attack. In the process of exploring the ruins, the foreign races suffered great losses. During this period, they had to fight against the natives of the Zhonwu continent, so the death toll was increasing. It seemed that they could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, more reinforcements arrived in time. Under the double pressure, they finally found the outside of the slaughtering heaven cave. It was a big black hole, like a black hole in the void. Back then, it wasn't called this, it was just a black hole with a strange wind blowing. After the first batch of foreign powerhouses entered, no one came out alive. At that time, most of those who went in were supremes. But the supremes who were immortal and indestructible all died in that black hole. Then, a fake heaven led the team to explore, but it was still the same. After that, there was also no news of the heavenly realm. After entering, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Helpless, they could only send a large number of heavenly realm experts in. That time, they sent nearly 100 heavenly realm experts, but in the end, only one came back with serious injuries. His whole body was covered in wounds as if he had been dismembered. Just one sentence and his soul was destroyed. The strange winds in the black hole can slaughter heavenly realm experts. Thus, it was called the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Since then, no heavenly realm experts dared to enter. Because they concluded that there might be treasures inside, it attracted some saints. It was said that saints could pass through the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, but the foreign race saints who went in quickly appeared and said that it was very dangerous inside. Over time, no one went to explore there, so what was behind the Slaughtering Heaven Cave became a secret. How could it be that damned place? Even saints are unwilling to enter that place. Five Element's face was a little pale. Although he was not from the first mainland, he had heard of the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. When the foreign races gave up on the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, humans also sent many powerhouses to explore, but the results were the same. There was even a family that was not crippled by the foreign races, but in order to force their way into the Dark Wind Cave, they lost too many powerhouses and completely declined. That family had never risen. This time, when the foreign races invaded, they became the first family to be destroyed in the first mainland. The one who destroyed this family was Gao Wei. Looking at everyone's changing expressions, Gao Wei smiled and said, "Don't worry. That place may be a land of death for others, but it's not dangerous for us." After hearing about the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, Zi Chen's expression became more serious. That place was said to be able to slaughter heavenly realm experts, and even saints were wary of it. It was obviously very dangerous. If Gao Wei did something in the cave, it would be very troublesome, and he might even die. As he moved forward again, he became more vigilant in his heart. After traveling at full speed for a few days, they arrived at the ruins that had appeared because of the Great Battle. Although many years had passed and the battlefield was completely covered by vegetation, the traces of the Great Battle were still very clear. The mountain peak was split by a sharp blade, the giant mountain was broken in half, and the huge energy crater. There were too many traces of the Great Battle. The ancient trees here were verdant and lush, but the exposed roots were all blood red. There were many other plants here, and they were all blood red. The same was true for the mountain rocks, as if they had been watered with blood. The Great Battle back then was very tragic. For the sake of the ruins, those forces went all out. Countless cultivators died here, and their blood almost formed a lake. In the end, the blood seeped into the ground, and this place became like this. Seeing the confusion on Zi Chen's face, Black Dragon, who was not far away from him, said, "Those ancient trees are called blood tear trees. Once the tree trunks are cut, the sap that flows out looks like blood tears. Looking at the traces of the battle, Zichen felt as if he could see the tragic battle of the past. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the ruins or to chase the alien race out of this world, the Aboriginals at that time were so united. The traces of the battle continued to extend. After traveling for another few dozen kilometers, Zichen saw a huge mountain rock that was more than 5 kilometers wide. At the center of it was a huge black hole. Looking at the black hole, Zichen asked curiously, "Is that the Slaughtering Heaven cave?" "No, that's just the entrance to the ruins." Back then, this place was a huge mountain, and this mountain rock was the foundation of the mountain. However, the battle back then was too intense. Many Heaven Realm cultivators attacked, and a lot of energy shockwaves and vibrations fell. The huge mountain exploded, and finally revealed the black hole below. Ahead, Wei and the others had already reached the entrance of the cave and were looking inside. Near the entrance of the cave, there were some blood-red thorns. They grew out of the mountain rocks, which showed their powerful vitality and sharpness. "Come, let's go in." Following Wei's words, he was the first to enter the black hole. Then, Zichen and the others entered the black hole one after another. Behind them, those people who were unwilling to give up caught up. When they saw that everyone had entered the cave one after another, their expressions changed drastically. The ruins in the cave had been discovered long ago. After so many years, who knew how many times it had been rummaged through? It had long lost its value. The only thing that had not been explored was the Slaughtering Heaven cave. Now that everyone had entered, it was obvious that they were here for the Slaughtering Heaven cave. Could the complete shield be in the Slaughtering Heaven cave? Even saints are wary of the Slaughtering Heaven cave. How could they enter? Could there be hidden ruins there? Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. If it was really in the Slaughtering Heaven cave, then this time, they would have no chance at all. However, if there were undiscovered ruins inside, then they might be able to encounter some opportunities. Hence, they all rushed in. Entering the black hole, Zichen saw many blood-red thorns along the way. These thorns seemed to have a life of their own. As the group moved forward, they began to wriggle and spread out like spiritual snakes. Wherever the group passed, the thorns dispersed and automatically made a path for them. Looking at Zichen's curious expression, Black Dragon said, "Don't be fooled by their obedient appearance. That's because they have sensed danger. If it were someone of another realm, these bloodthirsty thorns would have swarmed over. Even if there are no more ruins in this place, with these bloodthirsty thorns, only immortals and indestructibles can enter." After successfully passing through the thorny black hole, the 10 of them arrived at the ruins. The entire ruins still exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, but many places were already desolated. Along the way, they could see many broken buildings. Outside the buildings, there were some fluctuations of incomplete formations. It seemed to be the place where some heavenly soldiers were placed. This place has already been rummaged through. There is nothing valuable left. Chapter 2003. After arriving at the ruins, Zichen released his spiritual sense. Hei Long reminded him with a smile. Zichen nodded. He was just curious and surprised. He didn't expect to get anything. Moreover, with his current level, unless it was a sacred weapon, he wouldn't be interested in anything else. His spiritual sense spread out in all directions. Zichen saw many buildings. On the surface of the buildings, there were still incomplete formations. This place looked like a sect or a small town. There shouldn't be many people here, but there were many treasures. Zichen was puzzled. Back then, many forces were puzzled by the layout of this ruin. They invited many experts to study it. In the end, they came to the conclusion that this was a warehouse specially set up by a certain force. Hei Long was undoubtedly a good explanation. He saw Zichen's expression and saw Zichen's puzzlement. He gave a good explanation. In fact, everyone who came here for the first time would have the same doubts. A warehouse. Zichen looked at Hei Long in surprise. That's right. There are many incomplete sacred weapons here. There are also some complete weapons. Only a warehouse can explain why there are so many things in such a small area. However, too much time has passed. No one knows which force this warehouse belongs to. The truth has long been lost in history. Zichen looked forward and found that Ji Wei, who was walking at the front, didn't look around. He didn't show any curiosity about this place. Obviously, he had been here before. The three heaven-defying cultivators behind him looked around curiously. Ji Wei had been here before. It seemed that he had also been to Slaughtering Heaven Cave. However, he didn't enter. At this moment, Zichen suddenly remembered what Yi Chen had said. After Ji Wei had arrived, he had brought people to destroy two hidden aristocratic families. Perhaps those two aristocratic families had something to do with the perfect shield. The group didn't walk for too long. There were energy fluctuations behind them. Then, those who wanted to try their luck came in one after another. When they saw the 10 people in front of them, their faces were filled with excitement. They followed them from afar. They are destined to have no luck. Hei Long looked forward again and shook his head. Their goal this time was to pass through the Slaughtering Sky Cave. These people obviously had no chance. It didn't take long for Zichen to see a black hole in the distance. This black hole was only 1/3 the size of the black hole he had entered before, but it was still very spacious. Even though there was still some distance between them, Zichen could still hear the whistling sound of wind coming from the black hole. This Slaughtering Heaven Cave isn't scary. What's scary is the black wind inside. That black wind can even destroy heavenly soldiers. Heavenly Realm experts will definitely die if they come into contact with it. Everyone quickly arrived outside of the Slaughtering Sky Cave. When the people behind them saw this scene from afar, they could not help but exclaim. These cries of surprise were accompanied by disappointment and despair. For so many years, other than saints, no one could enter the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Everyone, our target is behind Slaughtering Sky Cave. Yang Wei pointed at the black hole in front of them and said with a hint of excitement on his face. How do we go in? And Peng looked at the black hole in front of him with fear in his eyes and asked in a low voice. Take out the fragments and use the traction force of the fragments to bring us in. Yang Wei's gaze swept across everyone and his indifferent expression became a little more serious. He said in a low voice, Slaughtering Sky Cave is very scary. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. Therefore, I hope that everyone will be able to control their emotions while moving forward. This is because we are using the traction force formed by the 5 fragments as well as the protection formed by nature. We cannot use our own energy. If something happens during this period of time, everyone's lives might be in danger. When he said this, Yang Wei did not deliberately look at anyone. However, everyone could guess that he was mainly talking to Zichen and Lei Dong. The two of them had a grudge against each other and Yang Wei was worried that Zichen would attack them in the Slaughtering Sky Cave. Don't worry. I don't need to use such a despicable method. It's just that I don't know about someone else. Lei Dong smiled faintly and glanced at Zichen. If I want to kill you, I can do so at any time. Zichen smiled and replied in the same way. All right, then let's get ready to go in. Remember, you can't attack in here because no one has ever been in here before. Naturally, no one knows if there are any other dangers in here other than Heifeng. Yang Wei's voice became heavier. It was obvious that he was also very wary of this place. With Yang Wei taking the lead, the 5 of them took out the fragments on their bodies. As the 5 fragments appeared, the fragments vibrated again and had the urge to let go of their hands. Don't use your strength to stop it. Let it float on its own. Yang Wei said again when he saw the few of them holding on to the fragments tightly. Including Zichen, the 4 of them were hesitant at this moment. Yang Wei had no choice but to let go of the fragments in his hands first. After the fragments left their hands, the vibrations weakened and slowly floated up. The 4 of them who were still holding on to the fragments started to vibrate even faster. Swoosh. Zichen was the second to let go. After the fragments left his hands, they indeed became stable and slowly floated up. Immediately after, the other 3 also let go of the fragments and let them float in the air. Each of these fragments was equivalent to a heaven-grade weapon with extremely strong defense. Although they had already left their hands, everyone's eyes were still fixed on the fragments, afraid that something unexpected would happen. In the distance, the cultivators who wanted to try their luck also stopped. Seeing that everyone had stopped outside the slaughtering heaven cave, they also completely lost hope for this trip. They stood in the distance and watched. After seeing the 5 of them take out the fragments, they also understood why the 5 of them were so confident to pass through the slaughtering heaven cave. The shield was known as the strongest defense in the world. Even though it was already broken, the fragments still had no problem blocking the hay foam. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. In the crowd, Kuan Ti cursed in his heart when he saw this scene. Regret appeared on his face. If he had known that the shield had such an effect, he would have come himself. However, Kuan Ti didn't know that only when all 5 fragments appeared at the same time could it cause the shield fragments to change. The 5 fragments floated up one after another. It seemed that because the fragments were in different positions, they didn't merge. Instead, they separated into 5 directions, forming some kind of traction force. That's it. As long as, a rare joy appeared on Yang Wei's face when he saw that the 5 fragments had been successfully drawn in. However, before Yang Wei could finish his words, an unforeseen change occurred on the spot. Slash. The void split open, and a sharp sword light appeared, stabbing directly towards Zi Chen. This sword light was very fast, faster than lightning. Coupled with the fact that it was unexpected, it almost instantly appeared in front of Zi Chen. Assassin. Faced with this sudden change, the rest of the people's pupils suddenly shrank. Before they could even exclaim, the sword light had already stabbed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's eyes had been fixed on the fragments earlier, afraid that Ya Wei and the others would suddenly attack. However, he didn't expect the unforeseen event to come from the dark. A light flashed in his eyes, and a heavenly saber appeared in his hand. The moment the sword light approached, the saber light slashed and blocked in front of him. Dazzling golden light filled the world. Under the illumination of the golden light, Zi Chen's eyes were calm, and there was not much emotion on his face. It was as if he had already expected this attack. Behind the sword light was a masked man in black. Only his eyes were exposed, but they were filled with cold killing intent. However, when his eyes met with Zi Chen's calm eyes, his cold eyes immediately fluctuated. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. Zi Chen blocked the sword light with his saber. A huge force centered around the 2 of them, forming a terrifying wave that spread out in all directions. The assassin's body, which was in the air, stopped because of the huge force. Then, he flew backward. At the same time, Zi Chen's body also uncontrollably took 3 steps back. With every step he took, the ground would shake. A terrifying force would pass through the soles of his feet and into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Swoosh. After blocking the attack, Zi Chen's calm expression did not show the slightest sign of relaxation. Then, behind him, another sword light appeared. This sword light was aimed at his back. Swoosh. 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 At the same time, in front of Zi Chen and to his left and right, 3 more sword lights appeared. Their target was Zi Chen. 4 more sword lights appeared. Things were not over yet. The assassin who had been shaken off earlier was actually heading straight for the fragment. At the same time, the 6th sword light appeared. Its target was not Zi Chen, but Qing Feng, who was not far away from Zi Chen. At this moment, Qing Feng was also rushing towards the fragment. Qing Feng's expression was not as calm as Zi Chen's. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. His expression was cold. If he did not consider the assassin who was blocking his way, he would be faster than the assassin. He would be able to get the fragment first. However, in the face of the assassin's sure-kill attack, no one could ignore it. In everyone's eyes, Qing Feng's priority was to save his own life. After all, no matter how valuable the fragment was, it was not as important as his own life. However, Qing Feng did not. He shouted loudly and completely ignored the attack. It was as if he did not notice it. He did not even put up a defense as he rushed towards the fragment. The expressions of Black Dragon and the others changed slightly. They did not understand why Qing Feng would make such a choice. But in the next moment, they understood. Just as the sword was about to pierce into Qing Feng's body, a swift saber light flew over from the side and struck the sword first. Clang! Another sound rang out. The assassin who was holding the sword was sent flying. The heavenly sword that had sent the assassin flying continued to move forward. Its target was the assassin who was fighting with Qing Feng for the fragment. This assassin was slower than Qing Feng. He was also not as decisive as Qing Feng. When he sensed danger approaching, he swung his sword to block. Swoosh. Chapter 2004. On the other side, Qing Feng, who had successfully taken the shard, heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, a look of worry appeared on his face. This was because Zi Chen had thrown away the only skyblade in his hand. How was he going to block the attacks of the 4 assassins? This was not only Qing Feng's worry, but also the thoughts of the others. Following their gazes, Zi Chen used his actions to tell them how he should deal with the 4 assassins. The 6-winged heavenly thunder wings had already appeared on his back. Under his extreme speed, a mysterious energy spread out, enveloping the surroundings. The assassins' speed could be seen with the naked eye as they slowed down. The expressions of the 4 assassins clearly changed. They knew that Zi Chen had this kind of method, but they definitely did not expect the suppression to be so strong. Feeling their bodies being hindered, they could only say that Zi Chen had become stronger. The energy around their bodies surged wildly as the 4 of them tried to forcefully increase their speed. However, Zi Chen's extreme speed suppression was over in an instant. As the 4 assassins' speed slowed down, a bow appeared in Zi Chen's hand. The divine dragon bow. Looking at Zi Chen holding the bow, the crowd could not help but be stunned. Under such circumstances, what was the use of a bow? Zi Chen's bow and arrows were recognized as long-range weapons. They were extremely lethal. At this moment, it seemed that taking out a long-range weapon would be useless. At a certain moment, the crowd felt as if they were hallucinating. Could it be that Zi Chen was too nervous and took out the wrong bow? However, looking at Zi Chen's calm expression, it did not seem like he was nervous at all. The divine dragon bow was very big and very long. Holding it in his hand, Zi Chen did not grab the middle of the bow. Instead, he grabbed one of the ends and poured the heaven-defying energy in his body into the divine dragon bow. The entire divine dragon bow began to emit a resplendent golden light. Zi Chen began to brandish the divine dragon bow in his hand. At this moment, he used the bow as a blade and swung it out just like that. Dang! 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 The end of the dragon bow hit the tip of the sword, and a sharp sound rang out. The killing blow of the 4 assassins changed direction under the powerful swing of the dragon bow. Zi Chen's extreme speed, coupled with the suppression of the other 4's speed, caused their sure-kill attacks to be instantly neutralized by Zi Chen. The crisis had been averted, but the battle was not over yet. Zi Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside one of the assassins who didn't have time to hide. The dragon bow in his hand was aimed at the assassin's waist. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon bow landed firmly on the other party's waist. The other party's body trembled slightly in the air, then flew to the side uncontrollably. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not, but the direction that the assassin was flying towards was precisely the slaughtering heaven cave. As expected, the assassin entered the slaughtering sky cave. Amidst the whistling of the wind, there was a cry of alarm. After that, there was no more after that. The assassin disappeared from the slaughtering heaven cave. Swoosh. After the strike, Zi Chen didn't look at the result. His figure flickered again, and he appeared in front of the second assassin. Once again, he swung the dragon bow. Dang! This strike was blocked by the assassin, but the powerful force contained in the dragon bow directly shook his body, and he couldn't help but retreat. Then, he retreated into the slaughtering heaven cave. In the blink of an eye, 2 people were sent into the slaughtering heaven cave. The other 2 assassins had already turned into shadows and disappeared. Zi Chen's bright eyes suddenly shot out gold and silver light, and he looked around. Then, he took a few steps forward, and fiercely smashed into the void. Boom! A loud tremor rang out between heaven and earth. The void was directly blown apart by Zi Chen's bow. In the midst of the explosion, the assassin who had just hidden himself appeared, his eyes filled with fear. Bang! Zichen didn't say a word. Another strike of the dragon bow came from the front, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the surroundings. The huge pressure made it impossible for the assassin to hide, and he could only passively defend. The dragon bow landed on the long sword that the assassin raised, and heavily hit it. Because the power contained in this strike was too strong, the long sword was instantly knocked out of the assassin's hand. At the same time, the dragon bow fell and hit the assassin's chest. Phut! The assassin coughed up blood and flew backward. The place where he flew was still in the slaughtering heaven cave. At this moment, Zichen's eyes were flashing gold and silver light. His calm expression gradually turned cold, and one look at him would send chills down one's spine. Of the 4 assassins, 3 of them were sent into the slaughtering heaven cave by Zichen, and the remaining one had already escaped. Zichen instantly turned around, and the light in his eyes that seemed to have solidified shot out, scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. As if he had teleported, he appeared hundreds of meters away. After his figure appeared, Zichen didn't say a word and immediately smashed into the void. Boom! The void shattered, and a figure could be seen flashing past. Zichen took a step forward, and his figure teleported another 100 meters, and another strike landed. The void shattered again. This time, the assassin's figure was completely revealed. Only his eyes were exposed, but they were already filled with deep shock. Peng! Peng! Zichen was expressionless. He waved the dragon bow and smashed down, forcefully sending the assassin from hundreds of meters away to the vicinity of the slaughtering heaven cave. Then, he used his strength and directly smashed the assassin's body into the cave. At this point, the last 4 assassins who had attacked Zichen had all entered the slaughtering heaven cave. As for the previous 2, they had already disappeared without a trace. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened very quickly. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the battlefield. Not a single word could be said. Black Dragon and An Peng stared blankly at Zichen. At this moment, even the 2 of them didn't have time to react, and the battle was already over. 5 Elements was also dumbfounded. If this was an assassination attempt on him, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Lei Dong's expression was changing. No one knew what he was thinking. Wei Wei was a little stunned. It took him a long time to react. His expression returned to normal, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. The 4 fragments were still floating in the air. Qing Feng stood under the fragments with a smile on his face. The people in the distance were already dumbfounded. They were all petrified, unable to say a word. After the battle ended, Zichen's gaze swept across the faces of the people. After taking in the changes in their expressions, he guessed that this wasn't Wei Wei's plan. He kept the dragon bow and shouted, "Blade, come." The sky blade that flew into the distance trembled and returned to Zichen's hand. Zichen stood with the blade in his hand and looked around. Gold and silver light flashed in his eyes as he searched for any abnormalities in his surroundings. Actually, Zichen was just putting on an act. When the assassin was completely hidden, Zichen couldn't see where the assassin was hiding. However, when the assassin moved quickly, Zichen could see some traces of energy fluctuations. He could accurately pinpoint the assassin's position. This time, he lost 4 assassins. He was also alerted. Zichen guessed that the assassin had already escaped. The gold and silver light in his eyes gradually faded. The sky blade also disappeared from Zichen's hand. Following Zichen's return, Black Dragon and the others' expressions returned to normal. However, they still had doubts in their hearts. They didn't understand why Zichen could block the assassin's attack so calmly. Also, why was Qing Feng so sure that Zichen would block the sword for him? Why did he charge toward the fragments without any regard for his own safety? Could it be that Zichen had already expected the assassin's sneak attack? Unfortunately, this question could only be answered by asking Zichen personally. Even if they asked Qing Feng, he might not know the answer. Before arriving at Slaughtering Heaven Grotto, Zichen had only sent Qing Feng a voice transmission. If anything happens, protect the fragments first. Qing Feng replied without batting an eyelid. He didn't ask any questions. In the following battle, Qing Feng chose to trust Zi Chen unconditionally. Otherwise, the fragments would be lost. Everyone was puzzled. However, they tactfully chose not to ask any questions. Zi Chen came to Qing Feng's side. Qing Feng took out the fragments and prepared to hand them to Zi Chen. No need. They won't be coming, Zi Chen said coolly. Then, he glanced at Qi Wei. Although there were 5 fragments, the assassin had insisted on snatching his fragment. Zi Chen couldn't understand it. Perhaps, it had something to do with Qi Wei. Seeing Zi Chen looking at him, Qi Wei simply smiled at Zi Chen. Qing Feng released his grip and the trembling fragments floated up once more. Once again, they formed a connection. This time, there were no more unforeseen events. The floating fragments shot out a ray of energy. The ray of light spread out in a fan shape and fell down. Coincidentally, the ray of light from each fragment was enough to cover the 2 of them. Zi Chen and Qing Feng naturally took their respective fragments. It seemed like he was still not at ease. Yang Wei stayed with Lei Dong. Eric stayed with 5 elements. Then, Dark Rock and Black Dragon each stayed with a heaven-defying realm expert. After the ray of light fell, the 5 fragments trembled again. Then, they slowly floated toward Slaughtering Heaven Grotto with the 10 people. Only when the 10 people completely disappeared did the people in the distance heave a sigh of relief. The previous battle was very short, but 4 assassins were killed by Zi Chen in the Slaughtering Heaven cave. Zi Chen is indeed terrifying. Not only had he not been assassinated, but he had even killed the assassin instead. Perhaps Zi Chen was the only one present who could do such a thing. However, considering that there were still 2 assassins who escaped, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only sigh in disappointment. This time, they had no fate with Slaughtering Heaven Grotto. After entering Slaughtering Heaven Grotto, the howling wind became even louder. The people who were enveloped by the fragments didn't feel the coldness of the wind. Although the 10 people were enveloped by the fragments, they were all independent. Qi Wei's voice came from somewhere. The most dangerous thing here is the black whirlwind. It can't be blocked. Everyone must be careful. Previously, Zi Chen had killed 4 people. However, as they went deeper, they didn't see anyone. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. Chapter 2005. The black whirlwind appeared in a whirlpool and completely occupied the entire cave. There was almost nowhere to hide. Looking at the black whirlwind, Zi Chen's pupils could not help but shrink. The whirlwind was everywhere, filling every corner. Even if he used the fastest speed in the world, he would not be able to avoid it. The whirlwind blew at them like black gravel. Even though they were protected by the fragments, they could still feel a chill in their hearts. Buzz. The whirlwind hit the fragment, causing the entire fragment to tremble. The fan-shaped light that protected everyone seemed to become unstable. The light flashed and the chill was pressing. Everyone's expression changed drastically. If the fragment could not block the whirlwind, everyone would die here. Everyone was unusually nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the fragment above, afraid that the fragment could not block it and they would all die. It's okay. The fragment can definitely block it. Xiao Wei's voice sounded, but he was not very confident. It seemed that because the fragment was blocking the way, the black whirlwind could not pass through normally. Most of it stopped in front of everyone. The speed of the fragment's flight had obviously slowed down, and it kept trembling. Just as everyone was trembling in fear, the whirlwind finally lost its strength and dissipated into thin air. The nervous crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were almost completely drenched in cold sweat. After this whirlwind, everyone was more careful. No matter whether the energy around them was useful or not, everyone put up their own energy defense. During this time, Zi Chen also realized that his world was under some kind of energy suppression. He could only draw energy from it, but he could not freely return to his world. As such, if there was any danger, the idea of returning to his world to hide was obviously unrealistic. Hence, Zi Chen became even more careful. A moment later, another whirlwind blew. Although everyone had blocked it just now, they were still very nervous when they saw the whirlwind again. The black whirlwind came in front of everyone. The fragment was trembling slightly, but it was also moving forward. It seemed that the power of this whirlwind was not as strong as before. Zichen felt something and a celestial weapon appeared in his hand. The soul of this celestial weapon had been devoured by the saber spirit. To Zichen, it was a useless celestial weapon. He threw the heavenly weapon in his hand forward. When the celestial soldier left the protective range of the light, it encountered the black whirlwind. The celestial soldier paused in midair before the black whirlwind blew past it. The celestial soldier that had stopped in its tracks was instantly disintegrated as if it was made of sand, becoming a part of the whirlwind that flew into the distance. When everyone saw this scene clearly, their expressions turned ugly. They were powerful, but their bodies were definitely not as tough as the celestial soldiers. However, at this moment, the tough celestial soldiers were instantly disintegrated by the whirlwind. This showed how powerful and terrifying the whirlwind was. This cave was indeed worthy of its name. For the rest of the journey, the whirlwinds varied in strength. However, every time they appeared, they would fill up the entire slaughtering heaven cave. There was nowhere to hide. Zichen believed that in this world, no one in heaven realm would be able to successfully avoid this whirlwind. If one didn't have a fragment when they returned, they would either be trapped in there forever, or they would have to break through to the saint realm before they could come out. With this in mind, Zichen decided that he could not lose the fragment no matter what. The slaughtering heaven cave was very deep. After walking for a long time, they still hadn't reached the end. Fortunately, everyone was a cultivator and had long been used to this kind of waiting. However, during this period of time, when the whirlwinds were too strong, they were still a little worried. After a long period of darkness, light finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone's spirits soar, and their gloomy mood immediately became cheerful. "We're here. We're finally at the end." As the light in their line of sight became brighter and brighter, Wu Xing shouted excitedly. "Haha, no one has passed through the slaughtering heaven cave for so many years, but we're going to pass through it." Lei Yidong also laughed proudly. Then, he inadvertently glanced at Zichen with a cold look in his eyes. Zichen was also very happy, but his mind was completely tense. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, the test for him had just begun. Faintly, Zichen's aura became gloomy and cold. Besides Zichen, Qing Feng clearly felt this change in aura. He pursed his lips and suddenly laughed. Thinking that his laughter was a little inappropriate, he secretly glanced at Zichen and quickly closed his mouth. He wanted to tell Zichen that he wasn't afraid, but was just a little nervous and excited. Only the two people in the light barrier could sense the change in Zichen's mood. In the other 4 light barriers, everyone seemed to be excited by the light and completely ignored what was going to happen next. This should be Ji Wei's final plan. Looking at the light that gradually filled his line of sight, Zichen thought to himself. His expression gradually became cold. After passing through the slaughtering heaven cave, if he didn't have the 5 fragments, he wouldn't be able to return. This way, he wouldn't be able to escape. Unless there was a huge threat behind, when they reached the end of the light, Ji Wei would definitely have to fight him to the death. Just like how he didn't want Ji Wei to obtain the shield, Ji Wei also didn't want him to become stronger. The two of them would definitely have to fight. And Peng and Hei Long seemed to have guessed a certain possibility. They turned around to look at Zichen and Ji Wei. In their line of sight, the light finally reached the end. Under the guidance of the fragments, the 10 people flew out of the slaughtering heaven cave. The entire slaughtering heaven cave was gloomy and cold. The people who had just rushed out immediately felt a strong wave of heat. Zichen didn't have time to check his surroundings. He took the lead and rushed forward, taking the lead to take his fragment. At the same time, the other 4 heaven-defying sovereigns, including Ji Wei, also rushed forward. They each took their fragments and looked at each other. Ji Wei smiled faintly at Zichen, while the other 3's gazes were extremely cold. After each of them took their fragments, Zichen retreated and deliberately distanced himself from the 4 of them. The 4 of them stood together. "What's wrong?" Hei Long turned around and asked. "Nothing. It's just that we don't need the fragments here. Naturally, we have to take them." Eric smiled coldly. The four heaven-defying sovereigns stood together and looked at Zi Chen at the same time. Other than Ji Wei's gaze, which was still indifferent, the other three's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Seeing this, Lei Dong smiled coldly. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with the four of them. He immediately made his stance clear. Wu Xing was still hesitating, but he wasn't far from Ji Wei. Qing Feng walked to Zi Chen's side and looked at Ji Wei and the other four with a smile. "What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would put aside your personal grudges and look for the shield first?" And Peng looked at the two sides and said. He and Hei Long stood in the middle. Their attitude clearly showed that they were neutral. "That's right. We were going to look for the shield first. But there are too many people." Ji Wei didn't speak, but Eric said coldly, "If you think there are too many people, why didn't you say so earlier?" Qing Feng said coldly, "Don't get agitated. There aren't that many people. There's just one more. I think you can come over." Eric smiled at Qing Feng and Shan. Qing Feng shook his head and said seriously, "No. If I go over, Zi Chen will be left alone. That's too pitiful. I am Lord Qing Feng. I am destined to be famous in the martial war continent. At this time, I must stand on the side of the weak." Eric's face gradually became gloomy. "So you're saying that you're just looking for death? Before the battle, it's hard to say who will live and who will die." Just as the two sides were talking, Zi Chen spread out his spiritual sense to explore the surrounding terrain. This was a unique space, but the main style of this space was fire. There was not a single blade of grass here, and there were many craters. Occasionally, there would be large balls of fire with blazing heat spewing out of the craters. In the spiritual sense, there were no living creatures in this world. It was dead silent. The only thing that existed was the constantly rampaging flames. Earlier, when Zi Chen was retrieving the fragment, he had sensed the same aura emanating from the depths of this space through the fragment's perception. Clearly, even if there wasn't a complete shield, there would be fragments of other shields. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yang Wei. The latter's expression was still calm. However, the killing intent of the four people beside him, including Lei Dong, was completely revealed. "Since we're already here, I think it's better to fight to the death." Zi Chen looked at Yang Wei and said calmly. Eric and Qing Feng, who were still arguing, closed their mouths and looked at Yang Wei. This was Zi Chen's challenge to a fight to the death. Yang Wei looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, you don't have the qualifications to fight to the death with me." Zi Chen glanced at the four people and said, "So you're saying that you want me to kill the four of them first? You can't kill them." While speaking, Yang Wei looked at Black Dragon and Dark Rock and said, "What do you two mean?" Clearly, he wanted the two of them to show who they were going to help. The two of them were hesitant and conflicted. After a while, they looked at each other and took a step back. This showed their stance. Black Dragon said, "We won't help anyone." "That's fine." This was the answer that Yang Wei had expected. He didn't force the two of them to make a choice. If they were forced to help Zi Chen, it wouldn't be good. Five Elements was still standing on the side, but Jiao Wei didn't ask him for his choice, which made him secretly sigh in relief. Yang Wei and Five Elements retreated, leaving the battlefield to the six of them. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed. He was the first to attack. As his figure flashed, he gripped Skyblade tightly and slashed forward. Qing Feng didn't move. He just stood at the back. Clang! A long blade also appeared in Eric's hand. He blocked with his blade. When the sharp sound rang out, his body retreated. As Eric retreated, the two heaven-defying warriors beside him attacked. Two long swords cut through the air and slashed toward Zi Chen's neck. A cold chill surged. Zi Chen held his blade and retreated, avoiding the attack. Thunderclap, Ninth Heaven. Chapter 2006. Just like the scene when he fought Zi Chen, the space above the firmament trembled, and then a vortex appeared. In the vortex, the power of ancient thunder spread out. The atmosphere in this space became extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had come, and thunder was pressing down. After the previous battle with Zi Chen, Lei Dong knew how powerful and terrifying Zichen was. Probing attacks were useless against Zichen. Only by fighting to the death could he have a chance of survival. Thunder rumbled, and bolts of thunder rushed out from the vortex. Like chains of heaven and earth, they instantly pierced through heaven and earth. Zichen, who was retreating, rushed forward again with his saber. A powerful aura surged around him, and a sharp saber light, carrying a dazzling and powerful energy, slashed forward. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, Zichen naturally would not feel sorry for the heaven-defying energy. He used it without caring about the cost. Fall. Slash. Two voices sounded almost at the same time. Zichen slashed forward with his saber. The saber light broke through the space, carrying a powerful energy, and landed on the two. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom. A violent energy explosion sounded between heaven and earth. The two heaven-defying warriors flew backward, their faces slightly pale. Zichen's saber light was blocked by the two of them. After slashing out with his saber, Zichen's body also retreated backward with the help of the vibrating energy. As he retreated, bolts of thunder fell and exploded in front of Zichen. Fortunately, he retreated fast enough, or the thunder would have exploded on his body. Boom. Boom. Every time a bolt of thunder fell, there would be an explosion. A deep energy pit would appear on the ground, and endless thunder power surged. After retreating more than 10 steps, Zichen looked up at the falling thunder, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he rushed into the sky and rushed toward the thunder vortex. Buzz. The heavenly saber trembled and flashed with light. A terrifying aura swept through the world as Zichen swung his saber at the sky. The saber radiance soared into the sky, defying the heavens as it slashed towards the vortex that was constantly emitting lightning. Boom. Boom. Wherever the blade light passed, all the lightning it encountered was sliced apart. The sound of thunder continued to resound in the sky. As for the energy blade light, it went against the heavens and slashed towards the vortex. Pu. As the saber light slashed, the vortex was cut open. In the sky, the vortex slowly dissipated, and the sound of ancient thunder disappeared. The apocalyptic pressure also disappeared. The world regained its clarity, and the hot energy once again became the dominant force in this space. When Lei Dong, who was below, saw Zichen break the thunderclap ninth heaven with his saber, his cold face turned gloomy. With a cold snort, he began to form a seal with both of his hands. The light of thunder once again flashed around his body. Hei Long and An Peng, who had retreated far away, saw this scene and their expressions changed. Zichen did not use any powerful spells, but he was able to break Lei Dong's attack. This showed how powerful his combat strength was. If it was a one-on-one battle, the two believed that Lei Dong would not be able to hold on for too long before he was defeated and killed. However, at this moment, there were 4 powerhouses joining forces. In addition, there was Qi Wei, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, and 5 Elements, who was unclear of his position. Zichen's battle was not going to be easy. Qi Wei looked at the scene quietly. There was no change in his expression, and he had no intention of making a move. Qing Feng's gaze was mainly on 5 Elements. Zichen was now 1 against 4 and did not need his help for the time being. He had to guard against 5 Elements' sudden attack. Buzz. After breaking Lei Dong's spell, before Zichen could catch his breath, the void began to tremble. Then, 2 streaks of sword radiance, carrying a powerful force, came towards Zichen. Clang. Clang. Zichen slashed with the heavenly sword in his hand, and the 2 heavenly weapons were knocked back. Then, 2 violent auras exploded in the sky. One of the celestial weapons suddenly transformed into a massive battle beast. The battle beast exuded a berserk aura. This was a battle beast that Zichen had never seen before. It belonged to the soul of a heavenly weapon, and it came from the endless starry sky. After it appeared, its cold eyes stared at Zichen, revealing a cold murderous intent. On the other side, the heavenly sword turned into a flame python. The python had a single horn on its forehead, and there were traces of lightning flowing on the horn. Zichen had never seen such a strange beast with dual attributes of thunder and fire. However, There was no doubt that they were very powerful, and the pressure they released was extremely terrifying. Go! Below, a heaven-defying warrior formed a seal and shouted coldly at the ferocious giant beast. Boom! The giant beast stepped on the sky, shattering the void. With a fierce momentum, it rushed towards Zichen crazily. Clang! Zichen held the heavenly sword in his hand and slashed down. However, this powerful force did not break the giant beast's body. Instead, it exploded with an ear-piercing sound, and a huge rebound force came, causing Zichen's body to sway slightly. He looked at the giant beast in front of him and saw that it was retreating. As it retreated, the void trembled, and heaven and earth shattered. Boom! 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 A series of violent sounds came from the ground. In the deep pit that was created by the thunderbolt, a stream of hot magma spewed out. The magma was like a column of fire, shooting up to the sky and surrounding the giant python. The space between the heavens and the earth was completely filled with blazing heat. The giant python hissed and charged towards Zichen with pillars of magma in its wake. Seeing the ferocious fire python, Zichen's pupils shrank. He slashed out with the heavenly sword in his hand again. Wherever the heavenly sword passed, it carried an unimaginable might and pressure. The column of fire exploded under the pressure, turning into a boundless rain of fire that fell from the sky. The heavenly sword scattered the rain of fire and slashed at the fire python's body. The fire python hissed in pain, and its body was sent flying backwards. Just as Zichen broke through the two attacks, Eric Man, who had already retreated, finished preparing his heavenly path technique. A violent aura surged out from his body. A heaven-defying energy rushed out from his head, turning into a ferocious tiger that emitted a blood-red light in the sky. Blood tiger shakes the heavens. As the cold roar resounded through heaven and earth, a deafening tiger roar came from this space. The blood tiger's eyes were filled with killing intent as it stared at Zichen. Below, the expressions of the two people watching the battle changed when they saw this scene. The four of them might not be Zichen's match in a one-on-one fight, but once they joined forces, the battle strength they displayed was something that Zichen could not resist. Up until now, Zichen only had the strength to fight back. He did not have the strength to parry. Black Dragon and Dark Rock looked at each other. They could see a faint trace of worry in each other's eyes. Up until now, Gao Wei had not made a move, and the Five Elements' attitude was still unclear. However, Zichen could only passively counterattack. Even if Qing Feng did not make a move, he could not change the situation. Qing Feng stood below, energy surging around his body. The falling rain of fire dissipated when it was 3 feet away from him. At this moment, Zichen's situation was not good. However, since he did not hear Zichen's voice transmission, he did not make a move. Gao Wei looked at the horizon, his expression still indifferent. However, when he saw Lei Dong's second heavenly path technique, he said 2 words in a low voice, bow and arrow. In the sky, Zichen withdrew his blade and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two of them had increased. In the next moment, a bow appeared in his hand, the divine dragon bow. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body. He pulled the longbow fully, and the divine dragon arrow appeared on the dragon bow. A powerful aura was emitted from the dragon bow. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and an arrow was released. The divine dragon arrow pierced through space and arrived in front of Xuehu. It pierced through Xuehu's forehead. Heavenly fire and heaven-defying energy poured into Xuehu's body, forming a powerful destructive force. As the arrow pierced through the sky, Xuehu's body suddenly exploded, turning into energy that swept across the world. Below, Eric's face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. After the arrow was released, Zichen quickly shot out 3 more arrows. These 3 arrows were formed from energy that absorbed the essence of the world. Although the power of these arrows was not weak, it was not realistic to completely neutralize the powerful attacks of Lei Dong and the other 2. After the 3 arrows fell, the retreating fire python once again rushed towards Zichen with boundless magma. On the other side of the sky, the giant beast also rushed towards Zichen, shaking the world. Swish! Swish! Light flashed under Zichen's feet. As his figure retreated, arrow after arrow was released. The arrows pierced through the sky, shooting towards the fire python and the giant beast. Looking at the exciting battle in the sky, Yang Wei shook his head and said indifferently, "This won't do. I have to use my doppelganger." Since he wanted to deal with Zi Chen, he naturally had a thorough understanding of Zi Chen. He was very clear about Zi Chen's methods. Moreover, he was sure that Zi Chen was not at his peak state. Therefore, the amount of heaven-defying energy in his body should not be much. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Zi Chen. Therefore, Zi Chen had to find a way to break out of this predicament. Using his doppelganger and then using the heavenly path technique was the only way Zi Chen could break out of this predicament. Buzz. The light around Zi Chen's body trembled. Zi Chen, who was retreating in the sky, split into two. Zi Chen's clone held the divine dragon bow tightly and continuously shot arrows. His real body was retreating. As he was retreating, he formed seals with both hands. A boundless golden light surged out from his body and flowed to his fingertips. "This is extreme yang." Feeling the blazing and berserk energy, Yang Wei said softly, "Kill." 3 roars sounded. Lei Dong and the other 2 displayed their powerful techniques. With the 3 of them working together, they were not afraid of Zi Chen's extreme yang ability. As the seals fell, a golden ball of light appeared in front of Zi Chen. In the ball of light, there was a mysterious rune mark. A destructive aura filled the sky. Extreme yang. Zi Chen's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth as the golden ball rushed forward. As the ball moved forward, the space distorted and the world shook. It was as if destruction was coming. The giant beast, fire python, and blood tiger rushed over from afar. Their killing intent raged. Boom. Chapter 2007. Wang. As the golden storm swept across the sky, the doppelganger Zi Chen shot an arrow at Lei Dong, breaking his powerful attack. At the same time, lightning flashed under Lei Dong's feet, and he quickly dodged the arrow. Fortunately, this arrow was mainly used to neutralize his attack, and not specifically targeted at him. Otherwise, Lei Dong would have to suffer a little if he wanted to dodge this arrow. Lei Dong, who was retreating, felt the world suddenly shake. Then, the entire world was enveloped by golden light, and gold became the only color in the world. The blazing aura of berserk lightning also drowned out all the auras in the world, becoming the only aura in the world. Lei Dong was almost killed by this attack back then. Now, seeing the ball of lightning exploding in the sky, the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He was very nervous and worried. If this attack completely destroyed the 3 attacks, then the 4 of them would most likely face Zi Chen's powerful counterattack. This counterattack might be directed at them. Lei Dong's heart beat wildly. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, at the golden storm. The golden storm was still surging and spreading. Occasionally, the roars of exotic beasts could be heard from it. PFFF Aliman was the first to be unable to block it. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned pale. His heavenly path technique had already been destroyed by the berserk golden lightning. Boom! Boom! The thunder was still spreading, and the tremors were still ringing out. 2 explosions were heard, and the fire python and the giant beast actually rushed out. Although the aura around them had become much weaker, they were not destroyed by the attacks. The berserk golden energy also dissipated at this moment. Zi Chen's powerful attack had only destroyed Alaman's heavenly path technique. How is this possible? Seeing this, An Peng couldn't help being moved. He had personally experienced Zi Chen's powerful attack. It was extremely terrifying. It definitely shouldn't have been so easy to block. Black Dragon glanced at Yang Wei, whose expression was as calm as ever. Yang Wei didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. He directly said, "Since I already knew that Zi Chen would use this move, Yang Wei naturally has a way to block it. Furthermore, those 2 heaven-defying weapons are definitely not ordinary. Zi Chen's attack can only weaken their auras, but it can't destroy the weapons. As long as the weapons don't shatter, those 2 strange beasts won't die." An Peng had also noticed Shaker's calmness and was increasingly fearful of this person. "Zi Chen, this move is useless against us. Today, This will be your burial ground. A cold laugh came from below as one of the heaven-defying experts used a hand seal to control the giant beast, which charged towards Zichen. The exotic beast, whose aura had weakened, seemed to be recovering as it moved forward. Very soon, its aura returned to its previous peak state. On the other side, the fire python also brought the magma with it. For the fire python with the fire attribute, the environment here also strengthened its battle strength. Roar. A tiger's roar rang out once again. The blood tiger, which had just disappeared, appeared once again. It stomped on the ground and soared into the sky, charging towards Zichen. Seeing the three of them attacking again, a cold light flashed in Lei Dong's eyes. He roared, thunder shaking the 9 heavens. In the sky, a lightning vortex appeared once again. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang are similar. It doesn't matter whether I use it or not. If I don't use that short knife now, I'll still be in a passive position. I still have the fragments that I haven't used yet. Yong Wei had already calculated everything that Zichen had. Logically speaking, almost no one in this world knew that Zichen had extreme yin, and very few people knew that Zichen had 2 types of energy in his body. As a latecomer, Yong Wei shouldn't have known about it. However, don't forget that in the alliance that Yong Wei had established, there was the Everlasting Sect. The Everlasting Sect had several Heavenly Realm experts who had conflicts with Zichen. In order to curry favor with Yong Wei, they had already told him everything they knew about Zichen. They even knew how many women Zichen had. Yong Wei wasn't afraid of Zichen's battle strength. What he was really afraid of was Zichen's extreme speed under the heavens. With such extreme speed, no one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Therefore, it was fine if he didn't attack Zichen. However, once he attacked, he would definitely kill Zichen. Seeing that the extreme yang had failed to cause any damage to the 3 of them, Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank and his expression became serious. When he formed another seal, Zichen took the opportunity to glance at Yong Wei. Yong Wei's expression was still calm. He raised his head to look at the sky and met Zichen's gaze. He chuckled at Zichen. That was a kind of confidence, as if he had already predicted all of Zichen's moves. It was as if he had already seen Zichen as a turtle in a jar. The golden ball formed by the extreme yang exploded once again. However, just like the previous time, it didn't cause any fatal damage to the 4 of them. Zichen, who had a clone with him, was fighting 1 against 4. Although he was a little passive, he wasn't at a disadvantage. If it had been any other time, this scene would have been enough to shock the world. However, today, both sides were engaged in a life-and-death battle. This kind of battle was simply meaningless. Moreover, 5 elements and Yong Wei hadn't made their move yet. 5 elements, don't hesitate anymore. If you continue to hesitate, you won't get anything in the end. 5 elements, who was watching the battle, had a complicated expression. At this moment, he was very conflicted. He didn't know whether he should make a move or not. Without a doubt, if he made a move today, it would mean that he had completely broken off relations with Zichen. If he couldn't kill Zichen, then when Zichen returned, it would be a disaster for the 5 Elements family. At this moment, when he heard Yang Wei's voice transmission, he still couldn't make up his mind. He was still very hesitant. Don't worry. I can guarantee that Zichen won't be able to leave the slaughtering heaven cave alive. Everything is within my expectations. Now, you just need to make a move and restrain Qing Feng. Yang Wei's voice sounded again. Qing Feng was a variable. He definitely wouldn't allow a variable to appear. Therefore, he let 5 elements make a move first to block Qing Feng. His expression changed and became cold. 5 elements' eyes revealed a hint of decisive killing intent. He took a step forward. The light of the 5 elements circulated on his body and the energy of the 5 elements emerged from his body. If you want to make a move, your opponent is Lord Qing Feng. Seeing 5 elements' abnormal movement, Qing Feng also made a move. He also took a step forward and the aura on his body began to circulate. Die! 5 elements shouted coldly and rushed towards Qing Feng. As he rushed forward, the energy of the 5 elements gathered in his hand and formed a 5 elements light sword. The five elements' light sword shone brightly, making the world even more beautiful. For thousands of years, the five elements family has produced a pure five elements body like you. I didn't expect you to collude with the foreign race. How disappointing. Qing Feng, who was rushing forward, had a cold expression. A blade appeared in his hand. The blade was glowing with a faint green light, which was the same color as his clothes. At the same time, the energy that was surging around Qing Feng's body was also green. Qing Feng, who was rushing forward, was glowing with green energy. His speed was very fast, like a gust of wind. The wind was everywhere, and there was nowhere to hide. It filled the world and brought up a large amount of smoke and dust. Five elements, who was rushing forward, felt the wind. As the wind came, he actually felt a stinging pain. As he lowered his head, he found that there were small wounds on his robe. These wounds were densely packed, but there was no pattern. There were a few places where his skin was cut open, and there was five-colored blood flowing out. What a good wind attribute. When he raised his head again, five elements' expression had become extremely solemn. Light could be blocked in a certain environment, but wind was everywhere. Light might not be able to reach places that people could reach, but wind could. The energy of the five elements surrounded his body and swept past those wounds. These wounds quickly healed. After all, it was just the wind and not a powerful attack. The energy of the five elements could still resist it. The light of the five elements shone, forming a complete light shield, forming a top-secret space, completely blocking the surrounding wind. The five-colored light shone, and the sword light in five elements' hand slashed down. Green light circulated, and the blade light in Qing Feng's hand flashed. Clang! The blade and the sword collided, creating an energy vibration. A gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. This gust of wind only surrounded the two, and it began to spin faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a tornado. The tornado was also green, and it was formed by pure energy. It was like an endless wind blade spinning. Occasionally, one could see the light of the five elements appearing in the tornado, and then it would be shattered. Wind, Qing Feng's law is actually wind. Looking at the tornado, Dark Rock was shocked. This is a pure law, and it has already mutated. It's very rare. I seem to have guessed where Qing Feng came from. Black Dragon looked at the tornado, and his expression became solemn. The law of wind, interesting. But it still can't stop me from killing. Above Jiao Wei's indifferent expression, a hint of coldness appeared for the first time. Boom! Above the sky, energy exploded, and golden ripples spread. It was another collision that ended in a draw. As his figure retreated, Zi Chen saw the two fighting below. When he saw the terrifying tornado formed, a look of surprise flashed across his face. In the slaughtering heaven cave, he had seen the omnipresent wind. That black tornado could even annihilate celestial soldiers, but he did not expect that the law that Qing Feng comprehended was also wind. It seemed that Zi Chen had also comprehended this type of wind rule, but he did not specialize in it. Every skill had its own specialization, and in his hands, it was merely a transition rule. However, in Qing Feng's hands, this rule was his greatest reliance, and also his most powerful weapon. It was just like the five elements. Although he only comprehended the five elements law, it was the purest law of the five elements. The combat power displayed by this law even surpassed the heaven-defying law after dozens of laws were fused. Although Zi Chen also understood the five elements law, if he only used the five elements law, he would not even be able to defeat the weakest heaven-defying person. On one hand, there were specializations, and on the other hand, there was the magic of the Zhanwu continent. Just the five elements law had unimaginable destructive power. Above the sky, the battle continued. Below, there was no clear winner between the five elements and Qing Feng. Estimating Zi Chen's consumption at the moment, Jiao Wei nodded and said, "It's about time. Give him some more pressure and force him to use all his trump cards." Zi Chen's only trump card was the short knife. It was said that the short knife was very fast and had great lethality. Chapter 2008. In the sky, the battle was still going on. On the ground, the green energy storm was getting stronger and stronger. In the storm, The sword and blade were still clashing. The power of the five elements was trying to break through Qing Feng's wind laws. "Open for me!" With a loud shout, the power of the five elements surged wildly. The entire storm trembled as wave after wave of power of the five elements seeped into the storm. The storm was like a sharp blade, cutting through the light barrier around the five elements, producing clanking sounds from time to time. Qing Feng stared at the five elements in the light barrier and said coldly, "The reason the five elements constitution appeared in this world is to fight against the foreign races. However, you are colluding with them. It is a waste for such a powerful constitution to fall on you." Qing Feng's words were cold and emotionless. In the next moment, his body gradually became blurry until he disappeared. In the eyes of the five elements, only the green wind was left. It was as if Qing Feng had turned into a green wind. Green wind constitution. Seeing this, the five elements' expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, his mind in great shock. On the ground, the two had yet to decide a victor. Rocky expressed that he wanted to put more pressure on Zichen. A Liman controlled the blood tiger to soar into the sky. With the last seal, he completed the blood tiger's condensation seal. Next, the blood tiger could attack on its own. This was his unique technique, a secret that was not passed on. He no longer needed to control the blood tiger. In the next moment, a spear appeared in his hand. This was a heaven-grade weapon, but in Alaman's hand, it was even more powerful than a heaven-grade weapon. With the spear in hand, he tapped his foot and soared into the air, charging at Zichen. Roar. At the same time, the blood tiger roared and charged at Zichen. At the same time, the other two heaven-defying cultivators gave up on controlling their heaven-grade weapons and allowed the giant beast and the fire python to charge at Zichen. They formed seals with their hands and began to use their heaven-grade techniques. Zichen, the weapons of the heaven-defying cultivators are all carefully cultivated. People like you who snatch them halfway will never know how powerful heaven-grade weapons are. One of the heaven-defying sovereigns sneered at Zichen as he formed the seal. Zichen knew that celestial weapons could attack on their own. This was because every celestial weapon had a weapon soul and a will of its own. After coming to this world, Zichen had killed quite a few alien heaven realm experts, and he had also killed quite a few alien heaven-defying experts. In the midst of this, he discovered a very strange phenomenon. Most of the soldier spirits of the foreign heavenly soldiers were in the form of beasts, while on the side of the Zhanwu continent, most of the soldier spirits were in the form of spirit bodies, and most of the spirit bodies were like humans. Originally, Zichen had thought that beasts were not as intelligent as human soldier spirits when they attacked on their own. But at this moment, when he saw the fire python and the giant beast charging at him without any sign of weakening, Zichen's understanding was completely overturned. The two heavenly armaments were completely compatible with their masters. They could move as they pleased. Furthermore, they had their own unique control techniques. This was somewhat similar to his thunderbolt blade manipulation. After all, the blade spirit had been born for the thunderbolt blade manipulation technique. As he watched the ever-changing attacks, Zichen thought of this in a short period of time. However, understanding this point did not have any effect on changing the situation of the battle. Looking at the two attacks of the three heaven-defying cultivators in the sky, as well as the ancient thunderbolt that was about to descend, Zichen shook his head helplessly. At this moment, it seemed like he could only use his final move. Looking at Yang Wei's calm expression from the corner of his eye, he seemed to know that these attacks would not be able to do anything to him, and he seemed to have guessed what move he was going to use. All of this was considered to be flawless. Thunderbolt blade manipulation. With a low shout, the blade spirit appeared beside Zichen. It directly appeared as a small blade. Under the control of Zichen's huge mind power, it shot forward like a misty light. Zichen had once again used a trump card. However, contrary to Yang Wei's expectations, after this trump card appeared, it did not dissipate these attacks. Instead, it took the initiative to fly towards one of the heaven-defying cultivators. It seemed like Zichen wanted to kill someone by force. This was Yang Wei's coercion. Since Zichen had used his trump card, he wanted to kill someone. Black Dragon and Dark Rock naturally sensed Zichen's intentions. Their vision could no longer keep up with the blade spirit's speed. Only by releasing their spiritual senses could they vaguely sense the blade spirit's trajectory. The two of them looked a little nervous. If Zi-Chen's attack succeeded, it might change the battle situation. Looking at this scene, Yang Wei's eyes did not show any worry. Instead, there was a glimmer of light. Originally, this scene should have appeared later. However, Zi-Chen was a little too hasty and reached Yang Wei's expectations ahead of time. Skyblade's speed was very fast and its killing power was very strong. However, Yang Wei was very confident that this time, Zi-Chen would not be able to kill a single person. Clang! Skyblade's target was Ahriman. He was a bigger threat. Zi-Chen decided to kill him first. However, just as Skyblade was about to pierce through Ahriman's body, a black light blocked in front of Skyblade. The black light was a black fragment that exuded an ancient aura. The moment it collided with Skyblade, the fragment flew to one side. However, Skyblade also changed direction. After missing his attack, Zi-Chen did not have time to show the slightest regret. Those powerful attacks rushed forward. Zi-Chen could only retreat. At the same time, he formed a seal. Extreme Yang shot out and exploded in the sky. As Extreme Yang exploded, golden energy violently scattered, enveloping the few giant beasts that bore the brunt of it. Whoosh! As the light flashed, Ahriman rushed out of the golden storm. With the momentum of man and spear becoming one, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Zi-Chen. Buzz! Buzz! Beside Zi-Chen, the sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. The doppelganger was using the divine dragon bow to shoot at the lightning in the sky. Every arrow shot out would destroy a bolt of lightning. When Zi-Chen's real body saw Ahriman's attack, his expression turned cold. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, a spatial power that affected speed spread out. Ahriman could clearly feel that his speed was greatly affected. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Ahriman's speed was decreasing, the other two heaven-defying realm experts had already grasped their heavenly weapons and were rushing towards Zi-Chen from two different directions. Earlier, Zi-Chen's extreme Yang attack was clashing with the three heavenly Dao techniques. Zi-Chen's figure was constantly changing. A mysterious power spread out. He held Skyblade tightly in his hand, intending to take the attacks of the three heaven-defying realm experts head-on. Dang, dang, dang. Within the range of Zi-Chen's speed, the three heaven-defying realm experts' attack speed was somewhat affected. At this moment, Zi-Chen was fighting 1 against 3. He seemed to be having an easy time. The sound of the heavenly weapons clashing rang out continuously. The energy storm formed by Extreme Yang had disappeared. The three heavenly Dao techniques had also been broken. The doppelganger was still fighting against Thunderous, Zi-Chen was still fighting 1 against 3, and Saber Spirit was also on his way back. Everything seemed to have returned to the starting point. Saber Spirit had not killed a single person. This trump card had been revealed. Next, it seemed like they could only wait for the right opportunity to launch an attack. Below, Rocky, who had not moved all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. This sound was like a heavy hammer, ringing in everyone's hearts. Hearing this cold snort, the three heaven-defying realm experts' cold expressions suddenly had a hint of fanaticism. Then, their expressions became crazed once more. Their bodies began to spin out of thin air. A pure and violent power spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 3 energy storms appeared beside Zi-Chen. These storms were pulling each other, faintly showing signs of merging. Zi-Chen, who was in the middle of the storm, was in danger of being torn apart by the storm. This was not a joint attack technique, but it was somewhat interesting. There were signs of the 3 heaven-defying realm experts' energy fusing together. Zi-Chen's expression changed. The golden light around his body became even brighter. The heavenly blade in his hand began to vibrate. A blinding golden light was emitted from his body. As for the doppelganger, he had already retreated far away and was still fighting against Thunderous from afar. Seeing Zi-Chen trapped in the middle of the 3 storms, Rocky's face revealed a look of satisfaction. He took a step forward and pointed a finger at Zi-Chen. Rocky had finally made his move. The finger did not seem to have used any energy. It seemed light and powerless. However, in the next moment, the space above the dome of heaven distorted, and a black vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a destructive aura swept across heaven and earth. This was the first time Rocky had made a move in front of others. Dark Rock and Black Dragon immediately raised their heads. They wanted to see exactly how powerful the mysterious Rocky was. A pitch-black finger mark appeared from the black vortex. On the surface of the finger mark, there were runes flashing. It emitted an ancient and powerful aura. The moment it appeared, the dome of heaven collapsed, turning pure black. Then, the finger mark, along with a large patch of black, pointed at Zichen below. The finger mark did not appear to be fast. However, in the blink of an eye, it was above Zichen's head. A violent aura completely emerged. The moment the finger mark appeared, Zichen felt a strong sense of danger. When he raised his head to look at the sky, he saw a pitch-black and terrifying finger mark above his head. Fragment. Seeing Zichen's change of expression, Rocky said with a smile. The crisis had already arrived. The current Zichen did not have time to think. He immediately took out the pitch-black fragment. At this moment, only the fragment of the shield could help him dodge this attack. However, Rocky, who had never made a move in front of others, suddenly made a move in front of everyone. Did he only make Zichen feel a sense of danger? Did he feel that Rocky was very powerful? Of course not. At the same time that Zichen took out his fragment, the other 3 heaven-defying cultivators besides Zichen also took out their own fragments. At the same time, a fragment appeared in Rocky's hand. In an instant, the fragment left his hand. Rocky stared at the floating fragment and began to form a hand seal. In the next instant, the fragment above him began to tremble. A powerful suction force was emitted from it. Whoosh! 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 Under this suction force, the other 4 fragments, including Zichen's fragment, all flew to the fragment above Rocky at their fastest speed. Chapter 2009. Zichen and the others had started fighting as soon as they arrived in this world. They didn't care if there were any other dangers in this world. It wasn't that they were careless. Even if Zichen was pressured and didn't have time to pay attention to his surroundings, Hei Long, and Peng, and Ya Wei would still try to sense if there was any danger here. After all, this was a place that they had reached through the slaughtering heaven grotto. It was a place that even saints didn't dare to casually set foot in. In fact, they had already sent out their spiritual senses to sense their surroundings. However, they didn't sense any danger. Perhaps there would be danger in the depths, but in Ya Wei's opinion, no matter how dangerous it was, it couldn't compare to getting rid of Zichen first. Even if they didn't get anything out of killing Zichen this time. The sound of energy explosions continued to ring out. The world was also constantly shaking. On the ground, many hills that weren't very tall were first flattened and then turned into deep pits by the energy explosions. The magma hidden underground spewed out from the ground. Fiery red energy soared into the sky and then exploded, turning into raindrops that fell down. At this moment, the world was filled with all kinds of energy. They were colorful, gorgeous, and beautiful. However, they were also filled with a thick sense of danger. In the depths of this world, there was a huge pit that looked like a plain. The plain was covered with dry fine sand. The 2 sides fighting directly caused the world to shake. In the midst of this shaking, the endless fine sand trembled. This powerful shaking passed through the fine sand and into the ground. Then, the area began to shake even more violently. This shaking was naturally caused and came from the ground. It had nothing to do with the aftermath of the battle. The fine sand was trembling like boiling water, and it began to roll over the plains. The tumbling became more and more violent, and the undulations became greater and greater. In the end, the ground seemed to collapse, and the fine sand began to sink. A scorching energy visible to the naked eye rose from the sunken fine sand, causing the temperature of the plain to rise rapidly. When this happened, the battle in the distance was at its fiercest, so no one noticed it. The fine sand continued to sink, and the plain became a deep pit. In the end, it became a deep valley. Streams of red magma flowed out from the ground. All the fine sand that came into contact with the magma instantly melted. It wasn't that the fine sand had sunk. Instead, it was the tremors that had caused the magma underground to surge up and melt the fine sand. Soon, the plain turned into a deep valley. In the deep valley, crimson lava flowed. Vaguely, one could see the flowing lava piecing together to form a huge face. At first, the face was not clear, but gradually, as the magma distorted, it started to change. The face completely protruded from the magma, becoming abnormally clear. "Who woke me up?" A low murmur seemed to come from the face. The voice was very soft, like rolling magma, but also like the sound of energy causing space to distort. It didn't sound real. The energy in the world was still vibrating. Wave after wave of powerful energy fluctuations spread out. These fluctuations reached the magma, causing it to tremble. "It's this energy that woke me up. What a weak fluctuation, it's not even enough to fill my stomach." Another voice sounded from the face. However, this voice was much clearer than before. The face seemed to be awakening. It rose higher and higher from the magma. Much of the magma flowed down. If one looked carefully, they would discover that as the face rose, it brought with it a large amount of magma. It was still connected to the magma. Whether it's weak or not, it's still food. The face rose again, but when it was 1,000 feet high, it seemed to be pulled by a great force. A painful expression appeared on its face. The magma continued to boil, as if there was a great force emerging from the magma, forcefully pulling at the face. Its facial features became more and more distorted, and the pain became more and more intense. Finally, it fell back into the magma and disappeared. "Damn things, when this god gets out, I'll tear you to pieces." After a long time, the face reappeared from the magma. Its facial features began to distort, as if it was suffering great pain. After trying several times, it was unable to rush out of the magma. Fortunately, it chose to give up. After letting out a few unwilling roars, its face disappeared and the magma returned to normal. The change in the depths did not attract the attention of Zichen and the others. Even Hei Long and An Peng, who did not participate in the battle, did not know. At this moment, their attention was focused on Ya Wei, and their faces were filled with unimaginable shock. Because there were 5 fragments of the shield floating in front of Ya Wei. Moreover, these fragments were slowly descending as Ya Wei's hand seals moved. Finally, they arrived in front of Ya Wei and were collected by Ya Wei. The 5 fragments were all in Ya Wei's hands. At this moment, the first thing that came to their minds was not that Ya Wei was likely to obtain the complete shield, but that Zichen had lost the fragments. He would not be able to walk out of the slaughtering heaven cave unless he killed Ya Wei. Zichen's escape route was completely blocked. However, this was not the end. In the sky, a finger seal descended. While Zichen had to fight the 3 heaven-defying cultivators, he also had to deal with Ya Wei's attack. Previously, when he took out the fragments of the shield, he was confident that he could block this attack. However, the fragments of the shield had suddenly disappeared. This kind of change was far beyond Zichen's expectations. When faced with the descending finger seal, he was caught unprepared. However, he was Zichen. He had experienced countless battles. Even if he was caught unprepared, he would not panic. With his rich battle experience, Zichen was able to find a perfect solution in a short period of time. First, he used his extreme speed. With the combination of his lightning wings and footwork, Zichen's 9 lightning flashes had undoubtedly reached the limit of what Zichen could display. At this moment, even Zichen was able to display an extraordinary performance. A mysterious power spread out, forming a space of its own. In this space, other than Zichen's speed, which was infinitely increased, the speed of the others was infinitely suppressed. The 3 storms that surrounded him were suppressed to the extreme. They instantly slowed down, as if they were about to stop. In the sky, the descending finger imprint seemed to have paused for a moment after being suppressed by this speed. Zichen did not need much. Just this momentary pause was enough. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the heavenly blade in his hand. The dazzling heavenly blade soared into the sky and aimed at the finger seal. Seeing this, Ya Wei smiled coldly. His attack was not something that a mere heavenly blade that could not attack on its own could block. Explode. Zichen did not expect the heavenly blade to be able to block the finger seal. When the heavenly blade left his body, he had already poured his spiritual thoughts into the blade. The moment the heavenly blade came into contact with the finger seal, he let out a low roar. The spiritual thoughts that he had poured into the heavenly blade rushed toward the soldier spirit within. Boom! Under the deliberate control of his terrifying spiritual thoughts, the soldier spirit within the heavenly blade exploded. Immediately after, the soldier spirit that was connected to the entire heavenly blade also exploded. All of this was somewhat complicated to describe. In fact, Zichen had forcibly self-destructed the heavenly blade that he had taken from the heaven-defying cultivator. When the heavenly blade exploded, it turned into a destructive energy that spread out in all directions. This was a weapon that a heaven-defying cultivator had spent his entire life refining. It could be considered a heaven-defying cultivator's greatest treasure. Yet, it was destroyed by Zichen in such a manner. However, the destructive power of the heavenly blade's self-destruction was unimaginable. This violent energy attacked indiscriminately. Not only would it attack the enemy, but it would also attack Zichen. Swoosh! Just as the sky blade exploded, Zichen instantly sped up and headed downwards. At that moment, the destructive energy was spreading in all directions. Relatively speaking, it was safer to head downwards. The energy of the heavenly blade that had exploded enveloped the finger seal. At the same time, it also swept in the storm formed by the other three heaven-defying cultivators. When Jiao Wei saw that Zichen had actually used such a method to block the heaven-defying cultivator's attack, a look of astonishment appeared on his usually calm and confident face. He knew very well that Zichen's heavenly blade had come from a foreign heaven-defying cultivator. In fact, he could even accurately name that heaven-defying cultivator. This heaven-defying cultivator had spent his entire life refining this heaven-defying cultivator. Ever since Zichen had obtained it, he had been using it. This was not because Zichen was strong enough to tame the heaven-defying cultivator. Rather, it was because Zichen had refined the heaven-defying cultivator anew. After using the heaven-defying cultivator, Zichen had killed many heaven-defying cultivators. However, he had not switched to another heaven-defying cultivator's weapon. This was because a heaven-defying cultivator's weapon had to be refined with his own energy in order to unleash its greatest power. Rather than calling it a heaven-defying cultivator's weapon, it would be more accurate to say that it was Zichen's own weapon. It was already equivalent to Zichen's arm. It could be considered a part of Zichen's body. However, the meticulous Rocky had never imagined that Zichen would choose to detonate heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator. As a result, even if Zichen were to take out a new heaven-defying cultivator, he would not be able to unleash such great power. Thus, Rocky was very astonished. With the boost in speed, Zichen charged downward. He fell into a large crater that was spewing out lava. When he landed, his face turned pale. His internal organs churned and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood fell into the lava and was instantly submerged by it. Detonating heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator was like cutting off an arm. It caused considerable damage to his body. His mind was shaken. Furthermore, the uncontrollable destructive power that resulted from the detonation of heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator had also injured him. This was the price Zichen had to pay for Rocky's attack. He had lost a fragment, detonated heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator, and sustained injuries. Everything looked so bad. Fortunately, he managed to preserve his life. Golden light surged around him as he stepped on the gushing magma. He raised his head to look at the sky, where the destructive energy created by the skyblade had yet to dissipate. Qi Wei's fingerprints, as well as the three heaven-defying cultivators, were still inside. The destructive aura created by Skyblade's self-destruction was too terrifying. However, under normal circumstances, no one would choose to self-destruct a celestial weapon. That was because that would be equivalent to wasting their entire life's effort and losing half of their combat strength. For some people who pursued strength, this was even more unacceptable than death. Zichen's decisiveness caused the expressions of the dark rock and the black dragon to change greatly. Chapter 2010. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, at the destructive energy produced by the explosion of the heavenly blade. Even the calm Jiao Wei was no longer calm. Zichen's way of attacking was completely out of his expectations. Moreover, such a powerful and terrifying attack could very well kill one of them. Once one of them died, it would be troublesome for them to fight Zichen in the future. Yang Wei didn't want anyone to die, but Zichen, who raised his head, hoped that one or two of them would die. That way, he might be able to kill Yang Wei. Bang! 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 Under the gazes of several people, 3 beams of light shot out from the destructive energy. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. The moment they appeared, they coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. At the same time, their bodies were covered with wounds, making them look sinister and terrifying. Looking at the 3 coughing up blood, Zichen's face was immediately filled with disappointment. No matter how serious their injuries were, they were still alive. As long as they were alive, they had the ability to fight. They were still troublesome. After the 3 of them rushed out, they continuously retreated. Their faces were filled with fear. Zichen's method of neutralizing the attack by cutting off one of his arms was completely out of their expectations. If it weren't for Yang Wei's fingerprints, which had consumed more than half of the storm's energy, the 3 of them wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. Compared to the disappointed Zichen, Yang Wei's slightly nervous expression relaxed again. He nodded in satisfaction. As long as the 3 of them were still alive, killing Zichen would be very easy. Zichen had already revealed all his trump cards. His strongest defense was gone, and the powerful heavenly blade had exploded. Now, the only thing he could rely on were the 2 heavenly Dao techniques that couldn't be used at the same time, the bow that could only shoot out one threatening arrow, and that little heavenly blade. Hei Long and An Peng sighed in their hearts. Zichen's cutting off arm attack hadn't killed anyone. Now, Zichen was in danger. Boom. At that moment, the cyan storm below completely exploded. Qing Feng stood where he was, his expression cold. Cyan wind circled around him, while Wu Xing was sent flying backwards. His defense had already been broken. A cyan wind circled around him, continuously cutting at his body. After retreating for a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. The strong wind around him also disappeared. His body looked like it was riddled with wounds, but they were all superficial wounds. As the 5 elements' energy circulated, his wounds were completely healed. Since Jiao Yang was selecting a spot, he would naturally select the strongest. The battle strength of the 5 elements was much stronger than Ga, who had challenged Green Peak back then. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Qing Feng retreated to Zichen's side. Although they had been fighting just now, he had still seen what had happened outside. He knew that after Yi Wei attacked, Zichen had suffered a great loss, and his escape route had been completely cut off. Looking at Zichen beside him, Qing Feng noticed that Zichen's expression was still calm. His pale face was gradually turning red. It was obvious that the injuries he had suffered earlier were quickly recovering. Because heaven-defying cultivators possessed heaven-defying energy, their injuries recovered much faster than ordinary heaven-defying cultivators. Qing Feng wasn't worried about Zichen's injuries. What he was worried about was whether Zichen's battle strength had been greatly reduced due to the loss of Skyblade. Just as the worry appeared on his face, Qing Feng saw a faint smile appear on Zichen's face. He saw Zichen looking at Yi Wei and saying, as expected of the strongest and most mysterious heaven-defying cultivator, "What a good plan." 5 elements had already made his move. Naturally, he had made his stance clear. At this moment, he stood together with the other 5, including Lei Yidong. The 6 experts were fighting side by side. Yi Wei looked at Zichen with a smug smile on his face. The battle situation he had simulated hundreds of times in his mind had finally started according to his plan. Based on those simulations, Zichen had no chance of survival. When he thought about how the greatest threat was about to die in his hands, Yi Wei felt a little excited. It was difficult for him to regain his previous calmness. Hearing Zichen's words, he said smugly, "It's okay. Everything is as expected. Of course, it's better than expected. Zichen looked at Ye Wei in silence. Beside him, Qing Feng frowned slightly. He didn't feel any nervousness or depression from Zichen. He had suffered such a great loss, but he still looked calm. Or rather, he still looked confident. Although he didn't know where Zichen's confidence came from, and whether it was an act or not, Qing Feng felt that when he stood beside him, facing the 6 experts, he didn't feel so nervous. At the very least, he didn't have the urge to laugh. Ye Wei continued, "You don't have the Skyblade, so your battle strength is greatly reduced. Now, you can only rely on the short blade, extreme speed, extreme yin, and extreme yang. However, these methods are not enough to resolve the crisis you are in today. You don't have the fragment, so you have no way to retreat. Your extreme speed is limited to this space. Your extreme yin and extreme yang are limited to only one type, which is completely useless. As for the short blade, it can't pose a threat to us. Zichen, I have calculated everything for you. Today is the day you die." Hearing Ye Wei's words, Zichen's calm expression fluctuated. He looked at Ye Wei and said, "How do you know I have extreme yin?" Ye Wei chuckled. Wag Wei gently smiled and said, "Is this a secret? I'm afraid you don't know. I've established an alliance, and many forces of the martial war continent have joined my alliance. In that alliance, there's a force called the Everlasting Sect. On the day the alliance was established, several existences of the Everlasting Sect told me everything about you. Oh, I forgot to mention it. What surprised me was that someone as vicious and merciless as you would have friends, as well as confidants." Seeing Ye Wei's smile, Zichen nodded and said gloomily, "So that's how it is. It seems I'll have to make a trip to the Everlasting Sect when I return." Seeing the cold killing intent in Zichen's eyes, Ye Wei said, "You really are vicious and merciless. You won't even let off the sect that nurtured you. However, you no longer have a chance. This place will be your burial ground. Before you die, I feel like I have to remind you that before you die, you can do a good deed. Don't let Qing Feng die with you." Ye Wei turned to Qing Feng and said, "Your battle strength is extraordinary. I have high hopes for you. My target is only Zichen. There is no need for you to die with him." Qing Feng looked at Ye Wei indifferently. Zichen turned to look at Qing Feng and said, "What he said is somewhat reasonable. At this time, you can make a new choice." Hearing Ye Wei's words, Qing Feng was expressionless. When he heard Zichen's words, he turned to look at Zichen with a trace of dissatisfaction. He directly said, "I have to make a new choice. Zichen, I am Lord Qing Feng. I am destined to shake the entire martial continent. This time, I came out of seclusion with the purpose of punishing evil and protecting the weak. Now that you are in danger, how can I retreat?" Qing Feng's words were righteous and generous. On the other side, Hei Long and An Peng had a rare trace of shame on their faces. If the two of them had been more decisive, 4 against 6, they might have had a chance of winning. At this time, Qing Feng still insisted on not leaving. This made Zichen very surprised. Of course, he was also very touched. He looked at Qing Feng and said, "I, Zichen, rarely admire others. However, at this time, I have to say that I admire your courage. You are welcome. Who asked me to be Lord Qing Feng?" Hearing their words, Lei Dong looked at the two with an unhappy face and said coldly, "The two of you are about to die. What are you waiting for? Qing Feng, look for the right opportunity. We will prepare to go deeper." A spiritual thought suddenly sounded in Qing Feng's sea of consciousness. "Deeper." Qing Feng was startled, but he did not change his expression and asked, "Are we not going to have a life and death battle? In this situation, do you think the two of us can win? The most important thing now is to find the shield and find a way to retreat. But you don't have the fragment. Can you find the shield? Previously, I had a feeling that the shield is in the depths. You can try to find it." The two of them did not change their expressions, but they were communicating with their spiritual thoughts. Looking at the two of them, Ye Wei smiled faintly and said, "Attack immediately. The two of them want to run." Although he could not hear the content of the two's voice transmission, Yue Wei could already guess what they were going to do next. Boom! Powerful energy surged again. The expressions of the few of them became incomparably cold. Dense murderous intent once again engulfed the area. You go first. I will stop them. Qing Feng did not show any weakness. Green wind surged around his body and he shouted at the same time. Silly. Let's go first. Zichen did not say anything and pulled Qing Feng away. At this time, fighting against 6 people alone was not courage, but pure foolishness. You can't escape. However, just as Zichen moved, Yue Wei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zichen. His speed was not slow either. Zichen's expression did not change in the face of Yue Wei's obstruction. He believed that among the same level, no one could surpass him with speed, not even Yue Wei. The heavenly thunder wings flapped at a high frequency behind him. Zichen displayed his extreme speed and instantly made a detour, rushing towards the depths. Without the fragment, you won't be able to find the shield at all. Yue Wei smiled coldly, but he had already caught up. At the same time, Zichen also heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then, a burst of energy appeared beside Zichen and exploded. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. Lei Dong's loud shout rang out again. In the sky, a vortex appeared, and lightning flashed. Hum. However, this time, before the lightning could descend from the vortex, a golden feather pierced through the air and hit the vortex. Boom. In the vortex, the lightning began to rage, and then it exploded with a loud bang. Lei Dong coughed out blood, his face pale. His attack was actually broken by the arrow of the clone. However, the clone had also completed its final mission. It disappeared into thin air, and the divine dragon bow floated in the air. Get the bow first. Chapter 2011. It was a good idea to snatch the divine dragon bow, but it would be extremely difficult for Lei Dong to carry it out. Zichen had learned how to create clones at a very early age, and had helped Zichen avert danger many times. Zichen was very familiar with clones, and naturally knew when they would dissipate. It could be said that when the clone shot the arrow, Zichen was already halfway there. When Lei Dong was about to snatch Zichen's divine dragon bow, Zichen was already very close to it. Following that, a light flashed, and the divine dragon bow flew towards Zichen. At this moment, facing the encirclement of so many experts, using the divine dragon bow alone was meaningless. Zichen put away the divine dragon bow that had just fallen into his hands, and the two of them began to run again. Boom! Boom! Attack after attack had already landed, and then exploded in the air, creating a terrifying energy fluctuation. Within the fluctuation, Zichen dodged left and right with Qing Feng, looking like a fallen leaf in a storm. You can't escape. Lei Dong was a little depressed that he did not manage to snatch the divine dragon bow. At this moment, seeing Zichen's miserable appearance, he sneered and once again used the thunderclap ninth heaven. This technique was not Lei Dong's strongest technique, but at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most useful technique, because many lightning bolts could fall under his control. Even if they could not hurt Zichen at all, they could still block Zichen's escape route. A large amount of energy light surged above Erichmann's head. As the light soared into the sky, it transformed into dozens of blood tigers. These blood tigers were much smaller than the previous ones, and their strength was also a little weaker. However, they had the advantage in numbers. After these blood tigers appeared, a Liman cut off the connection between the two sides, allowing the blood tigers to charge forward, and then explode in the process. The other two heaven-defying sovereigns did not show any signs of weakness, and one after another powerful attack after another was displayed. Kai sword lights emitting the light of the 5 elements broke through the void and slashed towards Zichen. The void was cut open, and deep sword scars appeared on the ground. Magma gushed out from the sword scars. Faced with the combined attacks of the 5, the advancing Zichen felt quite a bit of pressure. The energy around him continued to ripple, while his and Qingfeng's defensive light barrier continued to distort as it was constantly being consumed. If it was a one-on-one fight, Zichen and Blue Peak would not be afraid of anyone. However, with 5 people working together and Jiao Wei's solemn vow, it would be very difficult for the two of them to fight. Moving through the violent energy, Qing Feng's body would occasionally produce a hurricane. This hurricane would spread out in all directions, and under the omnipresent wind, some of the violent energy would be consumed. However, there was too much energy in the surroundings, and Qing Feng's consumption was limited. Gradually, he was unable to resist. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If we can't hold on any longer, then we will be exhausted to death. Brute force is not a solution." Zichen's voice sounded, still calm and collected. But, before Qing Feng could finish his words, bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The ancient power of lightning swept across the world, and the rumbling sound of thunder covered all other sounds in the world. Buzz. Around Zichen, the space was distorted, and the speed of the space was affected. The moment the lightning exploded, Zichen accelerated, passing through the many bolts of lightning. Zichen, who had traveled through time, was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiao Wei hasn't made a move yet, and Zichen is already having a hard time dodging. "I'm afraid he won't be able to win." Dark Rock looked at the battle ahead and said in a deep voice. Looking ahead, Black Dragon did not speak. Boom. Suddenly, the world trembled. Jiao Wei made a move. This was the second time he had made a move. The first time, it was a finger imprint. This time, it was a palm imprint. A pitch-black palm descended from the sky. The might of the palm was extremely strong and ferocious. The timing was also very good. It was precisely when Zichen was exhausted. Previously, under Jiao Wei's finger attack, Zichen threw away the fragment and self-destructed the Skyblade. This time, Jiao Wei made a move again, and the power was stronger than before. Zichen did not know how to block it. "You can't block it." Jiao Wei looked at Zichen in front of him and said confidently, "You can't block it." In his plan, Zichen could not block this attack at all. He could only use his body to take it. Jiao Wei's guess was right. Facing such a terrifying attack and the attacks that kept coming from all directions, Zichen could not think of a way to break it. He could only push his speed to the limit and then forcibly cover Qing Feng with the defensive light shield around him. This way, Qing Feng would have 2 layers of defense. Boom. When the palm attack fell, there was a pause in the speed. This pause was almost invisible to the naked eye. Zichen took advantage of this pause to speed up. He dodged the center of the palm attack, which was the most terrifying energy attack. However, he was brushed by the edge of the palm attack. As the palm attack exploded, the violent energy swept Zichen and Qing Feng inside. Bang! Bang! But in the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed out. However, at this time, the light shield was no longer on them. As soon as they appeared, Zichen coughed up blood. Qing Feng had 2 layers of defense, so his situation was better than Zichen's. Seeing Zichen coughing up blood, Jiao Wei smiled faintly and said, "Let's see how many times you can last." After that, he slowly chased after them. He was not in a hurry to kill Zichen. Because if he did, Zichen might go crazy and take 1 or 2 people down with him. Jiao Wei still had to go deeper, and he might encounter some kind of danger. He did not want to lose anything. If he slowly dragged it out like this, he would be able to exhaust Zichen to death. Although it might take a long time, it was the safest way. There would not be any losses, and they could continue to explore deeper. "Let's fight." Qing Feng looked at Zichen and said as he rushed forward again. In a short period of time, he had consumed a lot of energy. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. "No." Zichen shook his head, his voice firm. "Instead of being exhausted to death, why not have a good fight? Even if I die, it will be a worthy death." Qing Feng still persisted. At this moment, he was not afraid of death. However, he could not accept being exhausted to death in such a sullen manner. "Wait a little longer." Hearing Zichen's words, Qing Feng was speechless. He was already injured, what was there to wait for? In addition to the sound of energy explosions, there was also the complacent laughter of Lei Dong and the others. "Zichen, aren't you very strong? Why are you like a stray dog now? Haha, Zichen, you're just like a rat trying to squeeze through every crack you see. You're so ugly." Between heaven and earth, there were continuous sounds of ridicule. Chen did not care about the ridicule. He only knew how to charge forward. However, Qing Feng could not stand it. It was his first time coming out of the mountain, and he wanted to have a big fight. Running away made him feel sullen. Now that he was being ridiculed like this, he was naturally unhappy. What do you know? Master Qing Feng is just too lazy to care about you. Lei Dong, I can see that you have a pure lightning physique. However, what does that prove? You colluded with the foreign races. Such a physique would be better given to a dog or a pig than to you. Qing Feng's counterattack was very sharp. He directly questioned Lei Dong's character. If you have the ability, stop talking. Lei Dong no longer ridiculed and said coldly. Qing Feng's words infuriated him. What kind of status does Master Qing Feng have? How can he compete with someone like you? Back then, in order to fight against the foreign races, the Thunder Clan was almost destroyed. The ancestors of the Thunder Clan were so brave. Looking at you now, I really wonder if the heavens are blind to give such a rare and powerful physique to cowards like you. Without a doubt, Qing Feng's words dragged the 5 elements into it. These physiques were extremely rare in the world. They were true experts who could fight against heaven-defying experts one-on-one. When the foreign races invaded back then, it was these powerful existences who resisted the foreign races' powerful battle force. But today, everything was different from the past. You're courting death. Lei Dong roared and displayed a powerful attack. However, it could not do anything to the two who did not slow down. Boom. Seeing the opportunity, Qing Feng attacked again. It was the same palm print as before, and Chen still had nowhere to hide. Putting up another layer of defense for Qing Feng, Chen began to rush forward. Then, he coughed out blood and rushed out of the violent energy. Haha, seems like you two rats only know how to talk. You don't have any other tricks. Lei Dong laughed proudly. Qing Feng, aren't you very noble? Don't you want to be spectacular? Why are you like a rat now? If your name spreads out, you won't be called Master Qing Feng, but Qing Feng Rat. The two of them were mocking each other with words. The more they talked, the angrier they were. Qing Feng, who had just made his debut, was obviously not as patient as Lei Dong. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Chen, you go first. I'll block them. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly, Are you crazy? There are 6 of them. How are you going to block them? Even if I can't block them, I'll die a worthy death. It's better than running until I die. After saying that, energy surged around Qing Feng's body. He forcefully broke free from Chen's arm. At the same time, he shouted at Chen, You go first. In the instant that Qing Feng stopped, numerous attacks whistled through the air and arrived before Qing Feng. Wind shield. With a loud shout, Qing Feng clasped his hands together. A green light flashed in front of him. A light shield with strange runes appeared around Qing Feng's body. After the light shield appeared, it instantly expanded and blocked half of the sky. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the light barrier, causing a series of rumbling explosions to ring out. The light barrier that Qing Feng had raised was constantly shrinking in size as it withstood the impact of these attacks. At the same time, Qing Feng's body began to retreat. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It's useless. You can't block them. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lei Dong laughed proudly again. Qing Feng gritted his teeth and did not say anything. He allowed the blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. The light shield that he held up began to distort violently. Some cracks appeared on it. The attacks that landed on the light shield became stronger and stronger. The cracks spread and expanded. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The light shield exploded. Many attacks hit Qing Feng's body. His body flew backward in an instant, drawing a line of blood in the air. This attack injured him quite badly. If I die, then I die. Even if I die, I can't be humiliated. At this moment, Qing Feng's body was completely out of control. He believed that in the short time that he was flying backward, it was enough for Lei Dong and the others to rush forward and tear him apart. Death might be near in the next moment, but he was surprisingly calm. He suddenly recalled the old man and cursed, Damn, old man. Thanks for your auspicious words. I'm really going to die. Suddenly, Qing Feng felt as if he was being held back by a force. Following that, this gentle force filled his entire body, blocking out the other forces around his body. Qing Feng was stunned. He turned around and saw Zichen. Chapter 2012. Qing Feng forced himself to stop mid-flight. The other energies that were entangling him were instantly expelled. Qing Feng turned around and saw Zichen. He first noticed Zichen's eyes. His gaze was calm. Although there was blood at the corner of his mouth, his back was straight, as if there was nothing in the world. A powerful aura emanated from Zichen's body, which could bend him. When Qing Feng turned around and saw Zichen, it was as if he saw a whole new world. Didn't I tell you to leave? Zichen's confident expression and powerful aura made Qing Feng swallow back the words he was about to ask. But soon, his pupils shrank. He realized that there was not only one Zichen, but 4 Zichens. 2 of the Zichens looked exactly the same. Their expressions were calm and confident. Among the other 2, one of them was emitting a blazing energy light. That energy was flashing with golden light and was very violent. The other one was flashing with a bright silver light. His aura was very cold, but it also carried a violent aura. Why are there 4 of them? Qing Feng was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. The auras of the 4 Zichens were so powerful, especially the gold and silver ones. Their energy was very pure, as if they were made of pure lightning. Just as Qing Feng was wondering which one was the real Zichen, one of the Zichens smiled at him and said, "You're right. Sometimes we should be hot-blooded. What's the point of blindly enduring? We should be more vigorous and decisive, even if it means death." After saying that, Zichen, who was behind Qing Feng, threw Qing Feng behind him. The 2 of them were about the same height, but Qing Feng, who was standing behind Zichen, looked at the Zichens in front of him again. It was as if he was looking at 4 pillars that supported the sky. Their heads held up the sky and their feet stepped on the ground. They were giants of heaven and earth, and also the rulers of heaven and earth. Then, he saw the 4 Zichens' bodies become resplendent. Of the 4 Zichens, 2 were emitting a resplendent golden light and 2 were emitting a resplendent silver light. Then, 2 of the Zichens began to form seals with their hands. The seals seemed to be similar. They were very simple, but very profound. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Qing Feng was sent flying, Zichen decided to go back on his word. He didn't want to wait for an opportunity, and he didn't want to catch them all in one fell swoop. He turned around and used his strongest doppelganger technique. 2 yin and yang doppelgangers and a golden body. When Lei Dong and the others saw Zichen running away and Qing Feng flying backwards, their faces lit up with joy as they instantly rushed over. Then, they saw Zichen, 4 Zichens. Seeing the 4 Zichens' appearance, everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with astonishment. It's extreme yin and extreme yang. Huawei's expression changed first. His understanding of Zichen was even greater than Lei Dong's understanding of Zichen. When he saw this, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and he retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his hand forward, and a black light flew out. Damn it, don't tell me they all know heavenly Dao techniques. Lei Dong's reaction was slightly slower than Huawei's. When he saw the 4 Zichen's auras, he felt that something was wrong and subconsciously stopped. Next was Wu Xing. His reaction was the 3rd fastest because he was very afraid of Zichen. However, his reaction was still relatively late, because the 4 Zichens started to form seals at the same time. When he wanted to retreat, the 4 Zichens' seals were nearing the end. Then, the 4 Zichens stared coldly in front of them. Looking at the 4 balls with runes on them, 2 gold and 2 silver, Wu Xing was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He ran wildly to the back. Too late. A cold voice came from Zichen's real body. Even Wu Xing was too late to run, let alone Eric and the other 3 heaven-defying experts. They had always thought that Zichen was using doppelgangers to fool them, but who would have thought that Zichen's doppelgangers all knew heavenly Dao techniques? The only difference was that after the 4 Zichens used heavenly Dao techniques, Two of the doppelgangers disappeared into thin air. Clearly, they had used up all their energy. The remaining two Zichens were still there. One was his real body, and the other was a golden body. One gold, one silver. Their expressions were cold as they controlled the 4 balls of runes and flew forward. This kind of heavenly Dao technique had extraordinary speed, and now that Zichen was using all his strength, its speed seemed to be even faster. Boom! The sphere formed by the 4 heavens path divine arts exploded in the midst of its charge, but it only released a resounding boom. Following which, golden and silver lightning burst forth, forming an indescribable aura of destruction that began to spread in all directions. Eric and the other two were the first to bear the brunt of the energy. They were immediately enveloped by the energy. Wu Xing, who was running away, also couldn't avoid the energy. Lei Dong and Ji Wei were the last to be affected. Even Black Dragon and Dark Rock, who were far away, were affected by the energy. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated in an instant. 2 extreme yang and 2 extreme yin. The 4 heavenly Dao techniques exploded in an instant. There was no other sound in this world except for the endless sound of thunder. The originally hot magma aura also turned into 2 extreme yin and yang auras. One moment it was hot, the other it was cold. There were only 2 colors left in the world. One was gold, and the other was silver. Qing Feng, who had already made up his mind to die, stared ahead with his round eyes. Because of his shock, his mouth was so wide open that an apple could be placed in it. He saw the 4 Zichen turn into 2. He saw the change in the world, and saw the energy fluctuation that seemed to be able to burn everything. He was very surprised, very shocked, and even somewhat horrified. While his expression was changing, he was also feeling a little displeased and grumbling. You, Zichen, clearly had such a powerful technique. Why didn't you use it earlier? Why did you have to be chased like a dog? If I didn't insist on blocking these people, you probably wouldn't have used it. With such a powerful technique, you didn't have to do anything. Could it be that you had to wait until your death to use it? You had to use it right before your death. The 4 heavenly Dao techniques exploded at the same time. The destructive energy was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that Qing Feng's imagination began to run wild. In the world, the golden and silver light flickered. Qing Feng's expression was also constantly changing. He was very puzzled. He couldn't understand why Zichen didn't use it earlier. If that was the case, his fragment wouldn't have been lost. But in the next moment, the shocked Qing Feng saw a third color in the violent golden and silver light. It was a black light. This black light rushed out from the golden and silver light and took on the form of Yarrow Wei. Qing Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yarrow Wei to survive such an attack. He didn't even look embarrassed. There was only a look of shock on his face after his miscalculation. Then, a second light appeared. It was the light of thunder. It instantly turned into Lei Dong's appearance. His clothes were torn, and there were wounds on his body. The 4 heavenly thunder wings on his back also dimmed a little. He was also alive. How was this possible? Qing Feng couldn't accept that Zichen, with such a powerful technique, couldn't kill Lei Dong. But soon, the shock on Qing Feng's face became more intense. This was because another light of the 5 elements rushed out. The owner of the light of the 5 elements was naturally Yarrow Wei. Even Yarrow Wei didn't die. Although Qing Feng didn't personally experience how powerful Zichen's attack was, he was very clear about it. With such a method, it wouldn't be a problem to kill these people when they least expected it. But in the next moment, a scene that made Qing Feng almost stunned appeared. Ehrman also rushed out from the explosion. However, after he came out, he began to cough up blood. There were still remnants of the golden and silver lightning energy on his wounds. The stunned Qing Feng was petrified in the next moment. This was because the last 2 heaven-defying experts also rushed out. Their injuries were more serious, and they seemed to be on the verge of death. However, they were still alive. As long as they were alive, their injuries would quickly recover and they would soon be able to fight again. The shocked and confused Qing Feng soon understood why these people were still alive. It was because other than Ji Wei, The 5 of them were all holding a fragment of the shield in their hands. Qing Feng finally understood why the 6 of them were able to survive. Qi Wei was the furthest away, and he was also very strong. The energy couldn't hurt him at all. As for the other 5, they were able to survive by relying on their shields. Under such circumstances, only shields could save their lives. Seeing that the 5 of them were still alive, Qing Feng, who couldn't understand Zi Chen's actions, had a face full of regret. At this moment, if he still didn't understand Zi Chen's intention, he would be a real fool. Zi Chen wasn't waiting for death to use this move. He kept running, even if he was injured. He wasn't really running, but he was waiting for the right time. He was waiting for the right time, waiting for the 6 of them to be careless. Then, he would use this move to kill them. This was also why Zi Chen was still indifferent when he heard Lei Dong's mocking words. His expression was still cold, and it could even be said that he was still calm. He didn't listen to Zi Chen's advice and forced himself to stop. Obviously, Zi Chen didn't want to see him die, so he decisively chose to attack. But in the end, Ji Wei, who was retreating, threw out the 5 fragments when he sensed that something was wrong. Just like that, the 5 of them were saved. And Zi Chen's most powerful trump card lost its sure kill result just like that. Now, the 6 of them were still alive, and Zi Chen had no more trump cards. Qing Feng, who was full of regret, blamed himself. He blamed himself for being so impulsive and losing his composure. At this moment, he saw Zi Chen move. His target was the heavily injured heaven-defying challenger in front of him. Zi Chen was going to snatch the fragments. This was Qing Feng's first thought. As long as Zi Chen got the fragments, at least there would be a way out. Buzz. The light trembled, and the energy flowed. The 5 fragments turned into streamers and flew toward Ji Wei. The fragments weren't flying fast. With Zi Chen's extreme speed, he should be able to snatch them. But Zi Chen, who was rushing forward, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Chapter 2013. No matter what kind of situation one was in, one should always leave a way out for oneself. With a way out, one might not necessarily have a chance to survive, but it would give one hope. With hope, one would insist on surviving and pursue that chance of survival. Seeing Zi Chen rush forward, Yang Wei did not hesitate to take the fragment. In the process of taking the fragment, he deliberately slowed down the speed of the fragment to give Zi Chen a chance to get the fragment. In Yang Wei's opinion, with his deliberate calculation, Zi Chen would definitely get the fragment first to give Zi Chen a way out. However, he guessed wrong. Zi Chen had no intention of snatching the fragment at all, because his ultimate goal was to kill everyone, not to find a way out for himself. Once everyone was dead, he would naturally have a way out. Since there was a way out, why would he need a way out? Therefore, the Zi Chen who rushed forward was only a clone, and also a cover. The real Zi Chen did not move. Just as the fragment left the 5 of them, he said, "Thunderous blade manipulation." Then, the blade spirit appeared. The small blade turned into a blurry light and rushed toward the most seriously injured heaven-defying cultivator in front. The heaven-defying cultivator had just escaped death, and before he could recover, a life-and-death crisis struck again. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately took out his heavenly weapon to block. Poof! The blurry light passed through the heaven-defying cultivator's consciousness without any resistance. The heaven-defying cultivator's reaction was very fast, but he was still seriously injured after all, so he was still a little slower. The blade spirit passed through the heaven-defying cultivator's mind, and at the same time, released a destructive energy. This energy contained the power of the heavenly fire, which instantly scattered the heaven-defying cultivator's soul, and then burned it completely. At the same time, the blade spirit did not slow down, and rushed toward the second heaven-defying cultivator, who was still seriously injured. However, the heaven-defying cultivator was obviously prepared, and he took out his heaven-defying cultivator to block in front of him. Clang! The blade spirit was blocked by the heaven-defying cultivator, but the powerful force shook the heaven-defying cultivator's heaven-defying cultivator out of his hand, and then the blade spirit moved forward again. The heaven-defying being's face was filled with despair. At this moment, he no longer had any means to block the saber spirit's attack. Just as the second against the Sky Destroyer was about to be killed by the knife spirit, a black light suddenly appeared and stopped the knife spirit. There was a clanging sound, and the knife spirit brushed past the against the Sky Destroyer's cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. The saber spirit, who had been sent flying, returned to Zi-Chen's side and disappeared. A hint of disappointment appeared on Zi-Chen's indifferent expression. If Yang Wei's reaction was any slower, he would only have 4 enemies left. The black light that had been knocked away by the knife spirit was a fragment. It flew back into Ye Wei's hand. Through some unknown means, Ye Wei was able to easily control the fragment. For the first time, a gloomy expression appeared on Wag Wei's calm face. Clearly, he knew that one of the 6 had already died. And this time, Zi-Chen's methods had once again exceeded his expectations. In the sky, the heaven-defying being's corpse fell from the sky into the surging magma and was instantly submerged. The corpse of a heaven-defying being was a very good material. However, at this moment, when one's life was in danger, who would care about those materials? Hei Long and An Peng's faces were filled with shock. They had not expected that Zi-Chen would be able to counterattack in such a situation. What was even more shocking was that he could actually turn the situation around and kill one of them. The other 4 immediately retreated and stood shoulder to shoulder with Yang Wei. There was also a hint of fear in their shocked expressions. Zi-Chen looked at Yang Wei indifferently as a powerful aura surged from his body. Since he had already revealed his trump cards, he naturally would not give them any time to breathe. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, he rushed forward. As he rushed forward, his body shone with golden light and his extreme speed caused the space to distort violently. He wanted to fight against the 5 of them by himself. Courting death. When the pale-faced Lei Dong saw Zi-Chen rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth and snorted. His eyes were filled with endless coldness. Around Yang Wei, his aura began to surge. It was a pure and dark energy. When this energy appeared, it exploded with a terrifying power. Obviously, the mysterious Yang Wei had no choice but to show his skills in front of Zi-Chen. Come. He looked coldly at Zi-Chen. His aura continued to surge, becoming more and more terrifying. Thunder saber manipulation. With a cold shout, the saber spirit appeared beside Zi-Chen again and rushed forward. This time, the saber spirit's target was no longer the heavily injured heaven-defying being, but Yang Wei himself. Insignificant skill. Light flashed in Yang Wei's eyes as he accurately captured the saber spirit's path. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. At the same time, Lei Dong and the others were also preparing powerful attacks. They were waiting for Zi-Chen to rush forward so that they could bombard Zi-Chen with all their powerful attacks. Then, they would completely destroy Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, who was rushing forward, increased his speed. He did not prepare any powerful attacks. Just as he was about to reach the group, he took out a cauldron. It was a simple and unadorned small cauldron. There were some ancient beasts carved on it, giving it an ancient and vast feeling. The 5 elements and the others recognized that cauldron. It was the universal origin cauldron, a supreme treasure that could refine heavenly realms. However, this supreme treasure was only useful for ordinary heavenly realms. It was not very useful for heaven-defying beings. This was because it was very easy for heaven-defying beings to kill ordinary heavenly realms. Why would they need the cauldron to refine them? They did not understand why Zi-Chen would take out such a cauldron at this moment. Could it be that he wanted to suck everyone in? If that was the case, they would indeed die. However, they were not fools. How could they be sucked in by the universal origin cauldron? The cauldron shook, and the lid flew out. Just as everyone was sure that Zi-Chen wanted to suck them in, they felt that the cauldron did not emit a suction force. Instead, it emitted a strong wind. Along with the strong wind, boundless flames appeared. Everyone looked at the flames in astonishment. They did not understand why Zi-Chen would make such flames. Did he think that the temperature here was not high enough? Or did he think that the flames could kill them? Those were not heavenly flames. Furthermore, those flames. No, those were heavenly flames. Flames from beyond the heavens. Everyone, including Yang Wei, had a drastic change in expression when they sensed that those flames were heavenly flames. Fear appeared on their faces. The cauldron rose into the air and opened its lid. Heavenly flames poured out from within like boiling seawater. In an instant, the flames spread and enveloped the 5 people. Looking at the 5 people shrouded in heavenly flames, Zichen sneered. Since I've shown my trump card, I naturally have to show it all. There's no point in hiding it all the time. As his sneer fell, another Zichen appeared not far from Zichen. He pulled the bowstring in his hand. The dragon god's arrow naturally appeared on the bowstring. At this moment, the clone could not see through the heavenly flames. However, it did not need to see through the heavenly flames because the dragon god's arrow was targeting their lives. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot out. It went straight for the heaven-defying cultivator who was the most severely injured in the heavenly flames. Boom. Energy raged, heavenly flames raged, and the heavens and earth shook. Just as the arrow pierced through the air, Zichen waved his hand and withdrew the cauldron. Although there were still a lot of foreign flames inside, they could not be wasted so easily. Moreover, the heavenly realm experts present were all alive, not dead. These heavenly flames could only intimidate them, but could not be used as a means to kill them. Therefore, at this time, it was better to have as many of them as possible. In the raging heavenly flames, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Then, the sword spirit flew out. Obviously, it did not cause any harm to Yang Wei. The heavenly flames had no source. They were just a ball of flames. After a moment of rage, they quickly dissipated. The people in the middle appeared, and one by one, they retreated. Apart from Yang Wei, there were still flames on Lei Dong and the other 3. The flames seemed to have ignited their clothes and ignited the energy in their bodies. They were in a panic, trying to extinguish the flames. Yang Wei looked at Zichen in front of him, and his face became gloomier. The heavenly flames were, of course, a trump card. He had miscalculated again. And the price of this miscalculation was not small. Guanqiu, what are you still standing there for? Come back quickly. After finally extinguishing the heavenly flames on his body, Lei Dong ignored his body, which was still smoking, and shouted at the heaven-defying cultivator in front of him who did not move. Bang! As Lei Dong's shout fell, Guanqiu, who was standing in the air, fell straight into the magma below. Even the heavenly soldiers followed. Ah! Seeing this, Lei Dong was stunned at first. Then, his face became gloomy. Obviously, another person had died. And this time, Zichen's opponents were really only 4 people left. Among them, Alaman's injuries were the most serious. Once Zichen seized the opportunity, he would definitely kill him in one blow. Subconsciously, he glanced at Aliman. The latter obviously had the same worry in his heart. He leaned toward Yang Wei with a slight fear. Another person killed. Black Dragon and An Peng were completely stunned. Zichen's methods were endless. Qing Feng, who was also very shocked, was undoubtedly more regretful at this moment. If he had grasped the right opportunity, there might only be one Yang Wei standing in front of Zichen, and it might even be an injured Yang Wei. But now, there were still 4 people standing in front of him. As if sensing the change in Qing Feng's emotions behind him, Zichen's voice sounded, "Don't blame yourself. This is how a battle should be. It should be spectacular." Hearing Zichen's comforting words, Qing Feng's expression became slightly better. He took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Zichen. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he said firmly, "I can deal with 2. Zichen shook his head and said, "No, 4 people is just right. 4 people to deal with. 4 people." Chapter 2014. In the middle of a battlefield, no one could be truly neutral. Black Dragon and An Peng did not express their stance earlier, but that did not mean that they would not do so now. Qing Feng looked at the 2 people who were gradually approaching in surprise. He wondered if they were going to join in now. It had to be said that if the 2 of them joined in, Zichen's side would undoubtedly have the highest chance of winning in a 4 versus 4 situation. Before Zichen could ask about their attitudes, Wag Wei took a step forward. He looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "Why do you need to go through so much trouble? Since the battle has already begun, let's decide who lives and dies between us. Yang Wei took the initiative to challenge and did not give Zi Chen a chance to ask questions. He also did not give Black Dragon and An Peng a chance to choose. If they did not choose, they would still be neutral and would still have a reason to not fight. However, once they made a choice, they would naturally fight to the death. Zi Chen, of course, knew what Yang Wei was planning and frowned slightly. Die! The indifferent voice turned into a cold shout. Yang Wei's body was surrounded by a black light of energy. He did not give Zi Chen a chance to continue asking questions and directly rushed towards Zi Chen. Yang Wei's speed was very fast. In an instant, his speed was not inferior to Zi Chen's extreme speed. Of course, this did not mean that Yang Wei's extreme speed footwork was better than Zi Chen's. It was just that his understanding of his own extreme speed had reached the limit. Buzz. Since the battle had already started, there was no point in hiding his previous trump cards. In another direction, Zi Chen summoned his golden body and locked on to Yang Wei's life force and released an arrow. The void shook as the arrow broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Yang Wei felt that he was locked onto, but his expression was still as usual. In the next moment, a strange long spear appeared in his hand. It was strange because it was not straight like a normal long spear. Instead, it was curved. The body of the spear glowed with a dark light. At the tip of the spear, there were two red lights. At first glance, it looked like Yang Wei was holding a curved black snake in his hand. The black spear swept past. At the tip of the spear, the two red lights became brighter and brighter, as if they had materialized. The void was shattered by the spear. The tip of the spear broke through the void and blocked the arrow. Clang! The arrow feathers collided with the spear tip, and sparks flew everywhere. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and the arrow feathers were directly sent flying. However, the powerful force contained in the arrow feather caused Shake's body to sway slightly. It was just a slight shake, which slightly affected its speed, and it continued to move forward. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression couldn't help but change. Zi Chen's bow and arrows had killed countless heaven-defying experts. During this period of time, not many heaven-defying experts were able to block this attack. Almost all of them were sent flying by the powerful arrows. Some of them were even shaken out of their hands. However, Wag Wei's body only swayed slightly as he blocked Zi Chen's powerful attack. This kind of strength was truly shocking. Thunder blade manipulation. Looking at Yarrow Wei charging forward again, Zi Chen's eyes turned cold. The saber spirit appeared in front of him, emitting 3 colors of thunder, fire, and star. Under the urging of the perfect spiritual thoughts, the saber spirit trembled slightly. After circling around Zi Chen, it shot straight ahead. Wherever the saber spirit passed, the void was split open. However, what appeared was not a black line, but a tricolored line. The saber spirit was like a tricolored light, directly extending out. Zi Chen's attack could be seen with the naked eye. Its speed was not as fast as before, but its power was much more powerful. Charging forward, Yarrow Wei's expression became slightly solemn. The black spear in his hand shone brighter and brighter. Under the urging of all his strength, the spear let out a hiss. This hiss caused the world to tremble, and it passed into the sea of consciousness with layers of ripples. This was not a deliberate attack by Yarrow Wei, but the invisible power of the black spear. Because of this, the expressions of those who sensed the fluctuations of the soul changed again. Hum. The tip of the spear rotated and also stabbed forward. Like a bolt of black lightning, it came into contact with the tricolored light. Boom. The two energies were in a stalemate and began to corrode each other. Finally, there was a loud explosion. A mixed energy ripple filled with 4 colors of light spread out in all directions. In the shock of the ripple, Yarrow Wei's charging figure was stopped. He looked up at Zi Chen, and his face did not look good. He seemed to be dissatisfied that he had broken Zi Chen's 2 trump cards with just 2 spears. Demon slaughtering finger. He stood with his spear and did not continue to move forward. Instead, he pointed at Zi Chen from a distance. With a simple point, it was a heavenly path technique that made people's hearts palpitate. Above the sky, the void broke open, and a pitch-black fingerprint fell from the sky. On the surface of the fingerprint, black runes kept flashing. Previously, it was this attack that forced Zi Chen to throw away the fragment and self-destruct Skyblade. Seeing this attack again, Zi Chen did not care at all. A golden light appeared beside him. The golden light landed and turned into Zi Chen. His hands began to form seals. Golden light Zi Chen allowed the terrifying pressure to sweep across the sky, but he remained unmoved. Finally, the seal was formed. The golden light Zi Chen dissipated. The extreme yang energy directly flew to the sky and exploded when it got close to the fingerprint. Boom! Between heaven and earth, there was another explosion. The violent golden energy completely swallowed up the pitch-black fingerprint. As the two energies clashed in the sky, a series of tremors followed. The terrifying aura kept shaking heaven and earth. Even the world was trembling. Finally, the violent energy dissipated. The fingerprint and extreme yang energy dissipated. Palm strike! Yarrow Wei shouted and raised his hand to strike again. Above the sky, where the energy dissipated, the void kept twisting. A pitch-black palm print appeared. After the palm print appeared, the bright world turned pitch-black. Rolling black clouds surrounded the palm print. The world seemed to have ushered in the night. In this dark night, one could not even see their own fingers. A terrifying pressure filled the world. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in the world. It was a golden figure. After the figure appeared, a cold and violent aura flowed from his body. Extreme yin. Zi Chen used another heavenly path technique and rushed toward the palm print in the sky. In this pitch-black night, the golden light streaked across the sky and landed on the palm print before exploding. Black and gold collided in the sky. Terrifying energy kept surging. Vroom! In the collision of energy, the sound of bowstrings vibrating could be heard. The roar of a dragon resounded through heaven and earth. The arrows that pierced through the sky turned into arrows and dragons. At the same time, the tricolored light formed by the saber spirit kept appearing. In this collision, Yarrow Wei's figure rushed forward. His spear kept shaking, knocking away the arrows and the saber spirit. He had already determined that Zi Chen's combat strength was greatly reduced without the Skyblade. He wanted to come in front of Zi Chen and engage in close combat with Zi Chen. The current Zi Chen did not have any heaven-grade weapons. However, it was not accurate to say that he did not have any heaven-grade weapons. Because Zi Chen still had a lot of heaven-grade weapons. There were dozens of them. With a flip of his hand, Zi Chen looked at the approaching Yarrow Wei. A Skyblade appeared in his hand. He had already forgotten whose weapon it was. However, he knew that the other party had comprehended at least 50 types of laws and was killed by his dragon god arrow. With the Skyblade in hand, Zi Chen poured the heaven-defying energy in his body into the blade. At this moment, he did not need to borrow the power of the Skyblade. He only needed to use his own heaven-defying energy. When Yarrow Wei arrived in front of Zi Chen, the violent energy above his head dissipated. The world returned to normal. In the eyes of everyone, it was as if a black snake had arrived in front of Zi Chen. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 poisonous fangs, and bit down on Zi Chen. Clang! With a flash of golden light, the Skyblade blocked the attack. The huge energy caused the world to tremble. The surrounding space began to distort crazily. Yarrow Wei withdrew his spear. The spear gathered power and stabbed forward again. This time, the power contained in the attack was even more terrifying. The void was instantly pierced and a black hole spread out. The tip of the spear was at the center of the black hole. It was aimed at Zi Chen's heart. Humph! With a cold snort, Zi Chen slashed forward with the Skyblade in his hand. It also cut through the void and broke open the black hole. The Skyblade slashed down on the black spear. Clang! The sound of clanging rang out again. Violent energy exploded. The space around the two was completely shattered. The two of them were shining with a black gold light. They were in the middle of the shattered space. Powerful energy surged. The space that was about to heal was constantly being shattered. The strength of the two of them actually prevented the space from healing. Just like that, the two of them turned into 2 rays of light. They were constantly entangled and collided. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Every attack from the two of them was very powerful. They could kill an ordinary heaven-defying realm expert. Even at this moment, the crowd did not dare to rush forward. Because the two of them did not hold back. Every move was a killing move. Every move was a fatal attack. Seeing that Zi Chen was not weaker than Yarrow Wei even though he was holding an unrefined heavenly weapon, Lei Dong and the others' faces were filled with nervousness and worry. Yarrow Wei chose to fight with Zi Chen to the death. Obviously, the winner would be the winner. If Yarrow Wei won, they would naturally be able to live. If Zi Chen won, they would all die. Originally, they thought that they had forced Zi Chen to use all of his trump cards. Their battle strength should have been greatly reduced. However, they did not expect that the battle between the two of them would still be a draw. Outside the battlefield, Hei Long and An Peng had a different opinion. In their opinion, without the refined heavenly weapon, Zi Chen's battle strength was indeed affected. At this moment, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. In fact, Zi Chen had suffered a small loss. Boom! The long spear pierced forward. It broke through the void and landed on Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen's body shook slightly. He dodged the attack. The long blade in his hand suddenly slashed forward. A black line immediately appeared in the void. Everything that was within the black line was split into two. The two of them looked cold. The battle was getting more and more fierce. At the same time, the two rays of light were constantly fighting. During the process of the battle, their bodies were constantly moving in the sky. Terrifying energy was constantly wreaking havoc below. The sound of energy vibrations was also constantly heard. More magma appeared under the ground. Chapter 2015. During the battle, the two of them were moving around unconsciously. Hence, they did not realize that they had moved to the top of the magma. Qing Feng and the others followed behind them. They did not feel anything out of the ordinary when they saw the magma. At this moment, their attention was focused on the two of them fighting in the sky. Naturally, they did not pay attention to the magma that was everywhere. Therefore, no one noticed that in the flowing magma, there seemed to be a face made of magma that appeared vaguely. In the sky, the two of them became fiercer and fiercer as they fought. Puff! Qi Wei's attack finally broke through Zi Chen's defense and left a bloody wound on his body. Golden blood flowed out from the wound. Zi Chen's counterattack was also very sharp. His long saber slashed through Qi Wei's arm that was holding the spear. The two of them fought back and forth with cold expressions. Zi Chen was very familiar with this kind of fighting style. Usually, when he was no match for his opponent, he liked to use this kind of fighting style. Swoosh! The black spear in Qi Wei's hand pierced towards Zi Chen again. Not only was the speed fast, but the constant hissing sound also affected Zi Chen's soul and affected Zi Chen's judgment. Zi Chen's reaction seemed to be a little slow. He only reacted when the spear was in front of him. Puff! The black spear instantly pierced through Zi Chen's chest. Then, the spear appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Zi Chen was pierced through by the spear. Was he going to lose? Lei Dong and the others were very excited. This was the scene that they wanted to see the most. Qing Feng raised his head and looked at the scene. His expression changed drastically. However, in the next moment, they saw Zi Chen rushing forward, ignoring the spear that pierced through his body. The long saber in his hand forcefully stabbed towards Qi Wei's lower abdomen. Sensing Zi Chen's intention, Qi Wei's expression suddenly changed and he retreated. However, the spear was still in Zi Chen's body. He could only throw it away now. Yang Wei was very decisive. He let go of the spear and retreated. Even if this attack couldn't kill Zi Chen, he couldn't let himself be seriously injured. However, in the next instant, he, who was retreating, felt an enormous power land on his arm. As his body came to a halt, he saw his arm being grabbed by Zi Chen. Then, with a burst of strength, Zi Chen rushed forward and directly pierced his long blade into Yang Wei's lower abdomen, completely penetrating it. This could be considered as Zi Chen's counterattack. The people below stared with their eyes wide open in shock. Zi Chen's arm immediately released a huge amount of power, directly shaking off Zi Chen. At the same time, his body was pushed back, and at the same time, he also threw a palm forward. This palm directly hit the long spear, and at the same time, the long spear moved forward and landed on Zichen's chest. Bang! Zichen's chest was hit by the palm, and his body flew backwards. The long spear that was still in his body completely penetrated his body and flew far away. When the long spear left his body, golden blood splattered and fell into the magma below. It was immediately swallowed by the magma. Zichen was still holding the long blade tightly in his hand. On the blade, the blood flowed down the blade and fell into the magma. The two people who were fighting instantly separated in the air. Zichen clutched his chest, and streams of heaven-defying energy were injected into the wound to prevent it from worsening. As for Qi Wei, he was clutching his lower abdomen, trying to suppress the spread of the injury. Zichen's blade was ruthless. It completely pierced through his back. The two of them were suppressing their injuries. In the sky, blood was constantly falling into the magma. Seeing such a tragic battle, the people who were watching were all shocked. The two of them gradually suppressed their injuries. Then, they raised their heads and looked at each other. Their expressions were equally cold and fierce. Qi Wei looked at Zichen. There was anger on his face. He said coldly, "In all these years, you are the first person to be able to injure me like this." Zichen replied coldly, "Now, I'm injuring you. Next, I'll kill you." Qi Wei looked at Zichen. His anger grew. Without Skyblade, Zichen appeared to be as strong as ever. However, his battle prowess had decreased. The current Skyblade was no longer easy to use. Qi Wei's aura grew stronger. The black spear returned to his hand. However, he put it away. Black energy surged out from Qi Wei's body. Like a black cloud, it spread out in all directions. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. Within the churning black cloud, Qi Wei's expression turned cold and ruthless. "Today, I will kill you." Golden light surged out from Zichen's body. At this moment, the golden light on Zichen's body was a clear contrast to the black light on Qi Wei's body. "Since that's the case, let's decide the victor." Zichen's cold and stern voice also sounded out. He had already used all his trump cards. The heavenly fire could only restrain Yang Wei, but it could not kill him. Now, Zichen was relying on his own greatest trump card, which was the opposite of the heaven-defying energy of the dual attribute. He waved his hand gently. The distant Zichen disappeared. The divine dragon bow turned into a stream of light and arrived beside Zichen before disappearing. Then, another person appeared beside Zichen. This was Zichen's Buddhist golden body. It possessed the same battle prowess as Zichen. However, at this moment, Zichen made him display the extreme yin aura. Lightning with a chilling aura was emitted from this clone. This was Zichen's strongest clone. Not only could it use the heavenly Dao technique, it could also fully activate it. It was exactly the same as Zichen's real body. As for the two single attribute clones that he summoned earlier, they could only use the heavenly Dao technique once. After that, they would completely disappear, leaving behind only the heavenly Dao technique. At this moment, Zichen was clearly going to use his strongest trump card. This trump card was the destructive force formed by the collision of extreme yin and extreme yang. In front of Zichen, black energy was surging. Most of the sky and earth could no longer see other colors. Standing on top of the black clouds, his figure was faintly visible. At this moment, the world seemed to have been forcefully divided by the two of them. One half was pure black, while the other half was made up of gold and silver. The two colors clashed in the sky, and energy surged out continuously. At this moment, everyone's eyes were nervously looking at the sky, waiting for the arrival of the final battle. None of them noticed the red light emitted from the magma on the ground. Even if they noticed it, they wouldn't care. After all, there was too much magma here. Unless they were more careful, they would notice that the magma light didn't seem to be suppressed by the two types of energy. It was still flowing in an orderly manner. The face that appeared at this moment was also looking at the sky indifferently. "Zichen, let's have a life and death battle." Qi Wei's cold voice resounded. The black energy that filled the sky suddenly began to surge violently. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out from it. The black energy around Chi Wei was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the black energy that filled the sky disappeared, and the world was completely filled with gold and silver light. In front of Chi Wei, a palm-sized black object appeared. It was a lotus that emitted a dark light. Although it was surrounded by black light, it gave off a pure and holy feeling. The black energy that filled the sky turned into a small lotus. Chi Wei's expression was extremely calm as he looked at the lotus. At this moment, it was as if Chi Wei's body was giving off a holy feeling. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, at the black lotus. Like Zichen, this was the first time they saw Chi Wei take action. It was the first time they saw such a black and holy lotus. This is the heavenly Tao demonic lotus. I haven't seen it for a long time. Interesting little guy. Although he's a little weak, as long as I devour him, I should be able to recover some of my strength. A low murmur resounded from the magma. This voice was very soft, like the sound of flowing magma. No one could hear it. The gold and silver light on Zichen's body didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more dazzling. The moment it was refined, 2 runes appeared in front of the 2 Zichen. Those runes contained 2 types of extreme energy. The runes flickered, and a destructive aura spread out. This is Wuji's yin and yang technique. How can this little brat possess both yin and yang at the same time? Could it be that he's Wuji's successor? Not bad at all. After I devour the 2 of you, I think I'll be free. Heavenly Tao demonic lotus. With a low roar, Chi Wei waved his hand and the demonic lotus flew forward. After the demonic lotus flew a few meters away from Chi Wei, it began to expand. Then, it became more than 10 meters tall. The aura it emitted was even more terrifying. Go! A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The seals of extreme yang and extreme yin flew forward. In the process of moving forward, yin and yang began to come into contact with each other. A destructive aura spread out. The distance between the lotus and yin and yang was getting closer and closer. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching the battle that was about to decide life and death. Boom! When they were about to reach the lotus, yin and yang collided and exploded. The destructive energy landed on the lotus and the demonic lotus also exploded. At the moment of the terrifying explosion, a powerful force spread out in all directions. Both Zichen and Wei were unable to avoid the destructive energy that swept forth in an instant. At that moment, the destructive energy formed an indiscriminate attack. It was extremely frightening. At this moment, it was completely out of control. Good kid, your cultivation isn't high but your battle strength isn't weak. The magma churned and a low voice sounded out again. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed. At one moment, there was a pitch-black light that enveloped the world. At the next moment, there was a dazzling gold and silver light that occupied the world. The whole world was dyed gold and silver. Although the yin and yang energy and the demonic lotus were out of control, they didn't forget their mission, which was to destroy. At this moment, these 2 types of energy were continuously clashing, exhausting, and destroying each other. In the midst of the violent energy, Zichen and Chi Wei's figures appeared. Their faces were undoubtedly gloomy. Obviously, this should be their strongest attack, but it seemed that they couldn't do anything to each other. Zichen's figure appeared. His clothes were torn in many places and he looked a little embarrassed. Chi Wei wasn't much better off than Zichen. The 2 attacks were constantly clashing, consuming each other. It seemed that it was difficult to determine the winner. Could it be that the 2 still couldn't determine the winner? Just when the crowd was puzzled, a loud voice sounded from below. Since the winner still can't be determined, then stop and let me devour them all. P.S. A friend sent a message asking why there are so many wrong words, why the words are not connected, and why there is a period from the beginning to the end. I'll answer it here. It's because you don't watch the official channel. Speaking of which, this kind of situation is very rare in the official channel. Secondly, I've announced a group earlier. If you have any thoughts or suggestions about the book, you can join the group and chat. Of course, You can also message me privately after joining the group. I'll reply you one by one when I have time. Chapter 2016. The voice was very sudden, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. As soon as the voice was heard, the magma below began to boil like boiling water, and a huge face appeared in the magma. As soon as the face appeared, a powerful aura spread out between heaven and earth. This aura was far stronger than the aura of the heavenly realm, and it was even stronger than the aura of an ordinary saint. This aura filled heaven and earth, making the already oppressive heaven and earth even more oppressive. In the sky, the constant stalemate of energy quickly dissipated under this oppressive aura. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their faces were full of horror. They did not even have time to look at the magma. Almost like a conditioned reflex, they fled in all directions. That was the aura of a saint. As soon as the aura of a saint appeared, it made them feel a strong sense of crisis. In the sky, Zi Chen and Ya Wei, who were facing each other, were even more so. The two of them did not say anything and immediately turned to run. "Hee, you little guys can't run away. Let me eat you all." The face began to laugh and then rushed into the sky. But in the process, it seemed to be suppressed, and the expression on its face was constantly changing. Of course, it could also be said that it was grimacing. If at this moment, someone noticed this scene, they would definitely find something strange. But under the pressure of a saint, who would have the heart to observe these details? Damn it, why is there a saint here? Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. He was not afraid of Ya Wei, but he was afraid of a saint. At the same time, he was secretly cursing Ya Wei for being a fool. Even a saint would not dare to be careless here. You did not investigate properly and attacked as soon as you arrived. Zi Chen's thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. Obviously, he wanted to extend his speed to the true limit. He wanted to run and escape from here. With the world's fastest speed, he was very fast. But at this moment, there was a light that was faster than him. It was a flame formed by magma. It flew out from the face and came in front of Zi Chen at an extremely fast speed, then wrapped around Zi Chen's body. Boom! All around Zi Chen, energy vibrated, trying to shake off the energy that wrapped around him, but it was useless. Clang! The heavenly saber appeared in his hand, and he immediately slashed at the lava. However, a large amount of sparks burst out, and he could not cut through the lava at all. "Come back!" The voice of the face rang out once more. Then, a powerful force came out from the magma and pulled Zi Chen toward it. Zi Chen's body began to retreat uncontrollably. How could this be? How could this be? Yang Wei's expression was no better than Zi Chen's. Today, he had miscalculated again and again in front of Zi Chen. Moreover, Zi Chen's strength had far exceeded his expectations, which made him very depressed. But what made him even more miscalculated was that there was actually a saint here, and this saint was obviously going to devour them. He had already sensed that Zi Chen was trapped, causing him to be pleasantly surprised. However, his expression quickly changed. That was because there was also a stream of magma energy flying over from afar, wrapping around his body at an unimaginable speed. Damn it! Open up! Open up! In Yang Wei's hand, the long spear kept stabbing at the magma, but it was useless. When the long spear landed on the magma, it only produced large amounts of sparks. This ordinary magma had become a powerful existence in the hands of a saint. Right now, Ya Wei was the same as Zi Chen. Both of them were constantly resisting. That huge face was also constantly contorting as if it was enduring unimaginable pain. It's useless. Let me devour you all. Even if it was enduring unimaginable pain, the voice from the face was still cold, and its aura was still very powerful. At the same time, streams of magma energy rushed towards other places, targeting Lei Dong and the others below. Swoosh! Behind Lei Dong, the heavenly thunder wings appeared, and his feet moved at extreme speed. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed far away. As Hei Long and An Peng had been maintaining a neutral position, they were relatively far away from these people. Sensing that something was wrong, the two of them immediately flew away and quickly retreated far away. Wu Xing's speed was also very fast, following closely behind Lei Dong. Only Qing Feng and Eric were left. Because their original position was close to the magma, their reaction was a little slower. Immediately, the magma energy caught up with them, and dragged them back by the magma. That face only rose 100 feet, and magma shot out from the face. When it saw the four of them, the face also opened its mouth. That opened mouth was fiery red, as if it was connected to an abyss. The four of them were brought to the top of the deep valley by 4 streams of energy. During this time, the four of them were constantly struggling and counterattacking. It's useless. You can't dodge it. The cold voice of the face sounded, but its face was even more distorted. Puff, puff, puff. Around Qing Feng, a hurricane appeared out of nowhere. The hurricane instantly turned into wind blades, and then slashed towards the same spot on the magma. As the attacks fell, a gap finally appeared on the magma. Qing Feng's face was filled with joy, and he once again increased the power of the wind blades. At the same time, a wind blade appeared in the direction of Zichen. The wind blade began to cut the magma around Zichen, and as the wind blade cut, Zichen's skyblade also continuously slashed towards the magma. Obviously, the wind blade came from Qing Feng. To be able to not forget Zichen at such a critical moment, one had to admit that Qing Feng was indeed a good person. Puff. Finally, under the continuous attacks, the magma around Qing Feng was finally cut off, and Qing Feng was the first to regain his freedom. Immediately after, Zichen and Yang Wei cut off the wind blade at almost the same time, and regained their freedom. Damn it. All of you, come down. The face was clearly enraged. It opened its mouth wide, and suddenly a strong suction force came out. This suction force was accompanied by the pressure of a saint, and it caused the 3 of them to fall down uncontrollably. Ahmed, who had just escaped, was also facing the same situation. There was already despair on his face. Looking at the huge mouth of the abyss below, a look of determination appeared on Yang Wei's face. Explode. The black spear that appeared in his hand suddenly exploded, and then a destructive energy that was even more terrifying than that of Zichen's skyblade explosion appeared. This violent energy spread in all directions. Peng. The magma energy that continued to move forward and tried to entangle him was instantly shattered by this energy. At the same time, this scattered energy spread and landed on Yang Wei's body first. Being hit by this energy, Yang Wei's body flew upwards, but in the process, he kept coughing up blood. After exploding his own celestial weapon, his mind was severely injured, and he was also injured by the energy of the explosion. However, he managed to escape the control of the suction force, and he escaped with a flash of his body. The destructive energy continued to spread. While it saved Yang Wei, it also intended to destroy the others. Zichen cursed inwardly, and tried to forcibly stabilize his body. Even if he was seriously injured, he had to escape. However, at this moment, an even stronger suction force appeared. This suction force directly dragged Zichen down, and its speed was even faster than Ahmed's. It looked as if Zichen was tied to a huge piece of iron, and it increased the speed of Zichen's descent. It was obvious that he couldn't escape, but Zichen didn't panic. He looked up and saw that Qing Feng had been seriously injured by the energy of the explosion, and his body was sinking. Around him, heaven-defying energy surged, and the golden light shone again. Then he struck out with his palm. The golden palm print was more than 10 meters wide, and it materialized with the light of energy and hit Qing Feng heavily. Peng! The palm print landed on Qing Feng's body, and it instantly exploded. Qing Feng coughed up blood again, but his body flew up. Qing Feng stared blankly at the palm that landed on his body, and then a powerful force burst out, carrying his body up. After forcibly passing through the destructive energy of the self-exploding celestial weapon, he also flew up in a straight line. This scene was unbelievably fast, so fast that Qing Feng didn't even have time to react. He had already escaped the control of the suction force, and Zichen was only left with a sinking shadow. Looking at the golden shadow, Qing Feng shouted, "Zichen!" Swoosh! Zichen's body disappeared, and he entered the abyss. Ahmed was still struggling, and even self-exploding his celestial weapon, but it was useless. First, he was hit by the energy of the self-exploding celestial weapon, then by the energy of Zichen's palm. His injuries were already getting worse, and now he had self-exploded his celestial weapon. Even if he was still alive, he couldn't escape the suction force with his injuries. The face that soared into the sky finally couldn't bear the pain. It roared, and then fell into the lava below. However, it didn't forget to close its mouth during this process. Thus, Zichen and Ahmed were swallowed up. The saint's aura disappeared, and everything returned to silence. However, the shock on everyone's faces didn't disappear for a long time. A saint? They actually encountered a saint. Qing Feng stood above the lava, looking down at the lava that had calmed down again. His expression was indescribably complicated. This time, he had come out of the mountain to help Zichen. That old man had also calculated that he was in danger, but who would have thought that at this moment of life and death, it wasn't him who had saved Zichen, but Zichen who had saved him. Phut! Although he had come out alive, Qing Feng's injuries were also very serious. Although Zichen's palm was very heavy, most of the power was the impact. What really injured him was that he had passed through the self-exploding energy twice. Even if he had passed through the periphery, he was still seriously injured. He could no longer suppress his injuries, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. However, at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly wrapped around Qing Feng's body, and then directly dragged him into the distance, and finally smashed into the ground. Chapter 2017. Energy surged as he stomped down. This stomp was real. Boom. Boundless energy raged around Qing Feng's body. Gusts of cold wind swept up, cutting in all directions like sharp blades. Bolts of lightning surged like electric snakes, destroying the wind blades and invading Qing Feng's body. Qing Feng was still in the midst of his complicated emotions of not having completed his mission when he was stomped by Lei Dong. Only his strong physique was left to resist the lightning around him. Qing Feng's mind was filled with the scene just now. Zichen, who was falling, looked calm. His body shone with golden light again. This golden light energy was not to help him escape, but to strike a palm upward. The palm landed on his body, and the energy shock caused him to cough up blood. However, the palm formed a shock wave that helped him break free. Besides, aren't you good at talking? Let me hear your voice again. The energy was still vibrating. Lei Dong continued to violently stomp on the green peak to vent the anger in his heart. The two of them had just exchanged words. Qing Feng was not polite with his words, which completely angered Lei Dong. In addition, Lei Dong knew that Zichen was dead. He was relieved, but also disappointed and angry. Because Zichen was dead, Zichen's heavenly thunder wings were also gone. Lei Dong did not have the confidence to snatch the heavenly thunder wings from a saint. Thus, he directed all of this fury onto Qing Feng. Of course, the most important thing was that although Qing Feng escaped alive, he was seriously injured. Lei Dong, whose injuries were much lighter than Qing Feng's, was not afraid of him at all. Don't kill him. Light flashed. Black Dragon and An Peng came to the scene and said to Lei Dong, "What do you mean?" Lei Dong was about to stomp on Qing Feng when he stopped. He turned back to look at the two with a cold expression. Lei Dong was already unhappy with the fact that the two of them had remained neutral. Now that Zichen was dead and Qi Wei was still alive, they were undoubtedly the winners. But now, Hei Long dared to reprimand him. In Lei Dong's opinion, Hei Long was simply courting death. Your target is Zichen. You don't have any grudges with him, Black Dragon said in a low voice. Chumph, his with Zichen. As Lei Dong spoke, he stomped down again. The power of thunder surged, and the already severely injured Qing Feng coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Right now, Qing Feng seemed to have lost his soul. He had come out of seclusion this time to resolve Zichen's predicament. But now, it was Zichen who had saved him. Now that Zichen's fate was unknown, his heart sank into deep self-reproach. Wu Xing also followed. He was silent as he watched Lei Dong's actions. I said, don't kill him. Black Dragon's voice was much lower. He stared at Lei Dong and vaguely guessed where Qing Feng came from. He definitely could not let Lei Dong kill Qing Feng. What? You still want to fight? Lei Dong was not afraid of Black Dragon. He stared back at him. The current hue is no match for me, the black dragon said coldly. Then I would like to give it a try. Lei Dong smiled coldly as lightning surged around his body. Buzz. Light surged around Black Dragon's body. The dragon's power spread. A dragon shadow appeared from Black Dragon's body, bringing with it an oppressive aura. Qing Feng can't die. And Peng, who was silent, said calmly but firmly. Lei Dong was furious. He did not understand why these two people did not express their opinions when Zichen was still alive. Why did they not hesitate to offend him and Yong Wei for Qing Feng? Alright, now is not the time for internal strife. Qing Feng has no direct enmity with us. He was just deceived by Zichen. He is also a victim. Don't kill him. Yong Wei walked over from afar and looked at Lei Dong. With a cold snort, Yarrow Wei kicked Qing Feng away. However, he did not try to kill Qing Feng. Qing Feng flew backwards and almost fell into the magma. His expression was blank and he did not have any reaction. Screwed up. Everything was screwed up. Even if he returned alive, how could he face those who had high hopes for him? Now, he could only hope for a miracle. He hoped that Zichen was still alive. Alright, everyone. Hurry up and recover. We still have to go deeper. Yong Wei looked at Lei Dong and 5 elements. He then looked at Qing Feng and said, Qing Feng, let's forget about our past grievances. Hurry up and recover. We still have to find Shield. Qing Feng, who had been unresponsive, suddenly had a glimmer of light in his eyes when he heard Ji Wei's last sentence. Yes, there was still Shield. Since Zichen's fate was unknown, the task of finding Shield would be left to him. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let Yong Wei get Shield. Zichen had fallen into the magma. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Of course, everyone believed that Zichen was dead because no one could survive from the hands of a saint. Yong Wei was very kind as if he only attacked Zichen. However, if one looked closely, they could see a trace of worry on Yong Wei's face. Hei Long and An Peng were not injured. They carefully came to the top of the valley and looked down. At the same time, they were very alert. If there was any movement, they would turn and run. Why is a saint down there? An Peng frowned as he looked at the flowing magma. Maybe it's a seal, Hei Long said. Previously, the two of them had run the fastest and were also the first to escape the saint's aura, so the two of them still had time to observe everything. Their spiritual senses saw the face, the huge bloody mouth, and the abyss in the mouth. Zichen's condition was not right. Facing the same devouring power, his body suddenly sank. It's strange. Hei Long thought back to the scene he saw with his spiritual senses. After everyone escaped the magma, a strong suction force fell. Facing this suction force, everyone fell. Yong Wei decisively self-destructed his celestial soldier. At this time, Zichen's body suddenly fell, and his speed became even faster. Originally, Aliman was the closest to the mouth, but Zichen's sudden fall made him the first to fall into the mouth. Therefore, Zichen, who knew that he could not survive, chose to save Qing Feng. Of course, if he had chosen to help Aliman, the latter might have survived, but Zichen did not. Now, looking at the lava, the black dragon could not understand why Zichen's speed of descent had suddenly increased. Was it on purpose, or had something else happened? Because of this, when Lei Dong and the others thought that Zichen would definitely die, Hei Long did not immediately come to a conclusion. An Peng did not notice this, and Hei Long did not say anything. He looked at the magma below and said, "Life and death is up to fate." Today's Zichen gave us a huge shock. An Peng looked down and sighed. In such a dangerous situation, Zichen was still able to kill 2 heaven-defying saints. In An Peng's eyes, this was unbelievable. Without fighting, he knew that he was not Zichen's match. Everyone else was healing, so the two of them did not stay too far away from the magma and quickly retreated. This time, everyone's injuries were not light, so they naturally took a long time to heal. Because of the previous incident, Hei Long and An Peng were in charge of guarding. Of course, during this period of time, everyone who was healing also maintained a sense of vigilance. Among them, there was no absolute trust. Even Hei Long and An Peng might not be trustworthy. While the two of them were on guard, They also paid attention to the magma. They found that after the giant face disappeared, there was no other movement. Since it's a saint, why is it so weak? Hei Long was in a daze. He could not understand. If it was a saint, the magma formed from energy would naturally be terrifying. It was obviously impossible for them to break free. Could it be that the seal is affecting the saint's performance, and that saint is now trapped here? Just when Hei Long was in a daze, and Peng suddenly transmitted his voice, "Why are you in a daze?" At this time, shouldn't we think about finding the shield? What's there to think about? Since Wei can control the fragments, he obviously has a deep understanding of the shield. If we don't fight for it, we'll be nothing more than a hired thug when we look for the shield. And Peng's words reminded Hei Long. In their original plan, Hei Long did not expect to obtain the complete shield, but a few fragments would be enough. But now, with the previous scene, the fragments would be taken away by Wei sooner or later. Let's see. If we can't get the shield, then we'll fight for the greatest benefit. After a long time, Wei's injuries recovered first. It could be seen that the heaven-defying energy was indeed special. The next to recover was the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, wood and water had the ability to recover, which was second only to the heaven-defying energy. Next was Lei Dong. He was able to recover quickly because his injuries were not serious. The violent lightning was good at destruction, not healing. After recovering, Lei Dong looked at Qing Feng, who was still healing, and his face became extremely gloomy. It was as if all his anger for Zi Chen's death and the loss of the heavenly thunder wings was on Qing Feng. Qing Feng was the last to recover. After recovering, he looked at Hei Long and asked, "How is it? Is there any movement?" Previously, he asked Hei Long to keep an eye on the magma and see if there was any movement. Perhaps Zi Chen was still alive. Hei Long shook his head and said, "It's quiet. There's no movement." Disappointment appeared on Qing Feng's face. HMPH. He's already dead. What movement can there be? Unless that saint appears again and brings us all in. Lei Dong snorted coldly. Qing Feng looked at Lei Dong indifferently and did not say anything. What? You're not convinced? Lei Dong stared at Qing Feng. All right. Don't quarrel. When we go deeper, we have to be careful. Jiao Wei stopped Lei Dong and took out 5 fragments. From these fragments, he could sense the location of the shield. Even though Yong Wei looked calm, he was still on guard. After all, the 3 heaven-defying heavenly sovereigns that he had brought with him were all dead. As for the 5 people beside him, they were all from the Zhonwu continent. It was possible that the 5 of them would choose to join forces at some critical moment. Everything was possible. Jiao Wei did not believe in anyone. As he moved forward, he was always on guard. P.S. Recently, many readers have suggested to update more. Fortunately, we'll just play a game of updating more. We don't need to ask for rewards. We just need to be level. 8,000 friends who read books when they were young, get together and join the group. From the moment this chapter is released, if the number of people joining the group exceeds 100, we'll add a chapter. Little friends, do your best. In order to update more, I hope everyone will work hard. Those who have joined and left the group do not count. We only look at the total number of people.